Chapter 59. Am I being too petty? The scene shifts once more to the underside of the cosmic battleship, where the Queen gazes intently at Shen Fei, eager to discern his answer. Absolutely not. Are you sure? What? Do you truly believe that a single individual like you can ensure the safety of the entire royal family? You're overestimating yourself. With his arms crossed, Shen Fei stood there quietly, fully aware that he sought to humiliate the Night-Bright Empire. He had long since become accustomed to such duplicitous deeds. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the Queen chuckled softly, and then gracefully knelt before him. Given this, I am willing to serve you as a slave, to follow you unconditionally. I have but one request. Please eliminate them. Having spoken, she raised her head to meet Shen Fei's eyes, awaiting his reply. Vile woman, perish. With that, the Emperor of the Night-Bright Empire struck towards the Queen with a palm, employing their royal martial arts. However, before Shen Fei, it was as futile as a grandiose display of martial prowess before a mere child's play with a gentle wave of his hand. The attack was effortlessly deflected. The moment the Emperor launched his assault, the woman kneeling before Shen Fei did not even blink. Had Shen Fei chosen not to intervene, she would have been a lifeless corpse by now. Are you finished? Rise. What is your name? I cannot simply address you as your majesty. Master, my name is Bai Mingyun, you may call me Yunu. With a slight bow, Bai Mingyun responded to Shen Fei's inquiry. Regardless, this royal family is destined for annihilation. Alternatively, why not take the reins as the new ruler here? How about that, as the first empress in history? At this, Bai Mingyun laughed. Yuna shall follow your command. With that, Bai Mingyun stood behind Shen Fei, ready to serve. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Night-Bright Empire seethed with fury, feeling he had lost both his wife and his army. You have offended my celestial demon sect and shall face the consequences. Prepare to experience the might of the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the 200 disciples who had undergone their training for the past week emerged from their cultivation chambers, all of them having reached the great emperor level. This was the gift Shen Fei intended to present to the Night-Bright Empire. The overwhelming thunder tribulation brought forth by these 200 individuals would be dreadfully spectacular. As he summoned them, dark clouds enveloped the sky, a tempest of thunder and lightning painting a horrific tableau, as if the heavens themselves threatened to crush the city. This is the power of our celestial demon sect, savor it well. Elders, assemble. Anyone who dares to leave the royal palace shall be executed without mercy. Understood, ancestor? In an instant, 9 elders rushed out, along with the 4 ferocious beasts and the monkey, all taking their places on the battlefield. They encircled the royal palace, exuding an oppressive aura, silently observing the unfolding chaos. Among them was a peculiar addition, Shen Fei's small pet, a giant panda, one of the ferocious beasts. Its eyes glimmered fiercely, yet its adorable demeanor exuded no threat whatsoever. All right, let's return and watch their performance unfold. With that, Shen Fei led Xiaoya and Bai Mingyun back aboard the cosmic battleship. Upon arrival, Bai Mingyun was astonished by the ship's magnificence, an opulence she had never encountered before. On the deck, a colossal screen displayed every movement of the Night-Bright Empire's royal family. By the way, Master, there are 2 young maidservants residing in my palace. Could you possibly rescue them? If it's inconvenient, I understand. Shen Fei smiled, promptly bringing the 2 maidservants aboard. When they arrived on the battleship, the bewildered maidservants appeared utterly lost, unaware of what had transpired. The ensuing methods may be a bit bloody. You should retreat to your quarters and rest. Thank you for your concern, Master. I will remain here and observe there's no need for fuss. Shen Fei nodded, then vanished from sight. Darling, what troubles you? Please don't be upset. Shen Fei appeared behind Zhao Jiasen, embracing her gently. Honey, am I being too petty? Getting jealous over such a trivial matter? Haha, certainly not. I should have discussed it with you beforehand. If I were to eliminate the entire royal family, who would govern Yuzhou? Thus, I had to utilize the queen instead. I initially thought they wouldn't consent, but their readiness to comply truly surprised me. As you saw, Bai Mingyun harbored conflicts with the emperor, making her the ideal candidate to control the royal family. While I could effortlessly destroy the palace with a single move for the sake of stability in Yuzhou, such actions are still necessary. Hearing Shen Fei's reasoning, Zhao Jiesin nodded, turning to Nestle into his embrace. Stop overthinking. Jealousy is merely a sign of your affection. If I were to share laughter with another man, I would feel jealous too. Ha ha. Humph, am not like you, trying to charm everyone. Not a chance. You simply lack my magnetic charisma. Spare me the vanity. In stark contrast to the warmth of their private sanctuary, the exterior of the Night-Bright Palace had turned into a scene from hell. With 200 individuals advancing and countless bolts of lightning raining down, the once magnificent palace lay in ruins. Many perished beneath the electrifying wrath. Few dared venture outside the palace's confines, and those who did met a swift demise. A few ferocious beasts sought to test their newfound powers, eagerly assaulting anyone who dared to flee. Monkey, there's one escaping your way. Let me assist you. Sister, really, there's no need. I can handle it on my own. Just let me be. Ah, had I known sooner, my hand slipped and I accidentally killed him. Surely you don't hold it against me? Umph, you did that on purpose. Truly shameless. Would you like me to train you again? You've been slacking lately. I'm more than willing to oblige. That won't be necessary. I won't hold it against you. For now, dear sister, focus on guarding your territory. With the guards nearby exhibiting unmatched strength, the members of the Night-Bright royal family dared not approach. Before long, they discovered a new escape route. It appeared to be the seemingly innocent, adorable giant panda, Xiaobai. Chapter 60. The clumsy giant panda. One paw to strike a horde. Everyone, follow me and run over there. There's only a small creature guarding that spot. It's clearly just a pet. How dare it look down upon us? Does it really think that its pet can thwart us? I'm dying of laughter. This is truly a path with no dead ends. Hurry, let us leave quickly while those folks are distracted. Once we escape, we can resume our carefree lives. The Emperor of the Night Ming Empire witnessed their actions and perceived it as a potential escape route. However, knowing Shen Fei's ruthless methods, it seemed improbable that he would reveal such a flaw, rendering this likely a path to doom. After observing for a considerable time, he saw no one else but a diminutive pet. This was indeed an unfathomable situation. That moment, he finally comprehended the gravity of his miscalculations. How could he have dared to provoke the formidable heavenly demon sect? It appeared that even emperor-level beings were ubiquitous within their ranks. How could he bridge such a vast chasm in combat prowess? Today, 200 individuals were breaking through together. Who could possibly withstand the heavenly demon sect now? He had truly been deceived by the people of the heavenly Xian sect, had he known that the two helpers they sent would be unable to withstand even a finger of Shen Fei. He would not have found himself in such dire straits. The hidden strength of the heavenly demon sect was far more terrifying than mere pig disguises and tiger strategies. Dad, what are you still pondering? Let us hurry and escape. We can't contend with that Shen Fei kid. We must flee for our lives that as long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. At this juncture, Yi Xiang tugged at the Night Ming Emperor. Why now? Everyone else had already moved toward that direction, leaving them behind. Many of his sons were leading the charge to escape that a tinge of sorrow washed over the Night Ming Emperor. Was this still the royal family they had fought to establish? The dignity of royalty seemed to have been sacrificed at the altar of life in that moment. The Night Ming Emperor appeared as if he were an elderly recluse, no longer desiring to leave this place. I shall not go out. You all must leave quickly. Do not linger here. This is all my fault. If Yuna were still by my side, she would surely have prevented me from acting thus. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing his words, a captivating woman approached him directly. What are you saying? Are you blaming me? Even now you're still thinking about that woman. She is now a slave to your enemy. Consider what a female slave might do. Perhaps she is currently serving the one you despise the most. The Night Ming Emperor slapped her hard, only now realizing her true nature. Gazing at her enchanting beauty, he felt a wave of revulsion. Xiang, let us leave and not concern ourselves with this old fool. If he wishes to perish here, then let him. With that, she swayed her voluptuous figure and departed with Yi Xiang. The ministers, filled with regret, followed the mother and son out of the place that one is free from the fear of death, when grasping at the last straw of salvation. One must seize the opportunity. Over the years, the corruption within the royal family had reached an irreparable state, and in the face of life and death, royal dignity and human principles had vanished. The Night Ming Emperor chuckled, no longer hiding within the confines of his quarters to evade the heavenly wrath, but instead ascended to the highest level, arms outstretched, laughing heartily. Perhaps this is what it means for a hero to fade in glory, if one were to consider the past. The Night Ming Emperor could indeed be deemed a formidable figure. Yet over the years, he had succumbed to decadence. He yearned for a bolt of divine retribution to strike him down. He would not evade it. As an emperor, he could not resort to self-destruction. However, the concentrated storm of heavenly wrath that had been poised to descend seemed to vanish upon his arrival. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears. Yet this bolt of lightning struck the ground beside him. Ha ha ha! Is it that even my sincere desire for death cannot be fulfilled? I am filled with rage. In a fit of fury, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and fell from the heights, crashing heavily to the ground. Of course, as an emperor-level powerhouse, such a fall was insufficient to claim his life. Quickly, let us advance. That little pet cannot stop us. I will deal with it. You all keep an eye on me. Enough, old Wang, no need to show off. With such a tiny creature, we don't even need to make a special effort. Just a kick from each of us will crush it. True enough. Never mind, charge. You two stop chatting and hurry. Once we escape, we can live freely. As the throng surged toward him, Shen Fei raised a tiny paw to scratch his head, wearing an adorably puzzled expression. Then, as if in earnest, he swung his paw toward the crowd. That moment, a massive claw appeared above all, appearing blunt, yet traveling with astonishing speed. When it struck down, those at the forefront were turned into mere flesh and blood. Merging with the earth, the might of a single paw was truly terrifying. This was the skill of the giant panda. One paw to shatter myriad forms, an exceedingly violent ability. After the strike, it let out a roar. Meow. Originally, it would not have made such a sound, for pandas are bears, not cats. However, after being tossed outside by Shen Fei on many nights, it had no choice but to befriend the cats. Through constant exposure, it learned their language. Each time it was thrown out of the room, it could only converse with the cats to alleviate its loneliness. Observers aboard the cosmic battleship could not help but chuckle at the sight. Indeed, the master's pet remained as fierce as ever. Your master is still your master. Yet, that final meow was undeniably jarring. However, beneath that paw, the royal individuals charging toward Shen Fei turned pale with fright, scrambling in retreat. They could never have imagined that this seemingly clumsy and harmless little creature possessed such formidable combat prowess. Yi Xiang and her son were equally terrified, feeling as though a single step further would spell their doom. They could only retreat back to the side of the Night Ming Emperor, where the towering structure offered the best shelter from the impending calamity. Yet returning now was bound to be an awkward affair. Chapter 61. Shen Fei. I'm going to find your woman. What? Were you not planning to escape? Why have you returned? Looking at you all, do you still resemble royal subjects? Are you all so afraid of death? Have you lost all sense of dignity? Observing the ministers who had returned, the Night Ming Emperor spoke with a tone of derision. They dared not meet his gaze, lowering their heads in shame. For indeed, they had just fled, and a sense of embarrassment washed over them. So, what will you do next? Will you submit to the heavenly demon sect, or will you die with dignity? Choose for yourselves. I shall bear no grudge. In times of great peril, even couples abandon each other, let alone you and I. Your Majesty, we have reached this juncture, and since we cannot escape, we vow to follow you to the death and fight the heavenly demon sect. Those who spoke were military generals, all possessing their own strength. Martial practitioners value their principles. Having fled once, they resolved to fight to the death since they had not succeeded in escaping. The thunderstorm from the breakthrough lingered in this place for quite a while. Shen Fei's cosmic battleship remained within the storm's reach. However, after upgrading its defenses, the heavenly wrath posed no threat. Perhaps due to Shen Fei's previous annihilation of a significant number of the heavenly path's divine soldiers in Yuzhou, there was a surprising absence of celestial figures when the storm of wrath descended. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it excessively. After a brief moment of intimacy with Zhao Jiesin, Shen Fei appeared directly before the Night Ming Emperor and the gathered ministers that he had observed that amid the thunderous skies. Many had already perished in the storm, and the palace now lay in ruins. The survivors had mostly congregated in this location. Shen Fei, what else do you want? You've reduced our royal family to this state. Do you truly intend to annihilate us completely? Seeing Shen Fei, the Night Ming Emperor's eyes blazed with fury, wishing nothing more than to slay him at that very moment. What do you think? I have never been one to release a tiger back into the mountains. Oh, you little scoundrels, you aren't even worthy of being called tigers. However, since you have dared to offend my heavenly demon sect, there is no need for you to continue living. You can't even defeat my little pet. I fail to comprehend why you would have the audacity to challenge my sect. You need not concern yourself with that if you seek our lives, then come and take them. If I furrow my brow, I will no longer be human. At that moment, upon seeing Shen Fei approach, the little black creature hastily leaped onto Shen Fei's shoulder and waved its tiny paw at the Night Emperor. This action sent a chill down the spines of those present. They had just witnessed this little creature wave its paw, causing a multitude of individuals to be reduced to mere flesh and blood. If it were to do so again, they would be the ones to meet the same fate, which is enough to instill fear in anyone. Yemo, yemiao yemiao nu. The little creature seemed to call out with a tone of inquiry. Then, it felt as though someone had dealt it a heavy blow to the head. Enough, you are a bear, not a cat. If you keep trying to mimic a cat's meow, I shall ensure your dark circles swell even larger. Hearing Shen Fei's words, the little creature pouted and retreated back to the warship. Humph. Foul master, if you ignore me, I shall seek out your woman. Perhaps this was the most genuine inner monologue of the little creature. If I am not mistaken, those first two individuals were from the heavenly Xian sect. Am I right? The reason you possess such confidence must be due to their manipulation. I never anticipated that you would be used by them. They merely wished to ascertain the strength of my heavenly demon sect. You have been kept in the dark all along, merely pawns in someone else's game. Did you not wish to witness the might of my heavenly demon sect? Well, now you have seen it. The Emperor lies scattered on the ground. You have grossly overestimated your own abilities. Shen Fei gazed down at them from a position of superiority, articulating the harsh truths they found difficult to accept. Shen Fei, I can die, but I have but one request. Could you spare my subjects? You are already so powerful. They pose no threat to you. Is that acceptable? Shen Fei regarded him, initially expecting the Emperor to surrender, but was taken aback by his display of integrity at this moment. Very well, I can grant you this, that if you all crawl on your knees to my side, I shall consider sparing you. What say you? Shen Fei, must you be so ruthless? They pose no threat to you. Is it truly necessary to insult them in such a manner? Thus it is, if you wish to live, you may crawl over. The ministers exchanged glances, none daring to move, though many scholars appeared restless. Observing their inaction, the Emperor felt a surge of satisfaction and began to laugh. Did you not wish to humiliate us? Now, do you see the integrity of everyone in the Night Bright Empire? The current Night Emperor sought only to laugh heartily. However, Knight Xiang and his mother were the first to kneel and crawl toward Shen Fei. Particularly notable was Knight Xiang's mother, Su Xiao, the Emperor's favored concubine, the very woman who had successfully cast the Empress into the cold palace. As she crawled, her face bore a seductive expression, and her alluring figure revealed a considerable expanse of fair skin. I trust the seasoned readers can fill in the blanks. With their lead, more and more people followed suit, crawling to take their place behind Shen Fei. You all? Upon witnessing this scene, the Night Emperor felt a surge of rage. Spitting blood, his face turning ashen, regret consumed him. If only Bai Mingyun were still by his side, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Do you all wish to live? Crawl over then, leave me here alone. We swear to follow His Majesty unto death. Those who remained were primarily elderly individuals. The Night Emperor's most trusted allies, Tio faced death without fear was not a feat everyone could accomplish. Master, allow me to assist you in killing her. That would prove my loyalty. Both Mingyun and I would be willing to serve as your concubines. What do you think? After speaking, Su Xiao stood, her figure enticingly voluptuous. No wonder the Night Emperor could hardly resist. I am capable of many tasks. When needed, I can fulfill numerous duties, and when not, I can always find ways to please you. Regardless, I shall comply unconditionally. What do you think? With that, she leapt toward Shen Fei, attempting to wrap her arms around his waist. Yet, Shen Fei swiftly dodged her embrace. Chapter 62. Ruthless and decisive, the fall of the royal family. Shen Fei's evasion left Su Xiao grasping at air. She shot him a sultry glance and, with a beguiling voice, asked, "Why do you always evade me?" Shen Fei remained silent, coldly regarding her, before gesturing toward the warship that a figure descended from the vessel, none other than by Meng Yun. "Do you require her assistance?" "No need, master. Please eliminate her. This woman disgusts me. Or perhaps, could you allow Meng Yun to do the honors?" A cold glimmer flashed in by Meng Yun's eyes. Having submitted to Shen Fei, she finally comprehended that one must not be overly kind, lest they become the victim of cruelty. Her resentment towards Su Xiao was profound. Years of desolation in the cold palace had left her yearning for swift vengeance. "Very well. I shall grant your request." With that, Shen Fei unleashed a torrent of sword energy that coalesced into a massive black sword, its tip poised at Su Xiao's shoulder that a mere twitch would result in her head rolling to the ground. Su Xiao desperately wished to flee, yet her body felt utterly immobilized, leaving her helpless and at the mercy of her adversaries. "Please spare me. I beg you, ancestor. Let me go. I will serve you faithfully. Allow me to do whatever you desire." "Meng Yun, for the sake of our acquaintance, spare me this once, and I shall assist you wholeheartedly, without any ulterior motives." Her pleas were cut short, as by Meng Yun struck, that Su Xiao's final words were lost in the void before she succumbed. Her expression remained one of shock, unable to fathom that the once timorous by Meng Yun would display such ruthlessness today. "Ah, foul woman, you killed my mother. I will kill you," Knight Xiang screamed, charging toward Shen Fei and by Meng Yun. Yet before he could reach them, he stumbled and fell painfully, his face landing in the dirt. "Do not rush. Were you not the one to attack us, the followers of the heavenly demon sect? Did you not relish in tormenting others? Rest assured, I shall not allow you to die easily. Debts must be repaid in full." After this, Shen Fei smiled at Knight Xiang, but the latter perceived it as the grin of a devil. Spotting a nearby rock, Knight Xiang acted without hesitation, hurling himself against it, knowing that if he truly fell into Shen Fei's hands, the torment he would endure was beyond imagination. Better to die than suffer such a fate. However, upon impact, he felt a counterforce that diminished the force of his collision. Instead of meeting a swift end, he was left bloodied but alive, having narrowly escaped death's grasp. Knight Xiang felt as if he had danced with death. His vision blurred, his mind consumed with thoughts of ending it all. Yet he had failed. Clearly, Shen Fei had intervened. After this encounter, Knight Xiang lacked the courage to attempt another collision, the taste of death lingering too close for comfort. This perhaps explains why many choose to leap from heights. With sufficient elevation, falling offers a seemingly certain end, devoid of the possibility of survival. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Hurry up and try again. Perhaps you will succeed. Fear not. I shan't allow you to die so easily. When you are on the brink of death, I shall lend you a hand, ensuring you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. After addressing Knight Xiang, Shen Fei turned his gaze towards the remaining individuals present. "Do any of you have further words? If not, I shall send you on your way." Regarding them, Shen Fei felt no sympathy had he lacked the strength. The heavenly demon sect would have long been overrun by these treacherous scoundrels. Thus, for those who dared to infringe upon the heavenly demon sect, Shen Fei would never exhibit any mercy. As a man, one must kill without hesitation. Dream Yun, it is only now that I realize my grave mistakes of a truly absurd nature. If only... Enough, there is no need for further words that if apologies held any value. Why then impose punishment? All of this is a consequence of your own actions. Spare me your meaningless prattle. I have no desire to hear it. Bai Mingyun gazed at him, her voice icy as she uttered those words. At that moment, the Emperor of the Night lowered his head in shame under her piercing gaze. After gathering his emotions, he lifted his gaze once more, fatigue evident in his eyes. One misstep had led to another, and he had truly resigned himself to his fate. Shen Fei did not hesitate. With a swift motion, he struck down, and those individuals, possessing some semblance of dignity, all met their end here. The speed of Shen Fei's actions was such that their cries of despair never even escaped their lips before they vanished from the mortal realm. In the next life, I hope you will all conduct yourselves with greater integrity, that I do not seek immense power. At the very least, exhibit a modicum of awareness. With that, Shen Fei turned his gaze back to Yi Xiong. Well then, Prince Yi, it appears you are the last one standing. Have you pondered how you wish to meet your demise? In the next instant, Yi Xiong felt a grip around his neck, an overwhelming sensation of asphyxiation coursing through him, causing immense discomfort. Do you not revel in torment? At that moment, Yi Xiong's limbs began to fade away, as if countless ants were gnawing at him, inflicting unbearable agony. However, under Shen Fei's control, he was utterly incapable of uttering a sound. Not even the faintest whisper could escape his lips. Only the vacant expression in his eyes betrayed the depths of his suffering. Did you not wish for them to remain silent? In an instant, his mouth opened, and his tongue extended forth, only for him to bite it off. Blood gushed forth, and Shen Fei made no attempt to stop it, allowing the crimson liquid to flow freely. The copious loss of blood rendered Yi Xiong's complexion ghostly pale, his eyes clouded with helplessness. As his limbs continued to disintegrate, Shen Fei showed no signs of relenting. The roots of his thighs, shoulders, and head began to erode simultaneously. The excruciating pain caused Yi Xiong to lose consciousness. How could Shen Fei allow him such ease? Under the influence of profound energy, Yi Xiong awoke once again, forced to endure inhumane torment. Gradually, the last remnants of his corporeal form faded from existence. Chapter 63 Insha. You thought this was the end? How naive, Shen Fei scoffed, waving his hand to reveal Yi Xiong's soul. The torment of the soul, it is said, is far more unbearable than that of the flesh. Moreover, once a soul is damaged, it becomes trapped in the underworld, unable to reincarnate. Shen Fei, what more do you intend to do? I beg of you, spare me. I truly understand my wrongs. Had you known this would come to pass, would you have acted differently? It is far too late for such regrets that I shall assuredly torment you. But first, I must consult the victims for their input. Disciples of the heavenly demon sect, heed my command. The 200 individuals who had just broken through soared back to the ground, standing in formation before Shen Fei. Though they had all reached the realm of the emperor, not a trace of arrogance marked their demeanor. They understood that their rapid ascension was entirely due to Shen Fei's influence. Their trust and admiration for him were unwavering. You 200 shall remain here for the time being, assisting Mingyun in reconstructing this palace. The military and civil officials must be reorganized, especially the military. Any who resist shall be executed without hesitation. From this day forth, this Yuzhou will belong to the heavenly demon sect. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, pride gleamed in the eyes of the 200. To have a sect control a state was indeed a matter of great pride. Yes, Master, we shall not disappoint you. Shen Fei nodded with a smile. With their assistance, he was confident that Yuzhou would soon return to its rightful path. That it was as if nothing had occurred, yet Yuzhou had become the territory of the heavenly demon sect. My lord, I will strive to fulfill my duties and not let you down. Indeed, I have faith in you. Utilize your family's resources. Let not the fertile waters flow to outsiders. That I believe in your capabilities. The task is yours to undertake. With that, Shen Fei took Yi Xiong's soul back aboard the warship. Upon seeing Shen Fei's departure, the elders returned to the ship as well. Thus, the history of the Night Ming Empire came to a close. The old king deposed, and the new king ascending to the throne. Yet, these are tales for another time. Upon returning to the warship with Yi Xiong's soul, Shen Fei immediately sought out the 7 individuals. Thanks to the third elder's intervention, they were no longer in mortal danger, though they would forever remain confined to their beds, having lost their limbs and suffered damage to their dantian. Greetings, Master. We witnessed everything that transpired. Thank you for avenging us. After regaining some composure, one of them managed to speak, representing the others who nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with gratitude. I did little. It is you who endured the suffering. However, I have captured the true culprit. How would you like to exact your revenge upon him? Tell me, and I shall assist. Perhaps, if you are not satisfied, we could incinerate him with true fire, condemning him to eternal torment within the heavenly demon sect, to suffer the relentless agony of flames. What do you think? Master, that is unnecessary. Please, just end his life. We do not wish to see him any longer. Upon hearing their words, Yi Xiong trembled violently, not out of fear but from elation. Shen Fei's earlier remarks had plunged him into despair. Enduring such torment was unbearable. Thus, he felt a surge of gratitude, yearning only for death. Thank you. Shen Fei said nothing further, since it was their choice. He would respect in an instant. He crushed Yi Xiong's soul, signifying that he had forfeited even the right to reincarnate. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards: Soul Capturing Technique X1. Cultivation Halo Upgrade System X1. Remote Teleportation Portal X1. Cultivation Device Qualification X100. Celestial Stars Indomitable Grand Formation Upgrade Blueprint X1. Auto Cultivation System X1. 9-Star Emperor Direct Access Pill X10. Given the special nature of this situation. Additional rewards: Peerless Assassin Speed Training X7. Complete Recovery Pills X7. Upon witnessing such an abundance of rewards, Shen Fei could not contain his joy. The most significant were the supplementary rewards, clearly designated for these few individuals, as evidenced by the peculiar quantity of 7. Complete Recovery Pill, capable of fully restoring an individual's condition, including but not limited to regrown limbs, restored dantian, and various internal injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Fei produced the pills and presented them to the 7. Do not be so despondent. I have devised a method to heal you. You will regain your former selves and emerge even stronger. Upon hearing Shen Fei's declaration, their eyes sparkled with hope, for they possessed unwavering trust in him. Rest assured, I am not jesting. Quickly consume these pills. I shall assist you in taking them. With that, Shen Fei fed the 7 individuals the pills. In an instant, they began to recover. Their limbs sprouted forth anew, and aside from their unusually pale skin, they appeared unchanged. I cannot believe it. I am truly healed. I can speak once more. I have returned to normal. I feel like crying. Witnessing their reactions, Shen Fei felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, choosing not to interrupt, allowing time for the 7 to embrace one another. My dear, I desire a hug. Shen Fei appeared in his grand chamber, wrapping his arms around Zhao Jiexin, pulling her close. Initially, she felt a twinge of reproach for his lack of communication, nearly startling her. However, upon observing Shen Fei's unusual demeanor, she suppressed the impulse to pinch him at the waist. Such a side of Shen Fei was unfamiliar to her. She had only known him as a carefree optimist, and now she found herself struggling to adapt. What is wrong with you? Nothing. Just feeling a bit weary. Then you should rest properly. Take a nap. I'm all right. With that, Shen Fei embraced Zhao Jiexin and nestled into the blankets. Now, tell me what exactly transpired. At this moment, Shen Fei would typically have already taken action. But now, he merely held her close, prompting Zhao Jiexin to inquire once more. I feel somewhat defeated. Those disciples weigh heavily on my conscience. Even after the fall of the Night Ming Empire, I cannot find joy, only a profound sense of melancholy. This is not your concern. Why bother with so much? I believe that with you, the heavenly demon sect will certainly thrive even more. Do not be disheartened. Allow me to reward you with a kiss. I want more. Chapter 64. Look at this hand as the 7 of them emerged from the small dark room. Everyone was left in shock. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, their limbs had vanished, and now they had reappeared, unmistakably real. This was beyond mere illusion. This was more formidable than a medical miracle. Are you truly all right? Goodness! This arm is as tender as that of an infant. I am utterly astounded. Come on, don't gross us out. Be wary of losing your chances for romance in the heavenly demon sect. After all, there are so many lovely ladies around. I was wrong. Please don't tell anyone, and I will treat you to drinks. Hearing their discussions, the 7 individuals stood speechless. They were undeniably present. Could it possibly be fake? The most pressing issue was not the discussion, but the fact that many were examining them closely. Who could withstand such scrutiny? Take it easy, everyone. This is all thanks to our Grandmaster. If it weren't for his miraculous elixirs saving us, we would have been doomed. Exactly, we, the parties involved, are not even excited. Why are you all so worked up? Everyone felt genuine joy for them. They had originally come to seek vengeance for these individuals. Now that the revenge was taken, their comrades had also been restored. After the initial astonishment, many began to step back. Rather than watching their reborn forms, it was far more pleasant to chat with the ladies nearby. Are you all right? Is it true? Is it really happening? Let me take a look. This is simply unbelievable. Look at this hand, and then look at this leg and arm. They are utterly flawless. How could they have recovered so perfectly? It is nothing short of a miracle. Initially, the seven wished to return to their rooms. Although their bodies had healed, the psychological scars would not mend so swiftly. Just as they thought they could leave after being gawked at like rare specimens. An elderly man surged forward, even more fervent than the onlookers before he approached, directly touching their hands and tugging at their legs. Yet, this man was the third elder. They dared not voice their discomfort, only suppressing their unease, even as their hair stood on end without uttering a word of complaint. Third elder, what are you doing? Just as the seven were being scrutinized by the third elder, Shen Fei's voice rang out. The seven felt as though they had found a lifeline. Third elder, the Grandmaster has arrived. You should ask him instead. The elixirs were all bestowed upon us by the Grandmaster. With that, they swiftly fled. Their fear was palpable. Grandmaster, please tell me, what kind of elixir is this that has such effects? Can I study it? Upon hearing the third elder's inquiry, a sheepish smile spread across Shen Fei's face. He had just administered the elixirs to those individuals without a second thought. Well, I only have these. They have all been consumed. Perhaps I can provide you with more in the future. After stating this, Shen Fei declared his return to the heavenly demon sect and quickly retreated to his room. He did not wish to face the third elder's gaze, which seemed filled with longing. Wasn't it more delightful to embrace his fragrant wife in their chamber? Dear, would you like to see a beautiful night sky? How about I arrange one for you? What night sky? You will know when night falls. I am going to upgrade our protective array. With that, Shen Fei vanished from his spot, arriving in the midst of bright Moon Mountain. Grandmaster, what are you doing? You will find out soon enough. In the next moment, Shen Fei ascended into the air, activating the upgrade blueprint for his array. Damn, this requires 100,000 spirit stones. How unreasonable. Previously, the array had been constructed using the powers of heaven and earth, and he had not anticipated that upgrading it would demand such a hefty sum. This was indeed a significant expense. However, having plundered so many sects, 100,000 spirit stones were but a trifling matter for Shen Fei. With a wave of his hand, a sea of spirit stones materialized above the heavenly demon sect. The disciples outside observed the commotion atop Bright Moon Mountain and rushed over to see what was happening. What is the Grandmaster doing? Shoo, do not speak. Just watch closely. Indeed, our experiences teach us that whenever the Grandmaster engages in such astonishing feats, something monumental is about to unfold. We should simply observe. Most of the inquisitive voices belonged to the ladies from the Tianyin sect, and naturally, many were eager to respond, relishing the opportunity to engage with them. In the next instant, the 100,000 spirit stones shattered into fragments, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged toward the outskirts of the heavenly demon sect. Subsequently, an ancient scroll appeared in Shen Fei's hands. This was the blueprint for the ultimate array of sun, moon, stars, and earth. As he infused it with profound energy, the original array disintegrated, and countless spiritual energies converged here, the air rich with spiritual essence that could coalesce into spiritual liquid. Then a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Shen Fei's hands, instantaneously sustaining the entire array. The new array not only could withstand greater damage, but also had the remarkable ability to alter the surrounding environmental state, akin to a projector. The previously clear sky transformed into a canvas of vibrant clouds, sunlight filtering through and casting a softer, less blinding glow. The kaleidoscopic sky appeared enchantingly lovely, evoking a sense of joy. Moreover, in addition to enhancing defensive capabilities, this upgrade also provided the array with offensive means. It could absorb the powers of heaven and earth, storing energy for laser projectiles. However, it could only store one projectile per day, capable of obliterating low-tier celestial leaders and even inflicting harm on deities. This was undeniably extraordinary. Many disciples of the heavenly demon sect, particularly the female disciples, gazed up at the sky, utterly captivated. How delightful it would be to cultivate in such an enchanting environment. Observing his creation and the disciples' reactions, Shen Fei realized that the transformation had yielded excellent results. Next, it was time to upgrade his faith cultivation halo. Seeing this enhancement, Shen Fei smiled. Faith cultivation halo upgrade. Cultivation speed and comprehension ability increased tenfold. While entering a different cultivation space reduces the flow of time by half. The halo can exist independently of the host and can be affixed to structures. Upon witnessing the revamped ultimate version of the faith cultivation halo, he believed the disciples would strive even harder in their training. Chapter 65, A Pair of Good Sisters. Without a second thought, Shen Fei opted to activate it.in. The next moment, everyone still practicing within the cultivation tower was expelled. This took them by surprise. They thought something had malfunctioned within the tower. However, upon seeing Shen Fei hovering in the air, they no longer found it strange. After all, whatever the Grandmaster conjured had long ceased to astonish them. Now, they were simply entranced by the breathtaking sky. I have made some modifications to the cultivation tower, which will greatly enhance everyone's gains moving forward. So I asked everyone to step out for now. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the crowd nodded in agreement, laughter escaping them. Hardly anyone responded to Shen Fei, as their gazes remained fixed upon the sky at that moment. Even several elders arrived, and upon realizing that it was Shen Fei's doing, they relaxed. Since it was Shen Fei, there was nothing to worry about. Even Xiongqi and the others observed the clouds with curiosity, while the monkey soared upward, eager to reach out and grasp them. However, in the next moment, he sensed a perilous aura locking onto him and promptly abandoned his intention. "Boss, what's up with these colorful clouds? I feel an ominous presence lurking within." This is an offensive capability of the ultimate array of sun, moon, stars, and earth that I estimate you might manage to fend it off, but if you're truly keen on testing it, I can certainly oblige. Forget it. I have no desire to be your test subject. You should find someone else. I think the eldest sister would do just fine. Boss, go for it. Before Shen Fei could respond, Xiongqi approached the monkey from behind, delivering a powerful kick that sent the monkey hurtling toward the ground like a cannonball. The terrifying impact reverberated as if the entire heavenly demon sect had trembled. The remaining disciples gasped in astonishment. This madwoman was truly terrifying. "What, do you all wish to give it a try as well?" Upon witnessing their expressions, Xiongqi cast them a fleeting glance, and they immediately shook their heads in unison. Who would dare to take on such a challenge? Only that foolish monkey seemed intent on provoking Xiongqi day after day, inevitably leading to a beating. They privately speculated whether the monkey had a penchant for masochism. Nevertheless, Kainki was acutely aware of the appropriateness of his actions in different contexts. For now, he would spare the monkey, allowing time to serve as its teacher later on. Enough of your antics. The revamped training tower is ready for you all to experience. Do not let your excitement cloud your focus. Concentrate on your cultivation. In a week's time, there will be another selection for 10 spots in the cultivation instrument that I hope each of you will strive diligently this week. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, excitement surged among the disciples. They were all eager to secure one of the 100 available spots in the cultivation instrument, willing to exert every effort to achieve it. Consequently, as soon as Shen Fei concluded his announcement, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect hurriedly entered their respective training chambers, eager to enhance their abilities within the span of 7 days and earn their qualifications for the cultivation instrument. Great Elder, please disseminate this information to everyone. Of course, you may also enter and cultivate. Although rapid increases in strength might not be feasible, your comprehension of the cultivation techniques will significantly improve. It would be worthwhile to give it a try. Understood, Ancestor. We shall endeavor to do so. At that moment, an unexpected voice interjected. Boss, can we join in as well? Would it benefit our training? Certainly. Enter the second to last level and choose any training room. Feel free to immerse yourselves. Xiongqi nodded. and Shen Fei's figure vanished from sight. Task accomplished. It was time to return to his wife. Just as Shen Fei departed, a chorus of shouts erupted from behind. Ancestor is incredible. Ancestor is eternal. Wow, the speed of cultivation has accelerated dramatically. Just watch. I will surely secure my place in the cultivation instrument. Just give it a rest and focus on your training. Why all the chatter? Everyone else is cultivating. You need to hurry or you'll be surpassed. Fair point. Training, training, training. Hearing the disciples' fervent exclamations piqued Xiongqi's curiosity. What was all the commotion about? Soon, he followed the elders into the training tower, where they were awestruck by its formidable presence, lingering inside for quite some time. Xiongqi pushed aside thoughts of reprimanding the monkey, finding himself captivated by more compelling matters. Though occasionally venting his frustration on the monkey was an appealing option, it was merely a fleeting whim. Of course, the monkey remained blissfully unaware of Xiongqi's musings. Upon returning to his quarters, Shen Fei discovered he was not alone. Zhao Jiasen and Shen Qingyin were both present. Shen Fei had been puzzled as to why all the elders had gathered. Leaving only Shen Qingyin behind, it turned out she had come to join his wife. Inside the house, Zhao Jiasen was assisting Shen Qingyin in taking photos. While selfies were appealing, they often failed to capture the full scene. And taking pictures alone could be rather dull. With the two of them together, however, the experience became much more enjoyable. Shen Fei found himself bemused. Had his wife not harbored significant animosity toward Shen Qingyin? Why were they now behaving like close sisters? This conundrum perplexed him immensely. Unbeknownst to him, during their time aboard the battleship, Shen Qingyin had confided in Zhao Jiasen, and they had forged a strong sisterly bond. Upon seeing Shen Fei's figure materialize before them, both women were startled, hastily ceasing their poses for the camera. "Weren't you busy? How did you return so quickly? Your husband is quite capable, requiring little time. However, since you both enjoy photography, it would be best to step outside. You might be in for a surprise." Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Shen Qingyin scoffed. "Don't believe him, Jiasen. He is just trying to deceive you. I want to fall for it." She shot Shen Fei a proud glance. "Fine. Believe what you will. I suddenly remembered something important. I'll be back shortly." Watching Shen Fei's form vanish, Shen Qingyin patted Zhao Jiasen on the shoulder, saying, "See? I told you he was lying." However, Zhao Jiasen ventured outside to take a look, only to be rendered speechless, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Observing Zhao Jiasen's reaction, Shen Qingyin couldn't help but chuckle. "Jiasen, enough already. Are you two conspiring against me?" After uttering those words, Zhao Jiasen remained unfazed, which intrigued Shen Qingyin enough to step outside herself. "I told you not to. Oh my goodness, it's breathtaking, truly delightful." Chapter 66. The Legacy of the Peerless Assassin. Setting aside the two women engrossed in their photo session, Shen Fei sensed a familiar aura and returned to the entrance of the training tower. "Please wait a moment before entering. There is something I wish to discuss with you." Shen Fei appeared, halting the group of individuals rushing ahead. Within the Heavenly Demon sect, many others were equally eager to seize the opportunity presented by the Great Elder's announcement regarding the upgraded training tower and the 100 available spots in the cultivation instrument. With only a week until the selection, everyone was determined to work diligently, as nearly 5,000 individuals vied for a mere 100 opportunities, resulting in considerable competition. Thus, when Shen Fei called out to them, the group felt a twinge of frustration. However, upon turning to see Shen Fei, their discontent dissipated. Why had the ancestor specifically sought them out? Was it possible that there had been an issue with the medicinal pills they had previously received? Yet, they felt no discomfort whatsoever. Indeed, these individuals were the 7 who had been rescued after enduring torment at the hands of Yi Xiong. They hurried toward the training tower, eager to cherish this precious opportunity. "Ancestor, did you summon us for a specific reason?" "Ha ha ha, do not overthink it. Allow me to lead you to a tranquil environment, and then we can discuss matters in detail." With that, the group suddenly experienced a sensation akin to riding the clouds. And in an instant, they found themselves in a serene valley that a smooth, round stone lay before them, upon which Shen Fei seated himself. The 7 stood before him like children caught in wrongdoing, heads bowed, gazing at the ground. "Ah, what troubles you? I harbor no intention of reprimanding you. You are merely overthinking. Sit down, for I genuinely have matters to discuss that pertain to your future cultivation paths. Hearing Shen Fei's words, they relaxed and settled onto the ground, ready to listen attentively. Herein lies the matter. I possess a legacy of elite assassins. Having endured the trials of torment, you have acquired invaluable experiences that are essential for becoming an assassin. One must not only be ruthless toward enemies, but even more so toward oneself. Of course, this path is fraught with high risks and high rewards. Should you choose this path, you will live amidst the duality of killing and being killed, facing numerous perilous tasks that you must undertake. Ultimately, everything is based on voluntary choice, that if you do not wish to pursue this training, simply disregard my words, for this is a treacherous road where death may lurk at any moment. However, I wish for you to be informed. Now, make your choice. The 7 exchanged glances, smiles breaking across their faces. Ancestor, allow us to take on this perilous endeavor. After all, our lives were saved by you. And repaying the sect is our duty. Let us become the sharpest blade in the shadows of the heavenly demon sect. With that declaration, determination shone brightly in their eyes. Initially, they had envisioned diligently cultivating and remaining within the heavenly demon sect to protect it, repaying the kindness shown to them during their rescue. However, they were uncertain when they would possess the power to safeguard everyone. Now, with a new path laid before them, they were unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. Are you all truly resolved? Rest assured, Ancestor, we have made our decision. Finally, Shen Fei nodded, and before each of them appeared a small tome exuding an aura of darkness. This was the reward he had received, the ultimate assassin legacy. Conveniently, there were 7 volumes, perfectly corresponding to the 7 individuals. Since you have all chosen this path, I shall entrust this legacy to you. Work hard. In the selection 1 week from now, do not falter. I expect to see you all succeed. We understand, Ancestor, that we will strive diligently. Shen Fei nodded and, in a flash, transported them back to the entrance of the training tower. Devote yourself to your training. This upgraded cultivation tower will prove beneficial to you. After bidding farewell to Shen Fei, the 7 individuals rushed inside. This moment, time was of the essence. Observing the determination of everyone, Shen Fei, as the founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, felt a profound sense of accomplishment. With this in mind, he decided to host a hot pot gathering in the evening. It was a cherished tradition of the sect that after significant events were resolved, they would engage in such relaxing activities. This occasion would be no exception. Shen Fei initially intended to return home, but upon reflection, he realized that Zhao Jiasen was busy playing with Shen Qingyin, and he would find solitude rather dull. Thus, he ascended to the top floor of the cultivation tower, where his training rooms were located. Reclining on the large bed, he pulled out his phone, navigated to FQ Novels, and began reading a work by an extraordinarily pure author titled Signing In for 10,000 Years. I am directly invincible. The afternoon slipped away, quietly. As night fell, Shen Fei disseminated the news. The Grand Elder and others had already begun preparations. Surrounding the Heavenly Demon Sect were various mountains, abundant with wild beast meat and a plethora of fruits and vegetables. Coincidentally, in the afternoon, Shen Fei tinkered with the system and discovered a daily necessity shop where he could exchange spiritual stones for corresponding items. It was akin to a small supermarket, offering not only daily necessities but also a variety of beverages, including Shen Fei's favorite, Fat House Happy Water. The thought of enjoying a hot pot accompanied by this delightful drink was an enticing prospect. Upon checking the prices, 1 spiritual stone could be exchanged for a can of happy water, with a total of 12 cans available. While this might be considered a steep price for an ordinary person, for the affluent Shen Fei, it was a mere trifle, prompting him to exchange for 1,000 cans. I'll stock up in the system as storage. I have it, yet I want to indulge. I'll just save it. This is pure fun. After a brief internal struggle, Shen Fei could not resist the temptation and condensed his ice power to chill a can of happy water. As he took a sip, he exclaimed, "What a delightful flavor, refreshing." Propping his legs up, he relished this beautiful moment, only getting up from the bed once everything was nearly prepared. Chapter 67. The Birth of Heavenly Demon Happy Water. upon arriving at Mingyue Mountain. Shen Fei found it nearly filled with people, including Zhao Jiesin and Shen Qingyin. Wife, you're here. Why didn't you let me know? Humph. They all said you were busy training in the tower. So, I refrained from disturbing you. However, I suspect you were just slacking off, weren't you? At that moment, Shen Fei leaned closer to Zhao Jiesin, who pinched the soft flesh at his waist. No. How could that be? I've been researching ways to improve our lives. You must trust me. Seeing Shen Fei's slightly exaggerated expression, Zhao Jiesin burst into laughter. All right, I didn't mean to blame you. With your strength, you can do as you please. I want to interfere. Haha, I've told you, in this realm, I'm the strongest. How does it feel to be shielded by such a powerful man? Doesn't it feel like you've latched onto a sturdy leg? Humph. Whether I've latched onto your leg or not, if you keep talking like that, don't expect to cling to mine tonight. Humph. Oh, come on, wife. You've turned a bit wicked. Whatever happened to my pure and innocent wife? I've warned you not to hang out with Shen Qingyin. She'll influence you. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Zhao Jiesin blushed and leaned closer, biting his shoulder. Say another word, and I'll bite you to death. Can't we just enjoy the hot pot? Since that's the case, I'd better comply. If I keep talking, will you agree to that matter? What matter? The one you just mentioned. Separate the word bite and you'll understand. Go to hell? I want to agree to that. What are you even thinking about? I need to set you straight. Hearing Shen Fei's bold remarks, Zhao Jiesin was both infuriated and shy.as the two playfully bickered. The surrounding disciples of the heavenly demon sect felt as if they were seated beneath a lemon tree, each holding a lemon, the air thick with the scent of romance. Who could withstand such a scene? Ever since many young ladies joined the heavenly demon sect, couples have been increasingly common, leaving the single individuals to endure not only Shen Fei and his partner's affection, but also the couples around them. This was quite disheartening for them. Eventually, the master sat at one table, couples at another, and the single individuals at yet another, that in the end, it turned out that this hot pot gathering truly fostered numerous couples. Of course, that was a story for another time. For now, they were merely consuming dog food, and suddenly, the food on the table seemed less appetizing. In a corner, Shen Qingyin observed the playful exchange between the two, feeling quite uncomfortable as she had already consumed most of the drinks on her table. All right, wife, I really want to show you something. This is something I concocted this afternoon, and it's exceptionally delicious. A perfect match for real hot pot. Would you like to give it a try? Saying this, Shen Fei produced a can of Fat House Happy Water to TO them. This can was a novel item they had never encountered before. Wife! Hurry, taste it. How does it feel? He opened the can and handed it to Zhao Jiesin. Everyone listen up. I have a new type of beverage here. You can all give it a try out if it's good. I have plenty more. With that, thousands of cans of happy water appeared around Shen Fei, flying toward everyone with his precise control. Naturally, everyone was eager to try this intriguing red can. Soon, a chorus of delightful sounds erupted. The drink was simply exquisite. Master, this is incredibly delicious. You're amazing. Everything the master creates is exceptional. It's fantastic. The master is eternally divine. Master, what is this beverage called? How can it taste so good? Hearing the praises, Shen Fei responded. This delightful concoction is called Fat House on No. It is called Heavenly Demon Happy Water. Seeing you all enjoy it so much is precisely how it got its name. The master remains unparalleled, eternally divine. After a sip, I truly feel an overwhelming sense of joy. I must have another. With Shen Fei's drink enhancing their experience, the hot pot became even more exhilarating, leading to a prolonged gathering. Eventually, Shen Fei sank into his chair, and Zhao Jiesin fed him morsels one by one, with chilled happy water nearby. Life couldn't be more delightful. I must say, Jiesin, you're too indulgent with him. Look how lazy he has become. Let us go play. He can manage on his own. I'm fine with that. Cooking is quite enjoyable, and I find it fun. All right. You hopeless. With that, Shen Qingyin shot Shen Fei a glare before returning to her seat. Wife, I'm done. I'm full now. Allow me to perform a little show for you. Saying this, Shen Fei wrapped his arms around Zhao Jiesin's waist and lifted her. What are you doing? There are so many people here. Let us talk about this later. My dear wife, what are you thinking? I am taking you to see something. Look up at the sky. That's what I want to show you. Shen Fei's words resonated clearly, prompting everyone present to lift their heads, curious about what Shen Fei had created. Suddenly, what had been a pitch-black night sky was illuminated by an exceptionally bright star twinkling above point 2, 10, 100. More and more stars began to shimmer, forming a brilliant Milky Way, breathtakingly beautiful, among the stars. Numerous shooting stars streaked across the sky, creating a stunning spectacle. Gradually, the stars seemed to coalesce into a unique pattern, that of the enchanting woman in Shen Fei's embrace, the empress of the heavenly demon sect. Zhao Jiasen, the ethereal beauty formed in the sky, surrounded by flowers, was shrouded in a dreamlike aura, enhancing its allure. What do you think of this gift? Isn't it beautiful? Shen Fei asked, looking down at the mesmerized beauty in his arms. It's beautiful. Very thoughtful. I'll reward you with a kiss. At this moment, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect erupted into cheers. The master's display of affection had reached an entirely new level. Chapter 68. Speaking out of fear of startling you after the conclusion of the evening gathering, everything within the celestial demon sect returned to its usual state at this moment. All disciples were fervently striving for opportunities to partake in the cultivation ceremony, creating a bustling atmosphere. Throughout the week, the celestial demon sect had become largely devoid of any visible disciple activity. Even when glimpsed, they appeared hurried, each one eager to seize this rare chance. Similarly, at this time within the palace of the Night Ming Empire, now transformed into the palace of the Celestial Demon Empire, the atmosphere was equally vibrant, undergoing rapid construction. With the addition of 200 formidable Imperial-level experts, the progress was astonishing. What might have taken months was completed in a mere 3 days. Just moments ago, Shen Fei received an invitation to lead the members of the Celestial Demon Sect to attend the coronation ceremony of the Celestial Demon Empire the following day. However, as most disciples were engaged in the cultivation tower, Shen Fei planned only to bring the elders along. Due to the sudden turn of events, many of the 12 county princesses of Yuzhou were dissatisfied. Thus, the presence of the Celestial Demon Sect was indeed necessary to maintain order. That on the eve of their departure, Shen Fei arrived at the palace. Who are you? Are you unaware that this is a restricted area of the palace? Entering here could cost you your head. Leave at once, and I shall pretend I have not seen you. The moment Shen Fei appeared, he was intercepted by a palace maid. Her face was somewhat unfamiliar. Evidently, she had not been present during the palace's upheaval. Otherwise, her impression of Shen Fei would have been particularly vivid. Oh, are you new here? How can you still waste time chatting here? I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Hurry and leave. Seeing Shen Fei's leisurely demeanor, the young maid became increasingly anxious that in her haste, she disregarded Shen Fei's words and physically attempted to push him out. What are you doing? This is the palace, not a place for your antics. Take your flirtations outside. When the emperor arrives, be prepared for punishment. At that moment, a stern voice echoed through the air, causing the young maid to lower her head, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Today was her first opportunity to enter the palace, assigned to clean the halls, yet she never anticipated such an incident would occur, leaving her with no retreat and facing punishment. A stroke of bad luck indeed. Nevertheless, she did not vent her frustration on Shen Fei. In her eyes, he was merely a newcomer, for otherwise he would not be present here at all. Enough. Do not concern yourself with me. Quickly go. I shall bear the punishment alone. Hey, I told you it's nothing to worry about. You'll see in due time. Observing Shen Fei's confident demeanor, coupled with his strikingly handsome features, it was hard to resist. After being pushed back by her, he seemed to falter, giving the impression of fragility, devoid of any aura of cultivation. Could it be that this man had some connection with the Empress? He carries such confidence. Could he be one of the Emperor's consorts? The young maid murmured quietly, though even the faintest sound was audible to Shen Fei that moment. He felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing she had mistaken him for a pretty boy. No, that's not it. Revealing my true identity would indeed startle you. I think it's best I refrain from disclosing it. The young maid shot him a disdainful glance, her youthful exuberance shining through. Observing her predicament within the palace walls, Shen Fei felt a twinge of pity, not in a romantic sense, but rather like that of an older brother for a younger sister. I did mention earlier, you all should hurry to the back to accept your punishment. Do you wish to court death? The icy voice resounded once more, and its owner soon appeared before Shen Fei and the young maid. Head supervisor. We were in the wrong. This individual breached the rules and sullied the palace that I failed to keep watch. It is my fault. Punish me instead. The young maid lowered her head, staring at her toes, bracing for the impending reprimand. However, the stern supervisor remained silent, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Thus, she lifted her gaze, only to find the supervisor's eyes wide with terror, as if witnessing something profoundly horrifying, her entire being trembling. Supervisor, what troubles you? The maid queried, but the woman remained unresponsive, still ensnared in her fear. She was one of the two palace maids that Bai Mingyun had intended to rescue. Had Shen Fei not intervened, they would have perished in the heavenly tribulation to that moment. Shen Fei had left an indelible impression on their minds, akin to that of a great demon, explaining their current trepidation upon seeing him. Enough! Compose yourself. I have no intention of harming you. Why are you so anxious? Where is Bai Mingyun? I do not see her. Reporting to the ancestor, Her Majesty was just inspecting the coronation ceremony, which she is overseeing herself, and is currently en route here. Understood. You may leave now. Inform her that I am here awaiting her arrival for an important discussion. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the maid appeared to relax, quickly departing the scene. Who precisely are you? Observing this exchange, the young maid finally grasped the gravity of Shen Fei's status. He was indeed a significant figure, capable of addressing the emperor by name. I warned you that revealing my identity would startle you. Do you believe me now? Humph. I am not easily frightened. If there is nothing else, kindly vacate this area. I still have cleaning to attend to. Chapter 69. Get the scene set up for me with that. The young maid gave Shen Fei a push and resumed her cleaning duties. Watching her adorable antics, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile as he reclined on the opulent dragon chair in the grand hall. You truly have no fear for your life. The royal authority is not to be trifled with. You ought to get down, for the Empress is approaching. Even if you manage to intimidate the supervisor, the Empress will not hesitate to end your life. It's fine. This wretched chair is far less comfortable than my sofa at home. Truly, one cannot enjoy themselves at all. Initially seated, Shen Fei then leaned back, resting his head on his hands, crossing his legs in utter comfort. Humph. Since you are oblivious to your own peril, I shall no longer concern myself with you. With that, the young maid shot him a glare before returning to her tasks. Previously, upon hearing the supervisor refer to him as ancestor, she was bewildered by the implications of such a title. Who was this young man? Coming from a humble background, her understanding of the celestial demon sect was limited to mere snippets of information. Before long, Bai Mingyun arrived, aware that Shen Fei had come seeking her. She hastily set aside her work and rushed over. Upon seeing the Empress, the young maid was startled into a bow, and as she lowered her head, she discreetly signaled to Shen Fei. Your Majesty. Yes, enough. There is no need for further cleaning here. You may leave. Yes. The young maid stood, preparing to depart, but was halted by Shen Fei's voice. There is no need for her to leave. I wish to take her to the celestial demon sect. She fears breaching her contract. As her family cannot afford the compensation, what do you say, Master? Ancestor, you may decide as you wish. There is no need to consult me on this matter. Initially intending to address Shen Fei as Master, she quickly corrected herself, recalling his earlier request to be called Ancestor. I know I can take her directly, but she does not believe in my abilities. I still require your royal approval, don't I? Shen Fei said, smiling as he spoke to Bai Mingyun. Well then, do you believe me now? Come with me to the celestial demon sect. You will find a far superior environment for cultivation than being a mere palace maid. What do you think? The young maid looked from Shen Fei to Bai Mingyun and ultimately nodded in agreement. Originally, in her conjecture, Shen Fei was at most a relative of the Empress, which would explain his audacity. However, it now appeared that even the Empress treated him with utmost respect, which was rather puzzling. It seemed that she would need to find a moment to inquire about Shen Fei's true identity. Very well. You may leave for now and wait for me outside. I shall escort you back shortly. Oh, all right. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the young girl swiftly exited the palace. As she stepped outside, she encountered the previous supervisor and approached to inquire further. That moment, Bai Mingyun had also arrived by Shen Fei's side. Her demeanor respectful, leaning in closely as the imposing aura of the Empress had vanished. I have come to present you with a gift. What is it? A pill that, once consumed, will awaken your innate talents, elevating you directly to the 9th star of the Emperor rank. What do you think? From the outset, Shen Fei could sense that the woman before him, though seemingly delicate, had already attained a ruler's level of power. During her confinement in the cold palace, she had diligently cultivated her abilities. However, such overexertion in her training meant that, while her progress was swift, she could only reach the ruler level throughout her lifetime. This was precisely why Shen Fei decided to offer her the pill, having received 10 additional ones as rewards, bringing his total to 11. Indeed, a lavish fortune. Do you truly possess such a pill? Of course. Why would I deceive you? After all, you are a sovereign, and your strength must be enhanced. I shall give you 3 pills. Consume them alongside the 2 maidens from before. Their powers have yet to reach the ruler level, but I can catalyze their growth through the pills. However, this will lead to an unstable foundation. Let them choose for themselves. I will assist you in protecting the law, and tonight you shall break through. Tomorrow, I assure you, there will be those from other states who will foolishly attempt to offend the majesty of the heavenly demon empire, and you will need to show them their place. At this, Shen Fei could not help but laugh, genuinely looking forward to the events of the following day. Yes, I understand that I shall uphold the dignity of the heavenly demon empire. You need not worry. Perhaps motivated by the prospect of enhancing her own strength, Bai Mingyun's movements became a tad more pronounced. As Shen Fei lay on the bed, leaning forward, he inadvertently revealed a significant expanse of fair skin. Naturally, Shen Fei's gaze caught this, and he swallowed hard, for a man in his prime. It was indeed a challenge to withstand, and it seemed that tonight, Zhao Jiasen would once again endure more than she ought to. Bai Mingyun also noticed the situation, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Master, you need not hold back. Whatever you desire, I shall not resist. After speaking, she perched herself at the edge of the dragon throne, grasping her garment. Had Shen Fei not intervened, she would have surely disrobed. No, that is not my intention. We can discuss this later. For now, focus on your breakthrough. The pills are here. I shall take my leave, he declared before vanishing from sight, for he truly could not endure any longer. Why rush away? I won't bite. With that, Bai Mingyun chuckled to herself. Outside the palace, the young girl previously favored by Shen Fei now grasped the extent of his identity. The royal family he had destroyed, his position as the current empress's master, the founder of the heavenly demon sect, and the emperor's consort. The weight of these titles left her utterly astounded. Had Shen Fei himself proclaimed such truths, she would have certainly doubted them. In the next moment, Shen Fei appeared before them. What were you all discussing? Master, so you truly are that formidable. Did I not tell you? Now I believe it. Will I also become strong after joining the heavenly demon sect? That remains uncertain. However, with diligence, you can certainly become exceptionally powerful. After this, Shen Fei turned his gaze to Bai Mingyun's attendant, now the current supervisor. Do you not have a sister? Call her over. It is time to enhance your powers and prepare to make a statement tomorrow. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, she appeared momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Just a humble maid, she had never anticipated ascending to the position of royal supervisor. And now, Shen Fei intended to aid her in strengthening her abilities. How could she not be exhilarated? Without further hesitation, she summoned her sister, recognizing that opportunities to enhance their strength were rare and must be cherished. Although they had been cultivating for quite some time, their abilities and talents were rather average, leaving them far from reaching the ruler level. However, this posed no challenge for Shen Fei. He had previously inquired about the system, learning that the pill could elevate one directly to the 9th star of the Emperor rank. If consumed in halves, it would suffice to achieve the ruler level, but to ascend further to the 9th star of the Emperor rank would require double the dosage. Thus, to elevate both of them to the 9th star, a total of 5 pills would be necessary. With 10 pills still in his possession, using half would not cause Shen Fei any distress, and without hesitation, he administered them. Consequently, there were now 3 individuals within the royal family at the 9th star of the Emperor rank. Though they had been catalyzed, their strength was sufficient to easily defeat those at the 6th star level. Pondering the reward he had received, a portal, he decided to designate this location and the heavenly demon sect as teleportation points, ensuring that even in the event of danger, they could swiftly escape to safety. After a brief flurry of activity, the 3 individuals broke through simultaneously within the palace, while Shen Fei remained outside. He concealed the aura of the palace, including the energy from the breakthroughs. After a moment of mental probing, he discovered numerous spiritual energies nearby. All observing the palace's movements, that it appeared that these were forces from other counties. Quietly monitoring the royal residence, with a slight motion of his spiritual energy, all probing presences vanished, along with their lives. This is dire. Our reconnaissance experts have inexplicably succumbed, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Here as well, we dispatched 4 experts, and they all perished at once. Who could have done this? Do you know of any suspicious individuals? I suspect the palace's trash would be incapable of discovering our presence. Report, my lady, we are equally in the dark. All we know is that our consciousness momentarily faltered, and then these individuals collapsed. At the high table, the lady waved her hand, signaling them to withdraw, leaving her alone to ponder. It seems this empress is no ordinary figure. Not only did she seize the throne, but she also managed to eliminate these spiritual experts without their awareness. Such methods are indeed terrifying. Tomorrow promises to be most intriguing. With that, we shall pause the events here. After waiting outside for a while, Shen Fei, feeling bored, resumed chatting with the young girl. Although Bai Mingyun had already consented to her joining the heavenly demon sect, and she need not continue her duties, she could not sit idle and persisted in her cleaning. You need not clean any longer. Why not come over and chat for a while? Humph. I won't. You are so lazy. Hurry aside and do not disturb my work. But you are already set to join me in the heavenly demon sect. These tasks need not trouble you. Others will take care of them. It is fine. Let me help. The royal family has provided finances, and I must do my utmost. Otherwise, would that not be quite shameless? Very well, do as you please. However, after all our conversations, I still do not know your name. Aren't you clever? Why not guess? I guess you're named Little Pig. Absolutely not. You are the pig. Then perhaps Little Dog? You are the dog. Who guesses names like that? Never mind, I should just tell you. My name is Wen Xiaoxin. Quite simple, isn't it? Xiaoxin. Quite a lovely name that I am Shen Fei. You may call me Brother Fei. Oh, all right, Shen Fei, I understand. The young girl clearly did not adhere to Shen Fei's suggestion, which amused him. It had been quite some time since he encountered such an innocent young lady. After we conclude here, you shall return with me to the heavenly demon sect. Would you like to bid farewell to your family? Sure, can I really? I, too, long to return home. That be why now, my brother must have already taken a wife. I wish to pay a visit, but is it truly permissible? Of course, what I say holds considerable weight within the heavenly demon sect. That is splendid news. When shall we depart, Brother Fei? Weren't you previously reluctant to call me that? What has prompted this change? Upon hearing Shen Fei's remark, Wen Xiaoxin shyly lowered her head. Her eagerness to express gratitude for Shen Fei's assistance in allowing her to return home had caused her to exclaim in excitement. His inquiry left her at a loss for words. I shan't tease you any longer. Come with me, that I intend to construct a teleportation array here to return directly to the heavenly demon sect. Would you care to witness it? Naturally, when Xiaoxin nodded in agreement. She had just heard the supervisor speak of Shen Fei's formidable prowess, yet she had yet to witness it with her own eyes. This was the perfect opportunity. She was also quite intrigued by the concept of array formations, so she eagerly followed in Shen Fei's wake. Shen Fei led her directly to the treasury of the Heavenly Demon Empire, where a vast expanse of open land stood ready for the construction of the teleportation array. Who are you? The treasury is a forbidden area for the royal family. No unauthorized personnel are allowed. Before he could finish his sentence, The guard stationed at the treasury was taken aback to see Shen Fei approaching that moment. The palace was bustling with activity, and only 4 guards remained to safeguard this place. Upon recognizing Shen Fei, the deep-seated fear within them erupted, causing the guard who had been shouting to fall silent. Master, we were unaware of your arrival. We beg your forgiveness for our rudeness." With that, the 4 guards knelt on the ground, their faces paling as if they were facing death itself. "What are you doing? Look at how frightened they are." When Xiaoxin, walking behind, glanced up at Shen Fei, finding him quite handsome and not at all intimidating. "I have done nothing. You may all rise that I merely wish to construct a teleportation array here, and I have no intention of causing you any trouble." Hearing Shen Fei's words, the 4 guards breathed a sigh of relief, yet they remained kneeling, too terrified to stand. Suddenly, Shen Fei felt a kick and turned to find the culprit was none other than Wen Xiaoxin. "What are you doing? Why did you kick me? How could you not know? Hurry and tell them to rise. You wouldn't want them to remain kneeling indefinitely, would you?" Shen Fei remained silent, while the 4 guards were horrified. They were equally impressed by Wen Xiaoxin's audacity. After all, she was just a mere palace maid confronting a formidable demon. "Master, it is quite all right. We are comfortable kneeling. This young maid must be new and unaware of your esteemed status. We hope you will not hold it against her." Witnessing this scene, even Shen Fei found it somewhat amusing that he had never intended for these guards to remain kneeling. "It was their own choice," Shen Fei exclaimed. "I am wronged. You may all rise. I am not angry. Once you are up, simply step aside." After saying this, Shen Fei turned to Wen Xiaoxin. "Are you satisfied now? You should step aside as well. Constructing the array may involve unforeseen risks. Safety comes first." "Understood. Understood that I shall leave at once." With that, when Xiaoxin hopped away, Shen Fei stood there, unfurling the blueprint for the teleportation array, and with a wave of his hand, a ghostly blue light enveloped him. "You truly are bold. You dare to kick the master. The great demon, you are my idol. Indeed, it's astonishing that you remain unscathed." Hearing the surrounding guards speak in awe, Wen Xiaoxin found it hard to believe. Was Shen Fei truly regarded as such a terrifying figure in their eyes? In this brief time, she had not sensed anything of the sort. "I am uncertain, but do you truly fear him that much?" Wen Xiaoxin's questions sparked recollections of their earlier encounter, causing their bodies to tremble. They had been present during that moment when Shen Fei's wrath could have spelled their doom. Having experienced the fleeting brush with death under Shen Fei's command, how could one not feel fear? In the ensuing moments, when Xiaoxin listened to their embellished tales of the demonized Shen Fei, finding it rather entertaining, akin to listening to a captivating story. "By the way, having shared so much, how did you come to accompany him? You appear to be a recently arrived palace maid as well." "Just earlier, while cleaning the palace, I encountered him that he remarked on my exceptional talent for cultivation and offered to take me to the heavenly demon sect. I agreed, and soon I shall depart from here. Yet I am curious about what the heavenly demon sect is like. Cleaning here is rather easy." Upon hearing Wen Xiaoxin's comments, the others sighed in exasperation. "What do you know? Countless people strive to enter the heavenly demon sect but fail. Their standards for accepting disciples are exceedingly high, and the number of spots available is incredibly limited. To gain direct entry is a tremendous honor. Indeed, I wish to join as well, but my chances have passed. You must seize this opportunity. Going to the heavenly demon sect is tantamount to bringing glory to your family. What are you still concerned about?" As they extolled the virtues of the sect, Wen Xiaoxin rolled her eyes. Surely, it could not be as splendid as they claimed. She would know soon enough once she joined. After a while, their conversation ceased, and the immense blue light emanating from Shen Fei became increasingly brilliant. As if surrounding light had been eclipsed by it, the entire realm appeared suffused with this ghostly blue hue, exuding a refreshing aura that, of course, this was a spectacle only they could witness, as the passage of time and space outside had been entirely severed by Shen Fei. When the ghostly blue light reached its peak brilliance, the guards shielded their eyes, fearing they might be blinded. Once the intense light faded, they slowly opened their eyes, and what lay before them was nothing short of breathtaking. Before Shen Fei stood a grand, ancient stone door, encircled by a ring of massive blue crystals radiating an enchanting glow, slowly revolving around the door. This exquisitely crafted structure had been erected by Shen Fei in such a brief span of time. It was truly astonishing. He clapped his hands, feeling the toll of energy it took to create the teleportation array, particularly on his mental faculties. Given that this was his first attempt, the successful outcome was remarkable in itself. Well, the matter here is settled. Let us proceed. We shall construct another array within the heavenly demon sect, thereby activating the teleportation formation. With that, an ancient token appeared in Shen Fei's hand, which he tossed to the guards. You all should head to the palace shortly. Inform the Empress of the completion of her breakthrough and deliver this token to her. She will know how to utilize it. Yes, Master. We shall fulfill the task flawlessly. Shen Fei nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Xiaoxin. She understood that he intended to take her to bid farewell to her family and naturally followed suit. Young lady, upon entering the heavenly demon sect, do make an effort. It is a far greater opportunity than being a mere palace maid. Indeed. Give it your all. Hearing their encouragement, Wen Xiaoxin nodded. I will strive to do my best. Everyone, please do the same. With that, she joined Shen Fei's side. Shall we go? Why are you not moving? Observing Shen Fei standing still, Wen Xiaoxin wore a puzzled expression. My dear girl, you haven't informed me where your home is. How could I possibly proceed? Do you think I possess omniscience? Oh, I completely forgot. I will lead the way. Just follow me. Just as she was about to set off, she found herself lifted into the air, Shen Fei having taken flight with her. This was her first experience soaring through the skies, and the sensation was delightful, as if sensing her thoughts. Shen Fei smiled and said, Do not worry, before long. You too shall be able to fly like this. When Xiaoxin nodded emphatically, her resolve to diligently cultivate growing stronger. Under Wen Xiaoxin's guidance, they swiftly arrived at her doorstep, only to be met with a cacophony of raised voices from within. I have told you repeatedly to refrain from gambling, yet you refuse to listen. Now look what has happened. Nothing left. You two are truly infuriating. Chapter 72. The awareness of one's own condition upon witnessing the astonished expression on Wen Xiaoxin's face. Shen Fei discerned that she was unaware of the matter at hand. Thus, he refrained from immediately entering, choosing instead to suppress his presence and eavesdrop on their conversation. Is there truly no alternative? It is entirely our fault for not exercising restraint. Mother, did you not purchase a bracelet? Let us pawn it, one of them suggested. Indeed, my son is correct. That trinket serves no purpose other than to flaunt, another chimed in. Humph. I refuse. We agreed to split the proceeds equally, and Xiaoxin is still oblivious to this situation. A woman inside retorted, retrieving a bracelet she had coveted for quite some time to scrutinize it closely. Speaking of which, Xiaoxin is adorably novice. If I were not counting on her to sell something for us, I would have long since claimed her as my own, one of the men remarked. You foolish boy. With wealth at your disposal, what need have you for women? In just a span of 3 years, the palace offered us such a substantial sum. Xiaoxin could amass a fortune. Fortunately, I did not sell her to that rascal Wangermatzi in the West, another man replied. Indeed, your foresight has proven invaluable. Since we took in the amnesiac girl, our lives have improved significantly. She diligently aids us in our labor, and now that she has entered the palace, our family has become even more prosperous. When Xiaoxin's brother laughed heartily. How astute of you both! She would never suspect that our family's poverty was merely an act. Each meal we feigned in front of her is part of the ruse. Ha ha! That little girl thinks we are being charitable by offering her our leftovers, unaware that she toils relentlessly for us. Ha ha ha! As the father and son exchanged such remarks, the middle-aged woman grew increasingly agitated. Are you still mocking me? Were it not for your exceptional acting skills, she would have seen through our charade long ago. Thankfully, we wait until she has finished eating before we partake. At this, the trio erupted into laughter. However, upon hearing their conversation, Wen Xiaoxin's face turned ashen. The truth was far more harrowing than she had imagined. She realized she was not their daughter. They were merely exploiting her under the guise of parental care. Deceived for so long and yet oblivious. She was now being sold off while counting their money. Tears streamed down her face as she pondered her predicament. What shall we do now? You refused to pawn the bracelet, and we are in dire need of funds. Don't blame me. Were it not for you two gambling with the money, this predicament would not have arisen. Very well, mother, we understand. Please forgive us this once. We shall never gamble again. Upon hearing their pleas, the middle-aged woman simply shook her head. At this juncture, we are left with but one option. Whether to pursue it is entirely up to your discretion. Upon her suggestion, the remaining father and son became increasingly animated. If we secretly sell her off to the palace for a few years, we could acquire the funds we need. After all, she will likely remain there, and we would merely be securing the money for immediate use. The father and son chuckled, envisioning their newfound wealth. Let us proceed with this plan. We should depart at once to avoid any unforeseen complications. Yes, indeed. Mother, you need not accompany us. Father and I shall handle it that we can bring back the money ourselves. The middle-aged woman slapped his head lightly. Oh, so you think you can take all the profits for yourselves? I see through your little scheme. Come, let us all go together that we shall split the proceeds fairly, but do not expect to claim a share of my portion. With that, she rose and prepared to leave with her son and husband. Upon opening the door, they were startled to find Wen Xiaoxin standing there with a man. Wen Xiaoxin, we were just discussing you. How did you return so swiftly? Sister, why have you come back? Were you expelled from the palace? Father, mother, please do not say another word. This uncouth sister of mine is clearly a source of shame. If she has been cast out, we will owe a hefty sum in compensation. Yes, you know, our family is already in dire straits. Hurry back to the palace and plead for their forgiveness. Seeing Wen Xiaoxin before them filled them with trepidation, not due to fear of exposure, but because if she had indeed been expelled, they would owe 3 times the amount stipulated in their contract. They had long since squandered that money. Where would they find a means to repay? As they uttered their self-serving reassurances, tears streamed down Wen Xiaoxin's face. She had never anticipated such an outcome. Everything she had endured was rooted in deception. Even now, they continued to extract every last vestige of her worth. Was money truly so paramount? Anyone would surely crumble under such circumstances. Let us go swiftly. I will take you back, that I implore you. They will surely accept you. The middle-aged woman urged, grasping Wen Xiaoxin's hand to lead her away. Completely dismissing Shen Fei. Let go. I heard everything you said. You intend to sell me to the palace, do you not? At this point, you should speak more openly. Wen Xiaoxin's tone was icy, yet Shen Fei detected a dark undertone beneath her cold exterior. He had long sensed that this girl was extraordinary, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that something was amiss. Ha! So you figured it out. Allow me to be candid with you. One of the men sneered. You are not our child. Were it not for our intervention, you would have perished in the wilderness. That you not owe us a debt of gratitude. We have provided you with a means to survive. That is our greatest kindness. You should be grateful. Faced with the vile expressions of this family, Shen Fei could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Oh, how clever you are with your twisted reasoning. Deceiving a mere girl is one thing. But do you not feel any shame? As Shen Fei spoke, the family's focus shifted entirely to him. Ah, so the little girl has found herself a bold companion. Where did you pluck this wild brat from? However, I must admit, you are quite the catch. It would be a shame if you were merely a palace eunuch, for you would miss out on the finest pleasures of life. The middle-aged woman's discomfort was palpable as she compared her husband and son, who appeared rather unappealing next to Shen Fei's striking looks. Were he not a eunuch, she might have found herself drawn to him. How bold of you to seek a man. It appears it's time for a proper lesson. Wen Xiaoxin's brother. Wen Yi seethed, his anger directed at Shen Fei. Though Wen Xiaoxin appeared frail, she should still be regarded as his possession. He had plans to deceive the innocent girl into his bed. Now, Shen Fei had thwarted those intentions. Despite his desire to act, he found himself rooted to the spot, able to speak yet utterly immobilized. Oh, you wish to confront us? Come then, I am standing right here. Feel free to approach. With that, Shen Fei gestured provocatively, inciting their ire to a boiling point. You brat, what sorcery have you employed? Release us at once, or we shall report you for trespassing. Oh, I shall be waiting right here. Whoever fails to show is nothing but a coward. Are you little? Before he could finish, Shen Fei waved his hand, and the three found themselves unable to utter a word. Silence. Not a single sound escapes your mouths. All mere drivel. How utterly revolting. At that moment, when Xiaoxin's tear-streaked face, resembling a withering flower, evoked a pang of sympathy in Shen Fei. What troubles you? Do not concern yourself with these scoundrels. They are not worth your time if it weighs heavily on your conscience. I can eliminate them all for you. As he spoke, a murderous glint flickered in Shen Fei's eyes as he glanced at the trio, who felt as though a knife was poised at their throats. Sensing that with but a thought from him, their lives could be extinguished. The feeling was truly terrifying, one they had never experienced before, especially that warmth, which led to an immediate accident. No, it's unnecessary. Just let them go. After all, they have assisted me for some time, albeit through deception, and provided me with a place to land. Let us part ways without any debts. Next time I encounter such individuals, I will personally end their lives. At that moment, an extraordinarily fearsome malevolent force erupted from Xiaoxin, a power that even the four great beasts had never possessed. Consequently, she collapsed, perhaps overwhelmed by the immense shock, her mental energy exhausted to the brink of unconsciousness. Shen Fei supported her with one hand and turned to face the three individuals who remained frozen in place. I truly yearn to eliminate you scoundrels, but the young lady has requested that I spare you. You would do well not to seek her out again, or else... With that, Shen Fei waved his hand, cleaving a massive mountain before them in two. Just stand there. By nightfall, you shall be free. After speaking, Shen Fei vanished, leaving the three individuals exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. Once they were released from their immobilization, their bodies felt numb, nearly rendering their legs useless. Having witnessed Shen Fei's terrifying might, the desire for revenge they once harbored vanished entirely. They prepared to tuck their tails between their legs and behave, for no one desires death, after all. Qingyin, come here. Upon reaching the Tianma sect, Shen Fei sought out Shen Qingyin, requesting her to look after the girl. After all, he couldn't simply bring her back to his own home. Master, I didn't realize you had such tastes. However, this little sister looks rather pale and frail. Any girl from our sect would surpass her in beauty. What are you thinking? It's not like that. Saving a life is worth more than a pagoda of 7 stories, that I am merely acting out of righteous benevolence. Oh, I see. You wish to engage in a nurturing game, fearing that Xian might discover it. So you hid her here? Shen Fei was about to speak, but was interrupted by Shen Qingyin. All right, I understand that I will help you keep the secret and ensure Xian remains oblivious. So you need not worry. However, I must say a word or two to you. Since you've taken her in, why not consider me? I won't compete for your affection or harbor jealousy. I can alleviate your loneliness during dull moments. And let me quietly tell you, my skills in playing the Xiao far exceed those on the Guqin. With that, she stepped closer to Shen Fei as a man of propriety. Shen Fei was taken aback by such an overt advance and promptly made a hasty retreat. At that moment, Shen Qingyin flashed a sly smile and directly called Zhao Jiasen down on the surface. She would appear to be on his side, but she would turn around and inform Zhao Jiasen. Of course, Shen Fei was unaware of this. He did not return home directly, otherwise he would have overheard the conversation between Shen Qingyin and Zhao Jiasen that he still needed to complete the other half of the teleportation array for the Tianma sect. Following the same method as before, this construction was considerably easier than the last time. The teleportation array was established atop Mingyue Mountain, an ideal open space for tinkering with such matters. Master, what is this you are constructing? As Shen Fei arrived, several disciples gathered around, and a deep blue light erupted, revealing a stone door that fused antiquity with advanced technology. This is the teleportation array connecting our Tianma sect to the imperial palace of the Tianma Empire. Step through, and you will arrive directly in the imperial palace. Master is truly remarkable. Such a grand structure completed in such a short time. Indeed, it is rather swift. Let us not digress. Master is eternal. Hearing their praises, Shen Fei reminded them with a hint of annoyance. You best not tamper with this. Without a powerhouse of emperor-level strength to escort you, entering will result in instant annihilation. Exercise caution, and do not forget. You all have not been training. The assessment is in 4 days. After speaking, he did not wait for their reactions and slipped away, for he could only imagine what further absurdities they might utter if he lingered. Chapter 74. The angry little pig. When Shen Fei returned home, he found Zhao Jiesin sitting alone on the sofa. Intelligent, brave, decisive, and handsome, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off in this quiet environment. He could detect a hint of murderous intent. My dear wife, who has dared to anger you? Tell me, and I shall ensure they meet their demise. Shen Fei approached Zhao Jiesin and said, Are you certain you want to kill them? Of course. They must die, and in the most brutal manner. Who dares to bully my wife? Oh, well then, since the enemy is near but the target is far, you might as well strike yourself down. Hearing Zhao Jiesin's response, Shen Fei was momentarily taken aback. I haven't done anything. How could I have upset you? His words only served to infuriate Zhao Jiesin further. Bringing a girl home without informing her and hiding her at Shen Qingyin's. What was that all about? Still in denial. Yinyin has already told me everything. Upon hearing Zhao Jiesin's words, Shen Fei inwardly scorned Shen Qingyin before hastily launching into an explanation. The more he explained, the angrier Zhao Jiesin became. Not only had he brought home a strange girl, but he had also secretly sought out by Meng Yun. Unforgivable. I was wrong, my wife. I promise to inform you, if I go anywhere else, this was truly an accident. And it will not happen again, all right? Not good. Sitting on the sofa with her lips pursed, Zhao Jiesin moved slightly away whenever Shen Fei tried to get closer, refusing to allow him to draw near. Seeing Zhao Jiesin's adorable demeanor, Shen Fei was determined to persist. He understood the principle of chasing after one's wife is akin to a funeral pyre, but he forcefully sat beside her, pressing her head into his embrace to prevent her from escaping. I truly was in the wrong. I promise it won't happen again. I had urgent matters to attend to. Considering this is the Tianma Empire, we can say that all of Yuzhou is now ours, and surely there will be many who wish to cause trouble in the counties tomorrow. I was merely making arrangements in advance. Although Zhao Jiesin remained unmoved, the anger etched on her brow had vanished without a trace. This time, Shen Fei, naturally, would not bring it up directly, but would instead employ another approach. He spotted Zhao Jiesin's phone resting on the table, fiddled with it for a moment, and downloaded a simple game in their era. Such casual games had become mundane, but here, it was a novel concept that would surely capture Zhao Jiesin's attention. Indeed, it was that game, suitable for all ages, wherein angry little pigs launched attacks against various hat-wearing birds. The angry birds, noticing that Zhao Jiesin was still unresponsive, yet her gaze had drifted toward him. Shen Fei took note of this, but did not inform her. Instead, he began to play. Whoosh, bang, chirp, chirp, chirp. The amusing sounds of pigs occasionally echoed, captivating Zhao Jiesin's attention. She instinctively leaned closer, her large eyes blinking eagerly at Shen Fei. However, Shen Fei appeared utterly absorbed in the game, oblivious to Zhao Jiesin's presence. If you won't show me, then I won't look. Who cares? With all those animal sounds, it must not be fun. Zhao Jiesin sat to the side, arms crossed over her chest, trying to feign indifference. Shen Fei was well aware of her little act, yet he chose to ignore her, continuing to manipulate his fingers on the screen, thoroughly engrossed in the game. Gradually, Zhao Jiesin's curiosity about the phone screen grew, akin to a kitten scratching at her heart. Shen Fei's position conveniently blocked her view, leaving her to only hear the sounds of the game. Ultimately, she capitulated, moving closer to Shen Fei, eager to discover what he was playing. Yet as soon as she approached, Shen Fei shielded the phone, refusing to let her see. Most importantly, he pretended not to notice Zhao Jiesin's approach, remaining immersed in the game while obstructing her view. Eventually, unable to contain herself, Zhao Jiesin stood directly in front of Shen Fei, cupping his face with her hands, staring into his eyes. What is this thing? Do you want to know? Of course. Hurry up and tell me. You were just angry and ignoring me, and now you're acting differently. What happened earlier was just that. Now, I am no longer upset. After saying this, She playfully bit down on Shen Fei's lips. That's not enough. Give me another. This time, it was not Zhao Jiesin who took the initiative, but Shen Fei who boldly seized the moment. After a considerable time, Zhao Jiesin, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, nestled against Shen Fei's chest. Are you satisfied now? Can you tell me? Shen Fei, smiling, began to teach her how to play the game, which was quite easy to grasp. Zhao Jiesin quickly learned and was eager to take control herself. Hey whoosh. Why didn't I hit that? Try again. Still missed. Why can't I defeat this pesky redbird? Darling, it's your turn now. I've conquered the others. Observing Zhao Jiesin's joy, reminiscent of a little girl, Shen Fei found the scene utterly delightful and couldn't help but capture it on his phone. Throughout the night, Zhao Jiesin remained caught up in this new excitement, unable to calm down that it wasn't until evening that Shen Fei realized the consequences of his own actions. Had he known, he would never have introduced Zhao Jiesin to gaming. His once blissful life was now a cacophony of distractions. The night was filled solely with the sounds of Zhao Jiesin pulling back the slingshot. The cries of pigs and the chirps of birds, all of which incessantly echoed in Shen Fei's mind, refusing to dissipate. He couldn't even recall how he fell asleep. The next morning he awoke early, or perhaps he was roused by the sounds of Zhao Jiesin's game. Seeing this, Shen Fei shook his head, vowing never to teach her to play games again, that if this continued, he would find it impossible to lead his life. Winning her affection yielded no reward. Who could withstand such a fate? This time, it truly was a miscalculation. He had inadvertently struck his own foot with the stone he had lifted. Chapter 75. Do not steal my bamboo shoots, wife. Did you not sleep at all last night? No, the game is too enjoyable. I want to keep playing. Do you not realize that your sleeplessness makes me uncomfortable? You were quite noisy. Oh, fine, I understand. Hey, are you even listening to me? Of course I am, darling. Hurry and help me. I've been stuck on this level for ages. Just one more to go. Please assist me. With that, Zhao Jiesin nestled herself into Shen Fei's embrace. Clutching his hand to guide the phone, Shen Fei found himself utterly at her mercy. Moments later, husband, you're amazing. I couldn't get through after all that time, and you did it in a flash. A kiss as a reward. Zhao Jiesin planted a kiss on Shen Fei's cheek, then, not waiting for his reaction, refocused her attention on the phone. Shen Fei was not one to settle for mere pecks. He craved deeper connection, longing for more than just a taste. However, it appeared that he had strayed too far from his desires. Suddenly, a thought struck Shen Fei. He chuckled at the serious expression on Zhao Jiesin's face, then took out his phone to tinker with it that moment. Zhao Jiesin, engrossed in her game, wore a look of bewilderment, a mix of confusion and sorrow that in short, she was a whirlwind of emotions. All of which Shen Fei observed with a smirk that as the owner of the system, he had the ability to manipulate other devices at will. The game's anti-addiction system was truly remarkable. Previously, when he faced restrictions, he had been utterly frustrated. Now, witnessing Zhao Jiesin's reaction brought him a modicum of joy. Let us see how you handle this. Ignoring me at night. I'll set your game time to just 1 hour a day and see what you do about it. Ha. Husband, come quickly. My phone seems to be malfunctioning. Please help me. At that moment, Zhao Jiesin leaped from the bed and rushed to Shen Fei, presenting her phone for him to examine. You've played too long, triggering the anti-addiction system. Unfortunately, I can't change that. You'll just have to make the most of this hour. But your phone doesn't have such restrictions. I can just use yours. When she said this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. I also have the anti-addiction feature. Once you're done, what will I do? Besides, my gaming time is only half an hour, as a busy master of the demon cult. I have many tasks to attend to that I can't afford to be addicted to my phone, the elder remarked. All the affairs of the demon cult, big and small, are handled by me. You spend your days lazing about. What have you accomplished? So what can I do? I still want to play. There is nothing to be done. I can't override this. They say the better the quality of your sleep at night, the quicker you recover, so you must ensure restful nights moving forward. See, it's because I urged you to sleep last night and you resisted, opting to play instead. Now look, the anti-addiction system has kicked in. Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Jiesin, upon hearing Shen Fei's words, nodded dazedly, As if realizing the truth in his statement, that it seemed that moving forward, she truly needed to prioritize her rest. Because of this, Shen Fei's blissful life returned. Though it was several days before Zhao Jiasen acknowledged the truth of the matter and spoke to him again, but that is a story for another time. Let us not dwell on this issue any longer. We should go witness the coronation ceremony of the Demon Empire's queen. All right. Shall it just be the two of us? I'm not certain. Let us inquire with the elders to see if they'll join. The teleportation portal is ready. We can head there directly. Are we going to dress like this? Shouldn't we be more formal? No need. We're not going to make a spectacle of ourselves. Comfort is key. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Zhao Jiasen found two outfits she adored. Two white short-sleeve shirts paired with cropped jeans and sneakers, exuding comfort. The reason for two was that they formed a set, one adorned with a cute dog print and the other with a cartoon cat. Utterly adorable. She had discovered these while rummaging through Shen Fei's wardrobe. Naturally, Shen Fei was reluctant to wear them outside. While the dog was somewhat charming, it still felt a bit embarrassing. However, seeing Zhao Jiasen already dressed in her ensemble, he could hardly refuse. Once they were both dressed and stood together, they appeared remarkably well-matched. Hee, I told you it looked good. Let us take a photo to commemorate this. They then made their way to the Demon Palace. As they stepped outside, Xiaohei immediately approached them. Whenever Shen Fei was home, it often found itself ejected from the premises. However, it had learned to be more self-aware, no longer pushing its way inside. Shen Fei had crafted a cozy nook for it by the house, surrounded by bamboo, the essential sustenance for giant pandas. Initially, Xiaohei had been reluctant to eat what appeared to be inferior food. But after trying a single bite, it was utterly enchanted. The flavor was more delightful than any gourmet dish. Since then, it guarded its territory diligently. Anyone daring to encroach on its bamboo shoots faced its wrath. Yet apart from Shen Fei's occasional offering of fresh bamboo, no one else dared to approach. The ambience was indeed pleasant, with the sweet aroma of bamboo enhancing the quality of its slumber. Whenever Shen Fei stepped outside, it would follow him, displaying the instincts of a devoted pet. When Shen Fei and Zhao Jiasen arrived at the Demon Palace, the elders were momentarily taken aback by their unconventional attire. The novelty of their garments was striking. Indeed, it was quite appealing. Observing this scene, Shen Fei felt he had miscalculated, compared to the opulent clothing here. Their choice of attire seemed to attract even more attention. After some discussion, they collectively decided to attend the coronation ceremony, as it was intricately linked to the Demon Empire. Even Sun Wukong and Xiongqi accompanied them. As the teleportation portal activated, everyone experienced it for the first time, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the royal palace. This mode of transport was simply exhilarating. Chapter 76. A band of buffoons upon their arrival at the Demon Empire's palace. The inhabitants were bustling about, each engrossed in their tasks, creating a vibrant atmosphere within the palace. Naturally, the sudden appearance of Shen Fei and his companions stirred quite a commotion. Numerous soldiers, stationed there by Mingyun, quickly surrounded them. Ever since the news of Shen Fei's teleportation portal had spread, Mingyun had dispatched guards to this location. Thus, when Shen Fei and his group appeared, everyone immediately assumed a stance of vigilance. However, shortly thereafter, the guards who had been stationed at the royal treasury appeared. Although Shen Fei and Zhao Jiasen were clad in eccentric attire, their identities were quickly recognized. Naturally, they were prevented from proceeding. After all, who could dare to provoke Shen Fei? A mere breath from him could spell their doom. Master, you have arrived. Where are you headed? Do you require our guidance? No need. You may continue your duties here. We shall simply wander as ordinary guests. Attend to your tasks, Shen Fei replied. Upon hearing this, the other guards nodded and departed. All right, the palace lies ahead. You may proceed directly to wherever you wish to explore. Feel free to wander. The palace was indeed vast, with many newly constructed areas that piqued everyone's curiosity, leading them to disperse. Shen Fei and Zhao Jiesen's attire certainly attracted considerable attention. However, upon learning their identities, many chose to avoid them, for the fearsome reputation of the Dark Lord had spread throughout the entire palace. As they walked, they encountered several disciples of the heavenly demon sect, adorned in festive red garments, safeguarding the royal family's safety. This place is quite splendidly constructed, yet it pales in comparison to the grandeur of our heavenly demon sect. Indeed, the architecture within the heavenly demon sect was crafted by my own hands. Exactly, my husband is the best. Here is a kiss as a reward. Shen Fei and Zhao Jiasen began to meander about. And it was only when the coronation ceremony was set to commence that they made their way to the heavenly ascension platform at the front of the palace, as the name suggests. This was the site where emperors throughout history had announced their ascension to the throne. However, this time, they were to witness the first female emperor in the history of Yuzhou. Ha, Brother Liu, what are your thoughts on this first female emperor? There's no need to elaborate. We merely received word and came post-haste. The changes have indeed been swift, yet I wonder how a woman can wield the reins of a nation. It is time for them to behold our power. Precisely. I, Old Wang, concur. Today, we shall undoubtedly create quite the stir. Hearing their discourse, the Princess of Yujun could only smile wryly from the sidelines, but she chose to remain silent. After all, her relations with the other northern princes were not particularly cordial. And given her proximity to the heavenly demon sect, she was acutely aware of its might. Furthermore, the empire's name had been changed to the Heavenly Demon Empire, a fact that hardly required elaboration. Thus, when the other princes discussed teaching the empress a lesson, she refrained from commenting. Not only that, but she also pulled aside a friend with whom she had a good rapport, dissuading him from engaging in the conversation. Hey, old why are you being such a coward? This isn't like you at all. Observing the unfriendly gazes from the others, Oldie felt intimidated. He hastily grasped the arm of the Princess of Yujun and said, Old don't say anything more. I'm looking out for your well-being. It's best we keep our mouths shut. There may be dangers ahead. Upon hearing Cheng Dao's words, Oldie burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What are you on about? It's just a woman, you. Before he could finish, Cheng Dao swiftly covered his mouth. Old let me remind you once more, I am genuinely looking out for you. Beware of the perils of loose lips. I've said my piece. The choice is yours. Seeing Cheng Dao's serious demeanor, Oldie contemplated saying more, but ultimately refrained from further discussing the Empress. The Empress has arrived. Let the music play. A booming voice echoed, and all eyes turned to the Empress's countenance. The resplendent imperial robe she wore shimmered magnificently as she ascended the high platform, where the civil and military officials below knelt in reverence to their most esteemed empress. The sound of celebratory cannon fire resounded, creating a grand spectacle. Long live the emperor! All ministers rise! Originally, the coronation ceremony was to include numerous rituals, yet Bai Mingyun had chosen to simplify it. The palace was now her domain, and she intended to conduct matters as she pleased. Well then, I hereby declare the coronation ceremony concluded. Next, we shall host a banquet for our guests. Please proceed to the banquet hall for the forthcoming festivities. Upon hearing the Empress's announcement, everyone felt a wave of relief, for such proceedings typically consumed an entire day. This was indeed a welcome simplification, much to their delight. Your Majesty, may we have a moment? We have questions we wish to pose. At that moment, the several princes intent on causing trouble could no longer contain themselves and stood forth. Oh, what inquiries do you have? Feel free to voice them now, Bai Mingyun replied, well aware of their intentions. Since these clowns sought to create discord, she resolved to address the matter decisively. Since your Majesty is so confident, let us speak plainly. The sudden shift in the throne was never communicated to us 13 princes. We were caught unawares, making it difficult for us to support you. Indeed, such a significant event unfolded within the palace. Yet we were not consulted. That is truly unacceptable. I share the same sentiment. This has made it quite challenging for me to back the royal family as they voiced their grievances. Bai Mingyun smiled. Then, esteemed princes, how do you propose we proceed? Can you offer a more suitable solution? Your Majesty, we believe the position of emperor should be held by a man. Women ought to manage the inner court. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 77. An intriguing matter. What are you talking about? Is it only men who are fit for this position? By what right? Bai Mingyun chuckled at their assertions. The Empress dares to question us. Very well, we shall be forthright. We believe your capabilities do not merit this role. As for a solution, we propose that the strongest man be appointed to this position. It is said that none from the royal family have survived, while the means by which you achieve this remains unknown to us. It is evident that some nefarious tactics were employed. Thus, the throne is not a place for someone as cunning and ruthless as you. So, are you suggesting rebellion? Bai Mingyun observed the 13 princes, 6 of whom had already stood, while several others seemed poised to act. For them, this was undoubtedly a gamble. Should they prevail, Yuzhou would become their territory. How could we dare rebel? We merely hope for a more capable leader to guide this nation. If you lack the strength, then remain in the inner court, for the ruler of a nation is not a position just anyone can hold. You seized the throne from the royal family and eliminated all its members. Is this not an overt act of usurpation? If so, our actions are merely a natural response. After this declaration, several more stood, bringing their number to 8. However, Old He and Qingdao remained kneeling, with Qingdao holding Old He back, or else he might have stood as well. Since you were so eager to gauge my strength, then behold. With that, she unleashed the aura of the 9-star emperor, leaving everyone astonished, particularly those who had stood. They experienced a suffocating sensation, realizing that Bai Mingyun's power far surpassed theirs at that moment. They understood why Bai Mingyun was fit to ascend the throne. Her strength was undeniably formidable. What? Did you not wish to see my strength? Are you satisfied now? If not, feel free to observe further. Following her words, the 2 women behind her unleashed a pressure equal to Bai Mingyun's, revealing themselves as fellow 9-star emperors. If that was not enough to astonish them, then the martial artists surrounding them, all kneeling, began to display their own emperor-level powers. These were the personnel that Shen Fei had previously stationed there. Witnessing such a display of formidable emperor-level strength, the 8 who had stood were drenched in cold sweat, their legs turning to jelly. With that, they realized that this gamble had ended in utter failure. They had been vanquished in a single blow, leaving no room for retreat. To challenge imperial authority in such a manner. They were destined for ruin. Old Chung, you were right. I'm grateful you held me back. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. Very well, we have been brothers for so many years, and I would never deceive you. At the very least, we are safe now. Indeed, we must cherish this opportunity. Under the guidance of such a powerful royal family, our heavenly demon empire is bound to flourish even more. At this moment, Lao He was overwhelmed with excitement, relieved that he had not acted foolishly. This underscored the importance of having good friends. Meanwhile, the others were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before them. Instinctively, they attempted to flee, only to discover that their bodies had become utterly immobilized. Not bad at all. It seemed some dare to rebel. A voice resonated, and in an instant, the 8 individuals were propelled like cannonballs, crashing onto the steps before Bai Mingyun, leaving them bloodied and battered. Emerging from behind were a pair of captivating figures. Although their attire was somewhat peculiar, they were undeniably a perfect match, exuding an enchanting aura. Trailing behind them was a little panda, scampering along. The shoulder it once claimed for its nap had now been usurped by Zhao Jiasen's head, yet it was a necessity for its mistress. Leaving it with no choice, resignedly, it sought out another shoulder, only to be ruthlessly shoved aside by Shen Fei. If you dare to clamber onto me again, I shall uproot all your tender shoots. Choose wisely. What? Uproot shoots? Impossible, utterly inconceivable. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the little panda obediently scampered to the ground, its short legs moving to follow Shen Fei and Zhao Jiasen. Now, it wore an expression of utter disillusionment, which only added to its cuteness. Little Black, if you find yourself bored, how about I assign you an amusing task? Upon hearing Shen Fei's suggestion, Little Black perked up, its head tilting in confusion. Perhaps at that moment, it pondered, is this creature truly my master? There are 8 rebels over there. Go give them a taste of your slap, and teach them a lesson. Just don't kill them. Little Black contemplated this, finding the task quite appealing. Anything was better than languishing behind Shen Fei. Nodding in agreement, it soon found itself hoisted by Shen Fei, who flung it directly onto the abdomen of one of the assailants. Judging by the impact, the individual's ribs likely suffered several fractures. After regaining its footing, Little Black raised its tiny paw, comparing it to the massive faces before it. Shaking its head, it enlarged its paw to cover half a face. Commencing its task, 1 slap, 2 slaps, landing heavily upon their faces, blood poured forth, pooling on the ground. Once under Shen Fei's control, they could not even utter a sound of pain. "All right, go play elsewhere. Don't disturb everyone here," with a wave of his hand. Shen Fei made the 8 individuals and the adorable Little Black vanish from sight, but he took Zhao Jessen's hand, preparing to turn and leave, for this was not his domain, and retreating swiftly was of utmost importance. "Master, wait, I have an announcement for everyone. From now on, our Heavenly Demon Empire adopts the Heavenly Demon Sect as its state religion. The founder of the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Empress shall stand equal to me. Encountering them is akin to encountering me. Do you all understand?" Chapter 78. The curtains in the room since the Empress declared this news. No one seemed particularly surprised. After all, the Heavenly Demon Sect, which commanded such respect from numerous powerful emperors in the palace, must possess terrifying strength. That it appeared that the establishment of the Heavenly Demon Empire was facilitated by the power of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Although the princesses felt somewhat uncomfortable, having seen their carefully laid plans unravel, they dared not voice their discontent. The might displayed by the royal family was already formidable beyond measure, leaving them with no choice but to comply, devoid of any rebellious thoughts, after the commotion subsided. Everyone gathered at the banquet to eat and drink, and Shen Fei entered as well. Although Bai Mingyan wished for Shen Fei and Zhao Jessen to join her at the same table, Shen Fei declined that on such a significant day, it was best not to overshadow the occasion. Once the banquet concluded, those from the Heavenly Demon Sect remained behind under Shen Fei's guidance. "All right, I shan't say much more. Manage this entire nation well, and should any issues arise, feel free to seek assistance from the Heavenly Demon Sect. I believe the restoration of the palace is nearly complete, so we must return our people. Your strength has increased significantly, and maintaining the royal operations is no longer a concern. As for the teleportation portal, please refrain from allowing anyone to use it. I've noticed some instability in the spatial realm, which may pose unnecessary dangers. Caution is paramount. Let us conclude our discussions here. Is there anything else? If not, we shall take our leave, and you are welcome to visit us at the Heavenly Demon Sect." In the Grand Hall, Shen Fei addressed Bai Mingyan. Only Bai Mingyan and 2 other 9-star Empress's attendants remained, along with the group Shen Fei had brought. "Master, I understand, but there is indeed something I need to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it?" "The imperial competition is about to commence, taking place in Zhongdu, that time. Disciples under the age of 25 from the 9 great empires will participate. The rankings will significantly enhance our Heavenly Demon Empire's reputation. And I believe that with your leadership, we are bound to secure the top position. What do you think? If such an event is upon us, we must certainly participate. How many disciples are required? I shall gather them. Just 10 will suffice. The competition will be held in half a month, traditionally at the sacred mountain of the heavenly gods. It will be a chaotic melee, a mix of danger and opportunity, with many ancestral legacies at stake, potentially allowing for a meteoric rise." After listening to Bai Mingyan's description, Shen Fei nodded. While he was unfamiliar with the sacred mountain of the heavenly gods, the prospect of leading disciples on an expedition was appealing, especially to the distant Zhongdu, a place he had yet to visit. The Heavenly Dao Gate was located in Zhongdu, and with the presence of the Heavenly Xian Sect, the waters there were indeed quite murky. "Understood. I will bring them to find you when the time comes. For now, let us return." With that, Shen Fei took Zhao Jessen's hand and walked out. Following behind were the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, including the previous 200 individuals, all of whom trailed along to the teleportation array. "Everyone, remain cautious. This space is somewhat unstable. Let us avoid any mishaps." Shen Fei had only recently discovered the spatial instability. It had not been like this before. The laws of time and space had been perfected, yet now they were fluctuating, indicating a colossal conspiracy lurking behind this phenomenon. What could possibly affect the entirety of time and space? Even Shen Fei found himself unable to make an immediate judgment. Upon returning to the heavenly demon sect, the disciples noticed the changes in the cultivation tower and immediately dedicated themselves to their training, striving to make up for the time lost in palace construction. Automatic cultivation device allows the host to remain in a state of cultivation at all times, accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy, enabling cultivation even while lying flat. That IT can additionally bind another person to share cultivation results. This was a reward Shen Fei had received previously, and he had only now taken the time to examine it. Given this, there was no other option but to bind it to Zhao Jiesin, for she was his wife. Wife, could you spare me a drop of your essence blood? Upon hearing Shen Fei's request, Zhao Jiesin did not hesitate. A drop of her essence blood appeared before him. Shen Fei retrieved the cultivation device and placed both their essence blood within it. In the next moment, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy rushing towards his body, entering him. Although absorbing spiritual energy at this stage did not aid in his cultivation, Zhao Jiesin's experience was vastly different. Just moments ago, she had been practicing yoga on the bed when suddenly, countless strands of spiritual energy entered her body as though she were cultivating, causing her cultivation to rise steadily. Realizing the source, she quickly deduced that this must be Shen Fei's doing, especially since he had just asked her for a drop of blood. Darling, is this your creation? Indeed. Impressive, isn't it? This is called the automatic cultivation device. It allows for cultivation anytime and anywhere, making things much easier for you. No need for arduous training at night anymore. Hearing such words escape from Shen Fei's lips, Zhao Jiesin cast him a disdainful glance. What sort of person are you? During these nights, where is the cultivation? It is merely a torment. Since you speak in such a manner, then you may cultivate alone at night. Do not concern yourself with me. What a baseless accusation. I never uttered such a thing. That I am already the most powerful individual in this realm. Thus I require no cultivation. I shall simply lie in bed. Do as you wish. If you prefer to recline, then you may go to the cultivation tower for your training. No. The automatic cultivation I have devised is meant to alleviate your fatigue. You see, you are perpetually engaged in cultivation, and your progress shall not falter. This way, you can pursue more of the activities you enjoy. What activities? Just like that. Upon finishing his words, Shen Fei transformed into a ferocious wolf, while Zhao Jiesin, lying on the bed, resembled a tender lamb. Without further ado, Shen Fei pounced upon her. Wait a moment, it is still daytime. No need to worry. Simply draw the curtains. At that moment, the sun shone brightly outside, while the curtains were drawn within the room. Chapter 79. The Unsolvable Malady. 3 days passed, and when Xiaoxin had already spent a week at the Heavenly Demon Sect, throughout this week, the third elder had been diligently treating her condition. After all, she was a young lady brought back by Shen Fei, and thus deserved utmost care. Thanks to the medicinal assistance, her previously emaciated figure had gradually regained its fullness that she had once epitomized a frail, sickly beauty. She now stood restored to a normal state, blossoming into a true beauty. Although her eyes remained tightly shut, one could still sense her allure. Unlike others, her beauty radiated an air of purity, as if possessing the power to heal. The only lingering issue was that, despite her body having returned to perfection, she remained unable to awaken. Even Shen Fei found himself at a loss. He consulted the system, but received no reply. He surmised that the root cause lay in the terrifying dark power that had erupted within her body previously. However, he was currently unable to locate this dreadful force, as if it had never manifested. After conferring with the third elder for a while, it was decided to continue with the treatment. When she would awaken depended solely on her luck. Moreover, today marked the selection ceremony for another 100 disciples' qualifications for cultivation. Thus, everyone had gathered early in front of the cultivation tower. Upon Shen Fei's arrival, he found that everyone was already assembled. Not far off, many were cheering them on, evidently former participants of the cultivation trials. As he reached the scene, Shen Fei sensed 7 faintly murderous auras and couldn't help but smile. Those 7 individuals were none other than the assassins he had trained. That it seemed they were nearing the threshold of becoming full-fledged assassins. Sensing Shen Fei's gaze upon them, each of them exuded confidence. After a week of cultivation, they believed they had a solid chance of being selected. Everyone knows the reason for our gathering here. Yet only 100 will ultimately remain. Remember, unleash your full potential. Understood, Master. Let us commence. Indeed, I am eagerly anticipating this. I shall surely endure until the end. Brothers, we must all strive together. Shen Fei nodded, pressing his hands together before his chest, signaling for silence. The next moment, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing many to be struck down immediately, their minds unable to stabilize, leading to their elimination. However, they bore no resentment toward Shen Fei. After all, it was their own lack of focus that had led to their downfall. Witnessing others falter around them served as a reminder of the consequences of distraction, and they vowed to learn from this experience. As time progressed, more and more individuals succumbed to the pressure, leaving many drenched in sweat. When only 100 remained, Shen Fei's oppressive aura had yet to wane. However, those who had fallen were gathered outside, confirming their selection. The pressure continued to intensify, and the number of remaining participants dwindled until only 10 remained. They gritted their teeth in determination, unaware that they had already been chosen, believing instead they still had to compete among the 100. Blood began to surface upon their skin, yet they persisted undeterred. Shen Fei, however, was not entirely satisfied with the outcome. He slightly increased the pressure once more, and this proved to be the final straw. Causing 3 individuals to collapse at once, the pressure gradually lessened. The remaining 7 took a moment to breathe, yet remained vigilant against the strain. Indeed, these 7 were the assassins nurtured by Shen Fei. Seeing them last until the end filled him with joy for the 3 eliminated in the final round. They initially felt disheartened, having worked so hard only to fail. Yet, upon glancing at the center of the arena, they realized only 7 remained. This meant they had successfully passed. My goodness, Master! You nearly scared me to death. I thought I had failed. Indeed, I was also brought here midway, believing I had not made the top 100. Master, you are truly cunning, devising such intricate methods. How infuriating! You dare to mock the Master? I merely wish to express that this time, Master has truly gone too far. It was a complete thrill. Enough! Enough! Do not take advantage and then play coy if that is the case. You might as well relinquish your spots. At this, no one dared to speak further. Such a terrifying punishment could only be executed by the Master. Yes, indeed, he was capable of such actions that at this moment, Shen Fei paid no heed to their chatter. With a wave of his hand, they felt their exhaustion dissipate, their bodies restored to normalcy. I will not dilly-dally with you any longer. Let us proceed to the cultivation chamber. Everyone, give it your all. I eagerly anticipate your performance. We shall not disappoint Master's expectations. Shen Fei chuckled lightly, and then the selected 100 vanished from sight. Those who were not chosen should not lose heart. We still have opportunities ahead. Let this serve as your goal, and strive earnestly. Master, we understand. Yes, we will work hard. Next time, I will surely be selected. Indeed, I aspire to be a man like Master. Oh, who hit me? Ha! Serves you right. Who told you to say such things? I was merely speaking casually. Master! Oh no, please spare me. Witnessing this comical scene, everyone erupted into laughter. Shen Fei smiled knowingly, and what lay ahead was the Grand Imperial Tournament in half a month's time, since she no longer needed to cultivate. Zhao Jiesin had begun to live a life similar to Shen Fei's. However, each day, she still indulged in playing games, particularly Angry Birds, having lost count of how many levels she had conquered. Chapter 80. The stars and seas in her eyes after about a week of play. She still felt no boredom, frequently asking Shen Fei for tips on how to clear levels. This was a source of great annoyance for Shen Fei, who had long since grown weary of such games. Nevertheless, as it was Zhao Jiesin asking, he could only respond with a smile. After all, he was the one who had inadvertently created this predicament, and he would have to bear it, even if it meant suffering. Husband, how do I get past this level? I've tried countless times and simply cannot succeed. That MY gaming time is running out. Please help me. Hurry. These were the phrases Shen Fei had heard most frequently during his days at home, to the point where he felt as if calluses were forming in his ears. Yet, in order to extend the gaming time for the health system, nighttime became Shen Fei's paradise to enhance his sleep quality. He engaged in both the advisable and inadvisable activities. Under normal circumstances, such practices would have already resulted in the arrival of a plump, cherubic child. However, to this day, Zhao Jiesen's belly showed no signs of movement. This was unavoidable. The higher one's power, the lower the chances of producing offspring. A perfectly natural occurrence. How could Shen Fei abandon his aspirations for such a trivial reason, regardless of how minuscule the odds may be? As long as one persists in their endeavors, success is inevitable. As the time approached for the 100 individuals to emerge from their training, anticipation filled the air, prompting many to gather eagerly before the cultivation tower. They were all eager to witness the accomplishments of these 100 practitioners, each gaze reflecting admiration and igniting their own inner resolve. With diligence, they believed they too could be the next to ascend to the disciples' cultivation ceremony. Among them was Zhao Jiesen, who, feeling bored at home, decided to accompany Shen Fei. The two were clad in casual attire, which Zhao Jiesen had grown increasingly fond of, appreciating not only its comfort but also its aesthetic appeal. Here comes the master. This time, the Empress is also present, and she looks absolutely stunning. Haha, my friend, I advise you to tread carefully. Do you dare to covet the Empress? Even if I were to spare you, a mere flick from the master could spell your end. Of course, I am aware. I merely marvel at the master's strength. Once I attain such power, I too shall live freely with the one I cherish. Is it true that the one you cherish still hasn't given you a response? Have you perhaps wronged her? With your qualities, how could you fail to win the favor of your goddess? Oh, please, let us not dwell on that. I haven't even expressed my feelings to her yet. What? At this point, we might as well wait for your wedding feast until the flowers wilt. At that moment, the young man's expression turned resolute, his fists clenched tightly. You don't understand. I am waiting for the perfect opportunity. What opportunity? Once I secure a position in the cultivation ceremony and elevate to the emperor level, I shall possess the strength to bring her happiness. At that time, I will be ready to express my feelings. His companions seemed to be inspired by his determination, falling silent and merely patting him on the shoulder. Just then, Shen Fei's voice resonated in their ears. Keep going. You can do it. Believe in yourself. That girl is waiting for you. Upon hearing Shen Fei's encouraging words, the young man looked up. Spotting Shen Fei, giving him a thumbs up, while Zhao Jiesen's eyes sparkled with encouragement as well. Given their remarkable prowess, Shen Fei and Zhao Jiesen had naturally overheard the young man's sentiments and offered their blessings. They exchanged a glance and smiled at one another. Dear, I will protect you. I know, you've been doing splendidly lately, haven't you? Seeing Zhao Jiesen's radiant smile, Shen Fei couldn't help but lean in and kiss her. The crowd erupted in excitement, while the elders nearby wore amused expressions that in a corner. Shen Qingyin's gaze was filled with envy, tinged with a sense of loss. She raised her phone to capture this beautiful moment against a backdrop of colorful skies. Reminiscent of a scene from a painting. Wow, the master is incredible. The master is eternal. Damn, I'm envious. When will we experience this sweet love? Indeed, today has been a day of sour lemons. It's quite bitter. I can't believe I skipped breakfast. Yet I'm not hungry at all now. It seems I've feasted on dog food instead. As Zhao Jiesen blushed at the discussions unfolding below, she leaned against Shen Fei's shoulder. With the increase in elders, her responsibilities as the sect leader had diminished significantly, and she relished this newfound ease in her life. Thus, she willingly delegated most decision-making to the Grand Elder. Unless it was a matter of great importance requiring Shen Fei and Zhao Jiesen's intervention, they were otherwise free, leading to a life of utmost relaxation. Dear, we've been married for a while now. Why still be shy? They've seen it all. Oh, stop it. When will those disciples finish? Right now. Previously, they were allowed to break through directly, but this time we cannot let them wreak havoc. With a wave of his hand, a massive bubble materialized above the cultivation tower. In the next moment, 100 figures emerged within it, lightning and thunder crackling inside, yet outside remained tranquil and serene. Witnessing Shen Fei's display of power, everyone gaped in astonishment. It was indeed remarkable. Befitting their master. Look, those with the most intense killing intent are the assassins I intend to cultivate. Those 7 we rescued from the royal palace. After enduring life-and-death trials, their path of cultivation as assassins will undoubtedly be simpler. Isn't that wonderful? They are fortunate to have encountered you, which is also my fortune. Upon hearing Zhao Jiesen's words, Shen Fei turned to find her gaze filled with tenderness. Chapter 81. Day turns to night. Shen Fei found himself entranced, unable to extricate himself from her gaze. What a pair of eyes they were! To him, they represented the vastness of the cosmos, encapsulating his entire world. All right, enough staring. We can admire each other later. Shen Fei's unwavering gaze made Zhao Jiesen blush slightly amidst the crowd. Very well, we shall admire later. But tonight, you must cooperate with me. Stop your teasing and hurry. The disciples are fine. Aren't they? Of course, they persevered under my pressure to this extent. They will surely succeed, so you need not worry. That as soon as he spoke, the lightning tribulation concluded, but the individuals within emerged looking disheveled, their hair standing on end. This was entirely expected. The area for the lightning tribulation was originally vast, making it easier to evade. However, Shen Fei's manipulation had confined them within a much smaller space, leaving them no room to escape. Moreover, Shen Fei had amplified the power of the tribulation using his own lightning techniques, resulting in their current state. Much of the blame lay with him at this point. Zhao Jiesen realized that this scene was orchestrated by the man beside her. That you're so wicked. I'm merely aiding them in swiftly solidifying their strength. That in truth, the tribulation isn't that difficult. When it strikes, it requires those around to resist together. If one acts alone, they risk severe injury. That I just checked, and thankfully, I did not find anyone gravely injured, which is somewhat reassuring. Of course, our heavenly demon sect members have always been united. Indeed, all thanks to my wife's leadership. Stop your flattery. At that moment, those within the bubble realized they had achieved their breakthrough and were filled with immense joy. They had truly ascended, attaining the emperor level. They were also acutely aware that their newfound strength was due to Shen Fei and the heavenly demon sect, a fact they would not forget, particularly the 7 individuals who, having reached the emperor level, could now comprehend the intricate and challenging aspects of the assassin heritage. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Empress. 100 voices rose in unison, expressing their reverence for Shen Fei and Zhao Jiesen. All right, no need for further praise. This achievement is solely the result of your hard work and perseverance. However, even with such remarkable accomplishments, do not become arrogant or overconfident. Remember that pride comes before a fall. In the time ahead, continue your cultivation diligently. Only then can you protect yourselves and those you care for. Understood, Master. We will strive to meet your expectations. Indeed, we shall continue to work hard and ensure the heavenly demon sect's future. Me too. Once I finish tidying up, I plan to immerse myself in the training tower. Coincidentally, so do I. Let us go together, brothers. I'm in too. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jiesen and Shen Fei couldn't help but smile at their adorable disciples, who were certainly no ingrates. Let us conclude for today. We won't disturb your training any longer. Strive hard to secure your place in the next competition. Master, understood that we will strive to match their standards. No more words. I shall retreat to my cultivation. You may do as you please. I too shall go. You certainly cannot surpass my speed. Then let us engage in a friendly competition. Once everyone had dispersed, Shen Fei remained with the 7 brothers of the assassin clan. You are all quite impressive, having directly reached a level comparable to that of an emperor's 5 stars. You are even stronger than Mu Bai and his companions. Truly, you are exceptional. Master, we are well aware of our own capabilities. Our achievements today are all thanks to your guidance, that we have sworn an oath to never betray you or the heavenly demon sect. Unbeknownst to them, their vow would remain unbroken until death. That I am merely here to assist you. Do not underestimate your own strength. The murderous aura you have cultivated is already quite potent. Yet there is one flaw. With such a presence, your arrival can easily be sensed, and consequently, you will be met with caution. That in 1 week, we shall participate in a competition between empires, and I will accompany you. There, you will have the opportunity to fully showcase your abilities. However, my requirement is that within these 7 days, you must learn to perfectly conceal your murderous intent. Mastering this control will be immensely beneficial for you. Consider this. As assassins, if you can flawlessly mask your murderous aura, your targets will perish as if swept away by a gentle breeze. This is the skill you must master. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, everyone fell into deep contemplation, clearly having never considered this aspect before, yet they believed that through diligence they could certainly achieve it. Understood, master. We will work hard. Very well. I have said all I needed to say. Focus on your training. I shall return in a week. With that, Shen Fei took Zhao Jiesin and departed. Why are you in such a hurry? Where are we going now? Silly, we are naturally returning to our room. But it's not even evening. Why go back? After that, Shen Fei did not respond to Zhao Jiesin. Although he had mentioned evening, in Shen Fei's perspective, sleeping from morning until night was still considered evening. What? You dare question Shen Fei? Shen Fei? Haha. A man cannot say he cannot. Darling, didn't you say that if we sleep well, our gaming time would be extended? We slept all day yesterday, yet there has been no increase. Early the next morning, Shen Fei was awakened by Zhao Jiesin, who was snuggled against his chest like a little kitten, nuzzling him in his drowsy state. Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle at Zhao Jiesin's words. His adorable little wife was simply too charming. Had he been in his previous era, she would undoubtedly have been a quintessential gaming addict. Fortunately, he had a solution. Gaming was directly linked to a happy life. A true blessing from the heavens. Chapter 82. Ninja versus Fruit. During the subsequent 7 days, nothing noteworthy transpired. The heavenly demon sect continued to flourish. However, when Xiaoxin, who had been in slumber, remained unresponsive. Aside from her lack of consciousness, all other vital signs appeared normal, which was quite peculiar. Even Shen Fei could not ascertain the situation, unable to awaken her, though the dark aura within him grew increasingly potent. After much contemplation, Shen Fei decided to set the matter aside. After all, as long as he appeared normal, she should awaken once her physical changes concluded. Throughout these 7 days, Zhao Jiesin gradually became less engrossed in Angry Birds, as even the most engaging game could become tedious over time. Darling, do you have any other fun games? This one has lost its charm after such prolonged play. No, I have nothing of the sort. When the Imperial competition arrives, you can accompany me, and it will be far less tedious. Of course, I want to go with you. Trusting Shen Fei's words, she ceased to pester him further, observing the slightly bored Zhao Jiesin. Shen Fei decided to introduce another game for her amusement. Wife, I do indeed have another game. Would you like to give it a try? Its controls are quite simple, though it may not hold the same level of engagement. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiesin's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is it? What is it? What game? A simple and relaxing minigame where you slice fruit by swiping your finger on the screen. Would you like to give it a whirl? Yes, yes, yes. Hurry and set it up for me. With a smile, Shen Fei took Zhao Jiesin's phone and, after a brief moment of tinkering, successfully installed the game, as its size was modest, upon receiving her phone. Zhao Jiesin eagerly tapped into the game, which began with a tutorial. Following the rhythm presented, she quickly grasped how to play it. Oh, this game is much simpler than Angry Birds. Let me see how entertaining it is. With that, Zhao Jiesin began to play. The initial levels were easy, but the later ones tested her speed as numerous bombs began to appear. Why are there so many? Can't these bombs be avoided? How irritating. I can't slice them fast enough. These bombs are so bothersome. No, I want to play again. Watching Zhao Jiesin talk to herself, Shen Fei chuckled. Take your time. This game doesn't last long. And soon you'll tire of it. Honestly, it's not even as engaging as Angry Birds that moment. Zhao Jiesin was solely focused on the game and paid no heed to Shen Fei's remarks, merely nodding to indicate she heard him. Seeing her so engrossed, Shen Fei chose to remain silent and continued fiddling with his own phone. The week flew by, and before they knew it, it was the day before their departure to Zhongdu. On this day, Bai Mingyan arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect through a portal and was utterly astonished by the breathtaking scenery. The colorful clouds in the sky were soft and enchanting, making the very air feel more refreshing than that in her palace. Upon learning of Bai Mingyan's arrival, Shen Fei informed Zhao Jiesin and planned to leave to welcome her. After all, her visit at this time surely meant she had something important to discuss. Wait, I want to go too. Aren't you busy playing your game? I can go alone, in a way. I want to allow you to be alone with that vixen. she still calls you master. Umph. I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself. What is there to worry about? Haven't I told you? You could do the same. Just yesterday, I took out the little maid outfit for you. Yet you refused to try it on, didn't you? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Zhao Jiasen's face flushed crimson. What on earth was he talking about? Remembering Shen Fei's fiery gaze from last night, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Although she had become more open than before, the thought of donning the outfit Shen Fei prepared still made her feel bashful. All right, stop pouting. While it's undeniably cute, there is no need for jealousy now that I have no interest in her. We're merely discussing the imperial competition. It's not that I lack confidence in you, but rather in her. Then let us go together. Off we go. After tidying up, Shen Fei took Zhao Jiasen to the Heavenly Demon Hall. At this moment, Vice Sect leader Shen Qingyin and the other 9 elders were already gathered. Awaiting Shen Fei's arrival, Master Empress, you two have arrived. What is this, elder? Did you think we wouldn't come? Hearing Shen Fei's words, the elder shot him a resentful glare. This young man, despite his laziness in managing the sect's affairs, had the privilege of rest. He was powerful enough to forego cultivation and indulge in leisure. However, he had led his esteemed leader and the Empress Zhao Jiasen astray, leaving all responsibilities on the elder's shoulders. Originally, he had hoped to enlist Vice Sect leader Shen Qingyin's assistance, but she had outright refused that I arrived at the Heavenly Demon Sect so late that I am unfamiliar with its affairs. Elder, you may make decisions alone. Both the Master and Empress trust you completely. I believe you will not disappoint us. Hearing such words from Shen Qingyin sent the elder into dismay. You all intend to indulge in leisure and recreation, leaving the burdens of this sect entirely upon your own shoulders. However, at this juncture, the Grand Elder has devised a solution. After all, the current elders are numerous, and by sharing the responsibilities, no single individual will bear too much. Yet, upon receiving this news, all the elders deliberately distance themselves from the Grand Elder. Brother, your capabilities exceed ours, so do not trouble us. Indeed, I must focus on refining elixirs. I simply cannot spare the time to assist you in managing the sect. As for me, I am engrossed in honing my swordsmanship, hence I too am unavailable. The second elder, with a sullen expression, remained silent, his demeanor as heavy as lead. Upon witnessing his countenance, the Grand Elder was disinclined to engage him further. Chapter 83. Danger, danger, danger unexpectedly. The few elders from the Tianyin sect expressed their willingness to assist the Grand Elder. Look here, all of you, examine yourselves. When a brother is in trouble, not only do you refuse to lend a hand, but you also add to his woes. That I ask this how brothers ought to behave? Oh, dear leader, spare us your words. Your abilities are formidable, and I am confident you shall prevail. Perhaps due to a stroke of good fortune, the Grand Elder found himself experiencing a second spring in life. As he collaborated with the Sixth Elder, the two grew increasingly attuned to one another, resulting in their joint decisions governing the myriad affairs of the sect in the subsequent times. Their synergy flourished, and with both already being formidable figures, their longevity was assured. Having a companion made everything all the more delightful. Thus their bond deepened, transcending friendship and approaching romantic affection. The Grand Elder remained confident that, given time, he would win the heart of his beloved. This was also why he refrained from seeking out Shen Fei to vent his frustrations about the myriad of issues. The adage that a man and woman working together is less burdensome held a certain truth. Pray tell, what are the regulations? I have selected the individuals to accompany us, and with myself included, we have precisely 10. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Bai Mingyun's jaw dropped in astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon something utterly unbelievable. Master, you intend to participate as well? However, only disciples under the age of 22 may enter the imperial competition. Haha, I am but 18 years old. Rest assured, the first place will undoubtedly belong to us from Yuzhou. Many present were taken aback by Shen Fei's declaration. Having overlooked his actual age, they all assumed that his immense power implied a greater age, thus failing to fathom that he was still so youthful at that moment. A collective realization dawned upon them. Evoking a sense of existential crisis, they reflected on their own lives and compared them to his 18 years, finding their own experiences tragically lacking. Bai Mingyun, upon hearing Shen Fei's words, could not help but smile. With Shen Fei leading their team, victory was assured. She was acutely aware of the terrifying extent of his prowess, a fact made all the more vivid by the events of recent days. Excellent. Master, let us set forth tomorrow. I shall accompany you. Understood. I will ensure that the younger disciples are prepared. We shall depart at dawn. Very well. I shall return to arrange matters at the palace. Since you are here at our Tianma sect, why not take a moment to explore? Perhaps another time. Let us celebrate upon our triumphant return. Indeed, that sounds splendid. Our celebrations at Tianma sect typically involve hot pot. You must join us. Hot pot? What is that? It is a delightful culinary and celebratory tradition. I assure you, you will relish the flavors. Bai Mingyun nodded, then excused herself, her figure vanishing within the confines of the Tianma sect. As a sovereign, her dignity remained intact, yet before Shen Fei, she appeared as a mere young girl. Ever since Shen Fei's arrival, her gaze had been fixed upon him, a fact that did not escape Zhao Jiasen's notice, stirring an inkling of jealousy within her. Yet, she understood that the issue lay not with Shen Fei, but rather with that woman. Hence, she resolved to accompany him on this foreign journey. Will you join us? Shen Fei is heading to the competition. It would be nice to have your company. Of course, I would love to visit Zhongdu. I shall leave with you tomorrow. Upon receiving Zhao Jiasen's invitation, Shen Qingyin readily accepted. She had yet to secure her standing with Shen Fei and could not allow a third woman to intrude. The girl Shen Fei had brought back had already ignited a sense of urgency within her. Initially, she believed Shen Fei was drawn to such adorable types, which left her feeling despondent. However, upon realizing that Shen Fei harbored no such intentions, her heart found solace. Witnessing Bai Mingyun's behavior, she recognized the formidable presence of a national leader who could so humbly acquiesce before Shen Fei. Such a dynamic undoubtedly fostered a profound sense of accomplishment. No, this was perilous. Perilous indeed. For this reason, she felt compelled to accompany them, seeing that they would all be going together. Shen Fei naturally consented, as it would undoubtedly add to the enjoyment. After the meeting concluded, Shen Fei summoned the disciples who would accompany him. The 7 brothers of assassins, Mu Bai and Rolin, gathered at the pinnacle of the training tower. I have called you here today to discuss a matter of utmost importance. Master, please state your needs. We shall exert ourselves to fulfill them. Indeed, Master, simply indicate your requirements. The 9 of them regarded Shen Fei, unaware of the impending imperial competition. After explaining the situation to them, they grasped the significance of their mission. Rest assured, Master, we shall not bring shame upon you, nor upon the Tianma sect, nor upon the Tianma Empire. I have one more question. We are but 9 individuals. Are we not in need of 10? Who shall fill the last spot? The eldest disciple, Mu Bai, surveyed the group and noted the absence of a 10th member. Surely, the master could not have made such a fundamental oversight. 9. Mu Bai, are you testing my patience? Am I not a person? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Mu Bai could only manage a wry smile. Master, you know that is not what I meant. Please do not misunderstand. Observing Mu Bai's flustered demeanor, the others erupted into laughter, finding it quite rare to witness their typically composed eldest brother in such a state. Enough of your thoughts. The 10th member is none other than your master. Me. Chapter 84. Master, why are you so small? What? Master, you too shall participate with us. How is that even possible? Master, why are you so small? Didn't they mention an age restriction? How can you join us? Do you possess a method to alter your age? Is that not obvious? My strength is unparalleled. What can I not achieve? I believe the only thing beyond my capabilities is bearing children. Shen Fei's expression darkened at their remarks. It seemed everyone had assumed him to be much older than he truly was. What are you all thinking? While I may be powerful, no one can conceal their age through their cultivation. It remains detectable. However, I can assure you that I am younger than many present. To be precise, my 19th birthday is approaching. And once the imperial competition concludes, it will be upon me. Now you understand why I can accompany you, do you not? Shen Fei's words left them all agape, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. They had never anticipated that Shen Fei was so youthful that in terms of age, he was the youngest among them. Indeed, the youngest of the group was already a year his senior. The comparison was ludicrous. Reflecting on their own lives at 19 in contrast to Shen Fei was akin to comparing the glow of fireflies to the brilliance of the moon. Utterly insignificant. Even now, such a comparison seemed impossible. Behold Shen Fei, who at the tender age of 19 has already reaped the rewards of both love and career. His prowess is astonishingly formidable within the entire celestial demon sect. He stands as the very soul, his position unwavering and unassailable that in many ways. His esteem within the sect has eclipsed that of Zhao Jiasen, rendering him the most beloved figure among them. Over recent times, Shen Fei has accomplished feats that astonish, and had he not disclosed his true age, none would have ventured to presume such a thing. Now that he has revealed this information, the 9 individuals surrounding him feel a deeper pang. It is indeed a crushing blow. Master, you concealed this exceptionally well. Indeed, had you not revealed it, we would have assumed you were nearing 50, yet here you are so remarkably youthful, even younger than ourselves. I never anticipated such a revelation. Observing their reactions, Shen Fei chuckled. What of it? None of you inquired of me. Age holds little significance, provided one possesses formidable strength that I have always let my abilities speak for themselves, which is why few know my age. Were it not for my promise to buy Ming Yun to ensure a modicum of security, I would have simply entrusted the task to you, for I have faith in your capabilities. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the others trembled slightly. Master, please, if you join us, our victory would be all but assured. Your presence would bolster our chances immensely. Should we falter, you would be there to support us. Is this not a given? Why would one not lean on a pillar of strength? Clearly, these 9 individuals are no fools. I trust in your strength. No other nation as prodigies can achieve such cultivation at your age. Have confidence in yourselves. Furthermore, even if I accompany you, I shall not intervene unless absolutely necessary. You must resolve matters on your own. Once we reach that secret realm, we shall split into 2 groups. I, along with Mu Bai and Ruo Lin, will form one, while the 7 of you will constitute the other. The inhabitants within that realm will serve as your training ground. That I can sense that your latent killing intent is well concealed. What you lack now is practical combat experience. This is an opportune moment for you to truly gauge your own strength. After speaking, Shen Fei regarded the 7 of them, who appeared as if imbued with purpose, their eyes shimmering with determination, as if they had just acquired unparalleled power. Master, trust in us. We are more than capable of succeeding in our path as assassins. Indeed, we have not spent all this time in vain. We have grown quite formidable. Finally, we have the chance to showcase our abilities. It is astonishing that our inaugural mission is set at such a high benchmark. Do not linger in disbelief. Let us act decisively, witnessing their unwavering confidence and fervor. Shen Fei felt a swell of happiness. After all, these individuals were his own prodigies, and a mentor cannot help but feel a sense of pride. Very well, prepare yourselves. We shall depart tomorrow. Assemble at the pinnacle of our training tower, where I shall await you. And do note, our sect leader and deputy leader will also accompany us, so you must strive even harder. With that, Shen Fei dismissed them, vanishing from their midst. Instead of returning home to rest, he made his way to the quarters of the esteemed guest elders, where they were currently engaged in their training. Upon sensing Shen Fei's presence, they all ceased their exercises and emerged. How do you find your stay within our celestial demon sect? It is most agreeable. The comfort is unparalleled, though I must admit, seeing that old hag each day does not bring me joy. At this, Qiongqi shot him a murderous glare. Instantly, the monkey withered under the intensity. Boss, do not concern yourself with us. The spiritual energy here far exceeds that of the outside world, especially within the training tower, where one's cultivation accelerates at an astounding pace. Next time we face those heavenly beings, we shall find it far less daunting. Shen Fei smiled at Qiongqi's words. That is reassuring. Continue your training diligently, for that day will surely come. Tomorrow, I shall set forth for Zhongdu. Would you care to join me? Once there, investigate the underpinnings of the Tianxian sect, seeking a method to infiltrate the Tiandao Academy. When the time comes, we shall strike decisively. Upon hearing Shen Fei's proposal, their eyes lit up with enthusiasm. This was a task they were eager to undertake, for discovering an entrance would enable them to launch an assault on the followers of Tiandao, a most viable strategy indeed. Agreed. Let us proceed together tomorrow. With so many of us, we are bound to uncover something. Then it is settled. We shall gather at the summit of the training tower tomorrow morning. Understood. Boss, we shall be there. Shen Fei nodded and departed, having given all necessary instructions, now awaiting their journey's commencement. Chapter 85. Cherish your feelings within. Early the next morning, Bai Mingyan arrived, being the first to reach the training tower. At that moment, Shen Fei remained in bed, cradling Zhao Jiesin in slumber. Who would wish to rise early in this day and age? Surely, staying wrapped in warm blankets is far more delightful. In truth, Bai Mingyun need not have come so early. The breathtaking scenery of the celestial demon sect compelled her to arrive ahead of time, yearning to witness the sunrise. And of course, she was accompanied by her guards, including the chief steward who Shen Fei had previously assisted in breaking through to the 9th star of the emperor level. Though her name escaped Bai Mingyun, she simply referred to her as Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian. Did I not tell you? The view here is exceptionally stunning. Indeed, it is breathtaking. The spiritual energy here is exponentially more abundant than that outside. Training here undoubtedly yields remarkable results. However, our current cultivation has stagnated. We find ourselves at a standstill, and this concentrated spiritual energy offers little benefit to us. Xiao Lian is already content. I never dreamed I would achieve the cultivation of an emperor. Let alone at the 9-star level, it is a reality I scarcely dared to envision. I too never expected such an outcome. I thought my demise was imminent. Yet not only did I survive, I even gained the favor of an emperor. How splendid! Oh dear, your majesty, do refrain from elaborating further, that if you truly admire the master, why not confess your feelings directly? With your beauty, he would surely not decline. Hearing Xiao Lian's words, Bai Mingyan chuckled self-deprecatingly. If only it were that simple. Alas, the flowers may bloom for one, but the stream flows indifferently. He shies away from me, perhaps perceiving me as unworthy of his attention. This affection must remain a secret, buried deep within my heart. Nevertheless, I shall find solace merely in watching over him. In expressing this sentiment, Bai Mingyun's tone was imbued with profound humility. She understood the impossibility of a connection with Shen Fei. Indeed, even a fleeting night of passion seemed a distant dream. Yet, her affection for him had never waned. Enough of this, Xiao Lian. Let us focus on the sunrise. It is simply too beautiful, akin to a celestial paradise. In comparison to the palace, I would much prefer to reside here. Then why not propose it to the master? With so many available residences, you could stay here at night and utilize the portal to travel to the palace during the day. Upon hearing Xiao Lian's suggestion, Bai Mingyun's eyes sparkled with inspiration. This excuse seemed quite reasonable, allowing her to enjoy the beautiful scenery while drawing nearer to the one she adored. She had resolved that, upon Shen Fei's arrival, she would broach this matter with him, confident that he would not refuse. Time passed swiftly, and soon the disciples destined for the competition began to arrive. The 7 brothers of assassins were among the first. Noticing Bai Mingyun's presence and bowing respectfully, their faces radiated an aura akin to that of the gentle spring breeze, devoid of any hint of menace, resembling charming young men from the neighborhood. Who could have imagined that they were, in fact, assassins? Following them were Mu Bai and Ruo Lin, though rumors among the other disciples suggested that the two had already become a couple. In truth, it is not quite as such. Both individuals harbor intentions in this regard. However, neither has yet dared to breach that delicate barrier between them, and they remain in a state of indecision, still in the throes of courtship. Subsequently, a few esteemed guests arrived, who, after tidying themselves up, presented themselves with a semblance of decorum. Notably, the monkey expressed disdain for his previous attire, deeming it excessively eccentric, and thus requested Shen Fei to adorn him in a regal Monkey King ensemble. This transformation was indeed striking. garnering the admiration of the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, thereby gratifying his vanity. But of course, this transformation would only manifest during combat. At this moment, he bore no distinction from an ordinary person. As for Qiongqi, while she may not possess such exquisite beauty, the valiance exuding from her added considerable appeal. The other three were rather unremarkable, engaged in conversation, fully aware of Bai Mingyun's identity, although their prowess surpassed hers significantly. The basic courtesies still warranted observance. "Do hurry up, we are departing." At that moment, a knock resounded upon Shen Fei's door, heralded by Shen Qingyin's voice. That it was only then that Shen Fei and Zhao Jiesin stirred from their slumber. With a mere thought, the door swung open, allowing Shen Qingyin to enter and take a seat upon the living room sofa. Shen Fei and Zhao Jiesin emerged from the bedroom, reminded that they had pressing matters to attend to, prompting Shen Fei to abandon his lingering in bed. After freshening up, he joined them in the living room. "Why did you arrive so early? It has barely just begun to dawn," Shen Fei remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Jiesin, feeling a twinge of discomfort from being roused so abruptly, a trace of morning grumpiness evident. "Barely dawn. It's already past morning. You two are remarkably carefree, considering you were set to participate in the Imperial Grand Tournament. And yet you still dawdle. You realize the others have long since gathered at the peak of the cultivation tower, awaiting your arrival." Upon hearing Shen Qingyin's admonition, Shen Fei felt a touch embarrassed. He had grown accustomed to rising late alongside Zhao Jiesin. "Isn't it just a habit? To me, morning feels synonymous with late morning. Who knew you would come so early? It seems I must procure a clock." "A clock? What on earth is that?" "Oh, never mind that for now. You'll understand when the time comes." Shen Qingyin's curiosity about the clock went unanswered, as Shen Fei chose to keep her in suspense. "What are you all discussing? Are we going or not? We shouldn't keep them waiting too long. That would be quite improper." At this juncture, Zhao Jiesin approached Shen Fei, urging him to hasten. "Nothing of consequence. Let us be on our way." With that, Shen Fei led the two women out. As they stepped outside, they startled the small black creature that had been nestled against a bamboo shoot in slumber. Upon closer inspection, one could discern distinct claw marks on the bamboo, as if the creature feared it might be taken from it. Seeing Shen Fei and his companions emerge, the small black creature promptly followed. Leaping onto Shen Fei's shoulder, Chapter 86, Arrival at Zhongdu. Fortunately, the small black creature was not dirty, as it possessed a certain strength that kept it pristine. Otherwise, Shen Fei would have unceremoniously kicked it away. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that, like a pet, it could accompany them. If they ultimately found themselves unable to enter the secret realm of the Imperial Grand Tournament, he could simply leave it with Zhao Jiesin. At present, the small black creature comfortably dozed on Shen Fei's shoulder, blissfully unaware of his thoughts. Society is simple. It is humanity that is complex. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the cultivation tower, they found that those awaiting them had already been there for quite some time. "Haha, I never imagined your definition of morning would be so loose. It seems I have erred. We have delayed too long," Shen Fei declared, eliciting astonished reactions from the gathered crowd, for Shen Fei's status was not to be underestimated. "Not at all. We have only just arrived ourselves, master. There is no need for you to apologize. Indeed, we have only been here a short while. This brief wait is hardly worth mentioning. Had it not been for Sister Qi's insistence, we would surely still be absent. As for us, we simply wish to witness the beautiful sunrise over the heavenly demon sect. Hence our early arrival. Master need not be concerned." For them, this lapse of time was trivial. After Shen Fei expressed his apologies, no further comments were made. "Let us depart then. We should not linger here any longer. We need to familiarize ourselves with Zhongdu, as today marks the opening ceremony, with the grand tournament commencing tomorrow. That we must meet with them." "Understood." With that, Shen Fei summoned his cosmic warship, which rapidly expanded before the cultivation tower. Allowing everyone to board, a massive time wormhole formed ahead, and in the next moment, the entire warship vanished from sight, only to reappear in Zhongdu. The reason this place is referred to as Zhongdu is due to its central location on the continent, which is divided into 9 provinces surrounding it. Naturally, it has become the venue for the meeting of the rulers of the 9 provinces, typically held once every 4 years to conduct the Imperial Grand Tournament. The nation that triumphs not only garners immense prestige, but also secures jurisdiction over Zhongdu. However, this is only for a span of 4 years, during which the revenues of Zhongdu are exclusively theirs. One notable aspect is that within Zhongdu lies the preeminent sect of the world, the legendary Tianqian sect, whose influence is so vast that it can even sway the governance of Zhongdu. As the enormous cosmic warship descended upon Zhongdu, the city guards were taken aback, initially suspecting an enemy incursion. Fortunately, upon revealing their identities and demonstrating their formidable presence, the soldiers ceased their scrutiny and allowed them entry. While this may be Zhongdu, it does not appear particularly prosperous. It seems quite similar to the counties of our Yuzhou, Shen Fei observed, noting the absence of anything remarkable. Had it not been for the abundant spirit stone mines, it is likely few would vie for this territory. Master, the frequent changes in leadership here contribute to its lack of prosperity. However, the influx of merchants engaging in trade ensures a substantial tax revenue, making the annual income from governing this place quite considerable, hence the interest from many in acquiring it. Bai Mingyun elucidated the reasons for its lack of affluence, and her explanation clarified matters for all. Regardless, let us find a place to disembark from the warship and stretch our legs that we can return to the warship at night. Accommodations within are far superior to those of local inns, Shen Fei suggested, prompting nods of agreement from the group. We shall not be joining you. We have little interest in this place. You may go and enjoy yourselves, the 7 assassins stated with a chuckle, genuinely preferring to utilize their time for cultivation rather than exploring. That will not do. You must also take a breather. If you push yourselves too hard, it may yield counterproductive results. Shen Fei firmly countered their reluctance, insisting they join him for a stroll. Indeed, master, you are correct. Sister, would you like to accompany me for a walk? Staying here is rather dull, the monkey eagerly suggested to Qiongqi. However, ideals often clash with reality, and she promptly declined. I have no desire to go. What is there to see? If you wish to go, do so on your own. Upon hearing Qiongqi's refusal, the monkey turned to Shen Fei, seeking his assistance in persuading her, viewing this as an opportunity to spend time alone with her. Enough, monkey. I cannot interfere in your affairs, that if you wish to win over the fair maiden, you must rely on your own charm, Shen Fei replied, before taking Zhao Jiasin by the hand and departing, with Shen Qingyin, her close friend, following suit. Xiao Lian, let us also venture out and explore. Xiao Lian nodded in agreement and followed by Meng Yun as they left. The 7 assassins, along with Mu Bai and Ruo Lin, also decided to disembark, having been swayed by Shen Fei's insistence. Ultimately, only the monkey and the 4 fierce beasts remained. Sister, are you truly not coming along? Not at all. If you wish to go, do so without concern for me. Tao Ran patted his ample belly and glanced at his companions, Gigi and Hundan. Let us go, my brother. How about we venture out for a hearty meal and see if the local cuisine rivals that of the heavenly demon sect? Very well. Brother, let us proceed. By the way, should we invite that monkey over there to join us? Having received their invitation, the monkey ultimately nodded in agreement. The 4 of them departed from this place, and at last, Qiongqi gazed at the vast, indistinct sky, a contemplative expression flickering in her eyes. Subsequently, her graceful silhouette vanished into the air. Once everyone had left, the entire cosmic battleship also cloaked itself, as though it had never existed. Upon reaching the street, Zhao Jiasin and Shen Qingyin clasped hands, meandering about, while Shen Fei could only follow behind, watching them. Chapter 87. It can't be that quick at this moment. He seemed to have realized a troubling issue. Bringing Shen Qingyin along did not appear to be a wise choice. The 2 ladies, captivated by some intriguing items, purchased them without hesitation. Money for these 2 affluent women. Any problem that could be solved with money was hardly a concern. Shen Fei chose to say nothing, content to observe their joy without intruding. Instead, he took out his phone to capture these delightful moments, for photography was something he cherished, as for his skills in taking pictures. He was quite satisfied with himself. After all, if one poured their heart into it, the outcome mattered little. Having explored the area thoroughly, they only remembered Shen Fei around noon, realizing he had been overlooked. They casually selected a restaurant for a meal and discovered that the dishes were not as delectable as those served within the heavenly demon sect. However, the one redeeming quality was the fresh sensation of trying something new. Overall, it was still rather pleasant. Afternoon, they had lost interest in shopping and returned to the cosmic battleship. Upon their return, they found that most of the others had already arrived. I am utterly disappointed. The food here pales in comparison to that of our heavenly demon sect. Even the wine is subpar. Who could disagree? After a few days of eating here, I would surely long for the food from the heavenly demon sect. They lamented about their recent meal, eliciting laughter from the others who watched their discussion. Isn't Qiongqi here? Shen Fei inquired, glancing at the monkey nearby. I don't know. Perhaps she has gone out, that I can't say for certain, as she still hasn't returned. Shen Fei nodded and retreated to his room. Upon entering, he saw two women lounging on the sofa, giggling, their laughter ringing like silver bells, delightfully melodious. Here, if you attack in this direction, you might hit these little birds. Whoa, I missed. You are so inept. Watch me. I'll demonstrate. Ah, you missed too. That doesn't count. It was an accident. Let me try again. Without needing to look, Shen Fei knew that the two were huddled together playing Angry Birds. Shen Fei, could you install this game on my phone too? It's so much fun. Upon seeing Shen Fei's arrival, a fragrant breeze wafted toward him, and then Shen Qingyin appeared before him, holding a phone in her hands, her face brimming with anticipation. Noticing the spark in Shen Qingyin's eyes, Shen Fei immediately assisted her in downloading the game. Ha ha ha. Now I have it too. I can play on my own. After saying this, she snatched her phone from Shen Fei's hands and slammed it onto the sofa, continuing to play alongside Zhao Jiesin. For quite some time, the two remained engrossed in their game. Zhao Jiesin, initially weary of playing, found herself taking on the role of a teacher, guiding the novice Shen Qingyin. Meanwhile, Shen Fei retreated to his bedroom to continue reading his novel. Whether it was due to the author's laziness or other reasons, only a few chapters had been updated in recent days, and there had been 2 days of silence, truly disappointing. Boss, I've uncovered some information. Could you step out for a moment? In the evening, Shen Fei suddenly heard Qiongqi's voice, and in an instant his figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, Shen Fei found himself atop a mountain peak. Ah, so you emerged to investigate this matter. There's no need to rush. They will eventually surface. Indeed. I found some clues that I just visited the Heavenly Xian sect, and it is indeed quite formidable. The entrance was manageable, but at the peak it seems some force concealed it from detection that I attempted to probe with my mental energy. Nearly facing backlash, the power of the Heavenly Xian sect should not be underestimated. If you already suspect something unusual, why act so rashly? Safety comes first. I understand, boss, that I merely wish to learn about the Tao of Heaven as soon as possible. By the way, boss, have you heard? The Heavenly Xian sect also intends to participate in this competition, and it's said that over half of the nation support them. Therefore, this imperial contest may expose their true intentions. That is to be expected. It seems they are unwilling to remain confined to a mere mountain range. They seek to gain jurisdiction over this central capital and establish a new nation, perhaps with the support of the Tao of Heaven. They aim to unify the entire 9 provinces, thereby reinforcing the might of the Tao. Shen Fei's speculation held considerable merit. It could very well be their ultimate goal. Ah, is that so? Then it's of no consequence. They stand no chance of securing first place. Especially with you inside, that it's almost like bullying them. Following Shen Fei's line of thought, Qiongqi also came to a realization. Let us hope so. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that if they fail to gain jurisdiction, they might lash out in anger, that if they hear of support from behind the scenes, these powerful beings from the 9 Stars Empire would hardly regard them as threats. Therefore, you must remain vigilant. Understood. Rest assured, boss. I will keep a close watch on them. Very well. Then that it seems we're nearing the conclusion. We shall know the outcome by tomorrow. Now, you should return and rest. Don't overexert yourself. Qiongqi nodded, and then her graceful form vanished from sight. Shen Fei glanced toward the distant location of the Heavenly Xian sect, narrowing his eyes. I hope you all don't bring about your own demise. Otherwise, I would have no qualms about facilitating your end. When Shen Fei returned to his room, he found Zhao Jessen staring at him with wide eyes. She approached him, sniffing the air. "Darling, what's the matter?" "Humph. You left so quickly. I thought you went to meet another woman." Hearing Zhao Jessen's words, Shen Fei chuckled. "That's not the case. Qianqi was merely sharing some intelligence with me. Moreover, if I had truly gone to meet someone, do you think I would return so soon?" Zhao Jessen's face flushed as if recalling something. "I won't talk to you. You're so unrefined." Chapter 88. The Gathering at the Sacred Mountain of the Gods. Thus, with Shen Qingyin's company, that night, Zhao Jessen and Shen Qingyin did not rest, engrossed in their phones. Meanwhile, Shen Fei simply muted their sounds. Initially, he considered introducing them to his 5v5 game, Eternal Glory, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against IT. IT was hilarious enough that they were already so absorbed in a single-player game. If he revealed a game that was even more entertaining, they might end up sleepless for days on end. Although Shen Fei could have used the health system to limit their playtime, he ultimately chose not to, as it was rare for them to be so joyful. Besides, he would be competing the next day, and they might find themselves bored, so he decided to indulge them this time. Eventually, Shen Fei isolated their sounds and drifted off to sleep in his room. The following morning, Shen Fei woke to find the two still playing, showing no signs of fatigue, though their initial enthusiasm had waned. After a night of gaming, Shen Qingyin had finally emerged from her state of excitement, naturally becoming less addicted. Darling, why are you out so early?" Zhao Jessen blinked her large eyes at him. "Dear, it's already the second day morning. I must rise to participate in the competition. You both have played all night. Did you not have any sense of time?" Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Zhao Jessen was momentarily taken aback, not realizing an entire night had passed. It felt to her as if only a short while had elapsed. "So, did you sleep alone last night?" "Of course. Who else would accompany me?" Your only focus is on the game." No, it's not like that, Dad. I was just a bit too excited yesterday. The main thing was guiding Yin through the checkpoint." "I even forgot to sleep. It's all right, I hold no grudge against you." "Well then, you all continue to play. If you feel tired, take a break, that I shall step out to participate in the competition." With that, Shen Fei's figure vanished from sight, appearing on the deck where everyone was already waiting for him. Zhao Jessen was momentarily taken aback, but did not dwell on it, resuming her playful interaction with Shen Qingyin. "Master, you have arrived. We are just about to head to the competition, right?" "Yes, let us set off. By the way, where are the monkeys?" "Those elders left long ago. We have merely been waiting for you here." At this moment, Bai Mingyan spoke up, relaying a message from Qianqi to Shen Fei. "All right then, let us depart." Upon saying this, the cosmic battleship accelerated, soaring towards the venue of the Imperial Grand Contest. Meanwhile, a colossal banner was raised, boldly emblazoned with the words Heavenly Demon Empire, accompanied by the emblem of an adorable little demon. The 10 participants, including Shen Fei, were clad in garments adorned with the same little demon insignia, predominantly black in color. Understated yet striking when they stood together. Look, which empire is this? It's so imposing. The ship is simply incredible. Are you blind? Can't you see it says Heavenly Demon Empire on it? However, I don't recall hearing about this empire before." "Ah, you unaware, I suppose. Rumor has it they have supplanted the Night Bright Empire, and the emperor is a woman." That is utterly ridiculous. How could a woman possibly become an emperor?" "Oh, I've told you. But you won't believe me. Just wait and see, and you'll know I'm not deceiving you." While the crowd conversed, Shen Fei and his companions had already arrived on site. The arena was divided into 9 distinct zones, where individuals from the 8 great empires had gathered. Just in time, the Heavenly Demon Empire made its grand entrance as the final act. What a grandiose display. It's quite impressive to have so many of us waiting for just one empire. The Emperor of the Dark Knight Empire cast a scornful glance at the Heavenly Demon Empire's entourage, eventually fixing his gaze upon Bai Mingyun, the only empress on the Jojo continent, who certainly commanded attention. "Dark Knight, what nonsense are you spouting? We've only just arrived." The ruler of the Wuji Empire, Qin Wujie, interjected, known for his uprightness among the emperors. Despite having numerous enemies, many still wished to befriend him. "Wujie, That effeminate fellow is just like this. Always asking for a scolding, you'll get used to it. Sun Lai, this doesn't concern you. Are you tired of living? Do you wish to die? Ah, do you think my flame empire fears you? If you're not convinced, let us settle this with a duel. Sun Lai's provocation ignited Dark Knight's fury. But in terms of strength, he truly hesitated to confront the Flame Empire. In this regard, Sun Lai had the upper hand. Enough, Sun Lai. Do you think we are not present? The speaker, named Shirlei, represented the Panshur Empire, arguably the most powerful among the empires aside from the Heavenly Demon sect. Although his name suggested integrity, his nature was notoriously suspicious, particularly fond of women, especially alluring married ones at that moment. Two provocatively dressed women were massaging his shoulders. In a bid to curry favor, Dark Knight had sent numerous women his way, which explained Shirley's inclination to assist him. His eyes then shifted toward Dark Knight's queen, gazing with a predatory intensity. Despite Dark Knight's internal discomfort, he could only swallow his pride, for strength dictated the situation that in this context, the four empires stood in stark opposition, while the remaining four maintained relatively amicable relations with the neutral parties. Although a few had recently established closer ties with the Panshur Empire, amidst this delicate atmosphere, Bai Mingyun led Shen Fei and the others out into the open. Many emperors were captivated by Bai Mingyun's beauty. Naturally stunning, her enchanting gaze, combined with her status as empress, elevated her allure to perfection, so much so, Shirley diverted his attention from Dark Knight's queen to Bai Mingyun. Ah, is this not the Heavenly Demon Empire? It is a pleasure to finally meet you. We must cultivate a good relationship. The previous night, Bright Emperor had a favorable rapport with our Panshur Empire, so we should certainly engage more. Wouldn't you agree? With that, Shirley approached Bai Mingyun, attempting to grasp her delicate hand for an inappropriate advantage. Get lost! Bai Mingyun's sharp rebuke interrupted Shirley, just as his hand was halfway extended. He was momentarily stunned, never having anticipated such a response that a sovereign. One would expect a degree of respect, especially from the seemingly delicate Bai Mingyun. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Please repeat yourself. Shirley retracted his hand, folding it behind his back, his eyes narrowing, exuding a dangerous aura as he stared intently at Bai Mingyun. I said, get lost. Bai Mingyun showed no sign of fear, boldly confronting him. What? Can you still not hear me? Do you need me to repeat it? Observing Shirley's immobility, Bai Mingyun spoke coolly, her formidable presence causing several emperors to take notice. Very well, you are quite bold. It has been long since someone dared to speak to me like that. Those brats behind the Heavenly Demon Empire should tread carefully. I will make you regret it, and you will beg to kneel before me. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Mingyun struck him with a forceful slap, sending Shirley hurtling through the air. I've warned you several times, yet an exceedingly filthy thing still obstructs my path. Truly bothersome. Caught completely off guard, Shirley was sent sprawling, looking quite disheveled. Bai Mingyun disregarded the reactions of those around her and took her seat, leaving Shen Fei and the others to stand on the platform at the back. How dare you insult my brother Shirley? This is utterly outrageous. At that moment, Dark Knight leapt to his feet, unable to ignore the humiliation of his elder brother. Oh, is that so? My apologies. Was it Shirley you were referring to? He is indeed not a thing. Truly not a thing. Then am I forgiven now? Bai Mingyun's words sent Sun Lai and Qin Wujie into fits of laughter, reveling in the misfortune of the two despised figures. Incredible. I quite like your demeanor. Consider us friends. Ha! Me too. Bai Mingyun's performance clearly resonated with Qin Wujie and Sun Lai, prompting their candid declarations. Indeed, having another ally opens more pathways for our Heavenly Demon Empire to foster friendship with you both. Bai Mingyun smiled in response to their words, her confidence stemming from Shen Fei's unwavering support. Otherwise, she would never have acted so boldly. You have truly enraged me. I will ensure you regret this. Enough, Dark Knight. Curb your effeminacy. It's nauseating. I almost wish to slap you into silence. Before Bai Mingyun could respond, Qin Wujie interjected decisively. Enough chatter. Let our skills speak for themselves. You will come to regret this. Shirley returned to his position, His expression darkened as he summoned Dark Knight back to him, already feeling the embarrassment of the situation. More importantly, during their brief exchange, he realized that Bai Mingyun's strength was on par with his own, which was the primary reason he chose to refrain from further provocations. Since there is no way to deal with her here, the disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect can vent their frustrations during this grand competition. At that time, he will be able to relish the expression on Bai Mingyun's face. The agony and helplessness will surely be quite spectacular. Now that everyone is present, let us commence without further delay. The sooner we determine the ownership rights, the sooner we can return. Indeed, that is exactly my thought. Very well, let us begin. Just as everyone was ready to summon the divine sacred mountain for this competition, a voice interrupted them. Hold on, we also wish to participate in this grand contest. As the words were spoken, an elderly man with flowing white hair appeared before them, accompanied by a group of 10 disciples. The arrogance in their eyes was palpable, exuding an overwhelming aura. Even several emperors were taken aback. Among these 10, 8 were formidable monarchs, and 2 were even great emperors. Is it truly possible for those under 25 years of age to possess such power? This is utterly astonishing. Only Bai Mingyun remained unfazed. After all, those behind her were all great emperors, including the unfathomable Shen Fei. What was there to fear? It was just that Shen Fei had initially assisted them in concealing their auras, which the others failed to detect. How can this be? Who are you? How is it possible for you to have such powerful disciples? This is inconceivable. Haha, such short-sightedness. True geniuses are not something you mere ants can rival. Let me be direct. We are from the Heavenly Profound Sect, and we intend to participate in this grand contest. Upon our victory, the ownership rights here will belong to us, and we shall establish the 10th Empire. Upon hearing the white-haired elder's declaration, the other emperors naturally disagreed. Impossible. You are merely a small sect. How could you possibly become a nation? What a joke. The Night Empire was the first to object. Traditionally, the ownership rights were claimed by the Rock Empire, which would allow them to partake in the spoils. Now, someone was attempting to seize it, and they appeared formidable to boot. How could they possibly agree? Haha, that is not for you to decide. If you are truly unwilling, then perish here. With that, the white-haired elder unleashed his aura, and even the 9-star emperors felt a terrifying pressure. The intensity of the elder's presence caused even the most disgruntled Shirley to calm down. Remaining motionless in his seat, lost in thought, subconsciously, Bai Mingyun glanced at Shen Fei behind her, believing him to be far more powerful than this elder. Shen Fei nodded, signaling her to remain composed and observe the situation. Reassured by Shen Fei's response, Bai Mingyun relaxed once more, quietly awaiting the outcome of their discussion. However, this moment of ease did not escape the elder's notice. Oh, the Empress of the Celestial Demon Empire remains so composed at such a critical juncture. Why is that? The elder's gaze pierced through Bai Mingyun like a blade. As a 9-star emperor, she was certainly not intimidated and replied with graceful poise. What does your intention to establish a nation have to do with the Celestial Demon Empire? Historically, we have never claimed ownership rights here, so it is not a matter I need to be concerned about. Moreover, should you succeed in founding a nation, it may allow for greater interaction between us, fostering mutual benefit. Hearing Bai Mingyun's words, the white-haired elder chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. Well said, Empress. I admire your mindset. As for your mention of cooperation, let us save that discussion for later. Just as the elder finished speaking, Shirley stepped forward. Elder, regarding your proposal, we are in agreement that I represent the Rock Empire, the mightiest among empires. Thus, when your Heavenly Profound Sect seeks partners, do choose wisely, lest you be deceived by those with mere appearances. A strong alliance will yield greater benefits. Indeed, indeed. Elder, my brother sure is correct. The Night Empire will also support you. Observing their lack of principles, even the white-haired elder felt some disdain for them. However, he kept this to himself, knowing there might be instances where he could utilize their support. After all, his goal had already been achieved, securing the right to participate in the competition. Once inside, victory would be within reach, making the establishment of the Heavenly Profound Sect a straightforward endeavor. Since that is settled, we shall participate in the competition. Upon hearing the elder's words, the attendees fell silent, clearly acquiescing. There was no alternative. Who would dare gamble with their lives? Since there are no objections, let us commence. Is it not true that the divine sacred mountain requires everyone's cooperation for its summoning? Let us expedite the process. Alternatively, you may concede. You need not concern yourself with that. The divine sacred mountain conceals numerous secrets, both opportunities and dangers. Even those at the emperor level may encounter peril. So exercise caution and do not blame me for not warning you. The speaker was Qin Wujing, who looked down on the white-haired elder's actions but could not directly refute him. So he resorted to this subtle provocation. Very well, I understand. The disciples I brought are all elites, far beyond your mundane lot. He laughed as the elder spoke. The crowd felt a mix of annoyance but remained silent. There was no basis for comparison. Enough of this chatter. Let us unlock the divine sacred mountain without delay. Elder, please join us in channeling our energy to maintain the mountain's operation. All right, I understand. My beloved disciples are still inside. How could I not contribute? Thus, under the combined efforts of the 10 masters, the legendary divine sacred mountain was unveiled. All participating disciples, please enter. Once inside, you may face unforeseen dangers. It is up to you to navigate them. Good luck. Shen Fei looked up with great interest at the wondrous little mountain surrounded by them, which resembled a pagoda more than a mountain. In the next moment, he felt an immense force pulling them all inside. From the outset, Shen Fei had already arranged for their roles. The 7 assassins were tasked with eliminating participants from the Rock Empire and Night Empire to hone their assassination skills. Mu Bai and Ruo Lin teamed up for this expedition, seeking potential opportunities for Shen Fei. He was free to do as he pleased. However, at the beginning, Shen Fei had placed his phone outside, ensuring that all members of the Celestial Demon sect could witness the competition. Long before, he had installed a massive display in the Celestial Demon Great Hall, allowing for live broadcasts, including the recent appearance of the Heavenly Profound sect, which was transmitted with crystal clarity. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The Heavenly Profound sect thinks they are invincible. So amusing. The ancestors are truly cunning. I bet a can of cola that the ancestor has devised a scheme to conceal their strength and play the fool. Of course, this manner of operation is quintessentially ancestral. Ha ha ha. Unlike you all, I can already envision that old man's expression of despair. It's going to be priceless. Now that you mention it, I can picture it too. The ancestor truly embodies the essence of cunning. Ha ha ha. The ancestor is forever a deity. At this moment, the disciples of the Celestial Demon sect had mostly transitioned from the training tower to the hall. Eagerly watching the live broadcast, above the sacred mountain, one could discern various colored dots scattered about. The black dots represented the Celestial Demon sect. If these dots were to vanish, it would signify that the individuals they represented had perished. I wager a spirit stone that the singular black that belongs to the ancestor. I know. The ancestor plays the game so well, but he has entered the encirclement of other empires. Look at the colors surrounding him. What is there to worry about? The ancestor is incredibly powerful. He can handle it all by himself. Indeed, these individuals are not worthy of being considered even a fraction of the prowess of our master. Now, let us not dwell too much on these thoughts. Instead, focus on observing what unfolds next. With that, the clamor of the crowd gradually subsided, and everyone turned their attention to the movement of the small black that had been encircled. Chapter 91. Whimpering as the surge of energy dissipated. Shen Fei opened his eyes. This must be the front of the sacred mountain of the celestial deity. Expanding his mental faculties, he discovered a formidable force obstructing his psychic reach, hindering him from perceiving the surrounding situation. However, Shen Fei's strength could hardly be impeded by such barriers. He released his mental energy, and after a brief survey, he discerned that there was nothing particularly noteworthy in this vicinity, that it was merely the base of the mountain. And the ruins within had been thoroughly ravaged, leaving behind little of interest to him. Glancing around, he noticed the presence of individuals from other empires. Rather than confronting them directly, he opted to observe in silence. He had long recognized that while this place was nominally called the sacred mountain of the celestial deity, it surely harbored enigmas, of which he was yet unaware that his mental energy probed higher altitudes. He distinctly felt a barrier that impeded his exploration, preventing even his psychic essence from penetrating through. That it appeared that only by breaking this barrier would entry into the inner sanctum be possible. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded forth with a bold idea, to ascend to the highest level, where he presumed the most esteemed treasures awaited. However, upon his arrival, he discovered a considerable number of individuals already present. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as members of the Tianqian sect, evidently privy to the secrets of this place and desiring entry. How could this be? This was purportedly their first participation in this contest. How could they possess such knowledge? This raised suspicions. Thus, Shen Fei refrained from taking action, choosing instead to stealthily observe them as if they were his quarry. Ergo, have you made any progress? Why can we not breach this barrier? Boss, I have exerted every ounce of effort, yet it remains impenetrable that I truly cannot fathom the sect leader's intentions. He expects us to reach the pinnacle, yet we cannot even ascend to the second level. Ergo, do not sow discord among our ranks. We will surely prevail. Boss, even with your formidable strength, you cannot breach this barrier, that if we all strike together, the barrier's defenses will only multiply. It truly is an insurmountable task. Then I cannot simply concede here. What if we utilize that item? That is not permissible. It is reserved for the final moments. That it is said to contain a powerful spirit, and only with that can we subdue it. The individual referred to, as the boss leaped up, striking air, goes head with force. What is wrong with your reasoning? Do you not understand? If we cannot pass this barrier, how can we expect to reach what lies beyond? Do you not wish to discover what treasures the second level holds? Upon hearing their leader's declaration, the group nodded in agreement. At that moment, Shen Fei noticed a small box in the leader's hand, its purpose unclear. However, just as he was about to open it, Shen Fei discreetly intervened. That Lucien, the leader of the Tianqian sect, felt a sudden sting in his hand as the black box was sent flying, crashing against the barrier. In the next instant, a thunderous roar reverberated as the barrier to the second level shattered. Ha ha ha! I told you this is how it is done. Just smash it through. But, boss, did not the sect leader instruct us to open the box for it to be effective? What does it matter now? The barrier is breached. We can ascend directly, that if you choose not to follow, the treasure shall be claimed by others. With that, Lucien charged ahead. After a moment of hesitation, the others followed him into the second level. All right. Xiao He returned. Upon hearing Shen Fei's command, Xiao He flitted back to perch upon his shoulder, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Then it noticed a bamboo shoot in Shen Fei's hand, looking remarkably fresh and delectable. Xiao He's earlier grievances vanished, and it affectionately nudged Shen Fei's neck. Shen Fei, not wishing to prolong its anticipation, fed it the bamboo shoot while he contemplated the black box. In that fleeting moment when Lu Xian opened it, Shen Fei had snatched it away and hurled the sleeping Xiao He at the barrier. Sensing the impending danger, Xiao He extended its small claws and tore through the obstruction. The suddenness of this act seemed to irk it, and it whined in protest. Nevertheless, its mood quickly lifted upon receiving the bamboo shoot. Shen Fei, employing his mental faculties, sensed that this object could absorb his psychic energy and had a subtle influence on souls, albeit faint, which he nonetheless detected. Intriguing. The highest level must contain something extraordinary. If even the sect leader of the Tianqian sect covets it, that it appears I must pay a visit there. Beep! 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 A series of tasks activated. Task 1. Obtain control of the sacred mountain of the celestial deity. Task 2. Prevent the Tianqian sect from claiming dominion over Zhongdu. Task 3. Annihilate the Tianqian sect. Rewards are stackable, with cumulative rewards tripling the original basis, contingent on the degree of task completion. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shen Fei smiled. This aligned perfectly with his desires. To it seemed the tripled rewards were all but assured. Very well. Let us first explore this highest level. What must be done to seize control here? Is the answer hidden within the final layer? What secrets might lie concealed? This accursed system offers no guidance on how to proceed. It truly is infuriating. In his musings, Shen Fei vanished from the scene, accompanied by Xiao He. Meanwhile, the 7 assassins he had trained commenced their operations. Chapter 92. Very well, I shall accompany you to the end at this moment. They were concealed in shadows, merging seamlessly with the darkness as though they had never existed, rendering them undetectable. Most notably, they had completely suppressed their own auras. Their prey consisted of individuals from the Dark Knight Empire, whom the 7 brothers had long harbored disdain for at that moment. They were startled by a thunderous sound, coinciding with Xiao Hei's shattering of the barrier, which reverberated loudly. The members of the Dark Knight Empire were evidently taken aback. What the hell? What just happened to cause such a disturbance? Who knows, this is rather shocking. Could it be that someone has broken the barrier? If so, we need not linger here for opportunities. Let us proceed to the second area. Yet, wouldn't that be perilous? We've come this far. What danger is there to fear? Hurry along, or they will claim all the treasures. Indeed, let us go. His Majesty commanded us to eradicate the people of the Celestial Demon Empire. I wonder where they might be. Let us not concern ourselves with that. If we encounter them, we shall slay them. With their strength, it would be laughable. However, as the man laughed, his mirth abruptly ceased. The 7 brothers had struck, swiftly decapitating him. The spectators witnessed a shadow flash past, and the sound of the severed head hitting the ground was chilling, the lifeless expression adding to the horror. Who dares lurk in the shadows? Step forth and engage us directly, for such cowardly tactics are beneath contempt. The voices of the Dark Knight Empire quivered with fear. The recent victim had been eliminated without so much as a chance to retaliate, leaving them in terror, unable to discern the source of their assailants. That very moment, he felt a chilling sensation at his neck, and then everything behind him faded away as his life force was abruptly severed. Alongside him, 6 others met the same fate, which meant that amongst the 7 brothers, each had dispatched one, in total. Within the dark realm of the Night Empire, 10 individuals had gathered, and at this instant, 8 had fallen, leaving only 2 survivors. Witnessing the unfolding events, the remaining 2 immediately knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. Esteemed heroes, please forgive us. We are willing to relinquish everything we possess. Grant us a chance to live. Indeed, we assure you that once we leave, we will never disclose your identities, that we hold no enmity against you. We implore you to spare us. Hearing the terrified pleas of the 2, the assassin brothers chuckled. This task had proven to be remarkably simple, akin to bullying children. Even without resorting to assassination, their sheer strength could easily subdue them with a mere finger. No enmity, you say? Do you even know who we are? Upon uttering these words, the figures cloaked in darkness stepped into the light. The 2 remaining members of the Night Empire were rendered utterly speechless upon seeing their faces. You are from the Demon Empire? No, this cannot be. This is impossible. How could you possibly be so formidable? The Emperor has informed us otherwise. He cannot be mistaken. Once the assassin brothers revealed their identities, the 2 could no longer maintain their composure. They had initially believed they had no quarrel with them, only to realize they were gravely mistaken. Their previous conversation had undoubtedly been overheard by their adversaries, and the situation had turned dire. We were unaware of your immense power. Moreover, it was that vile emperor who compelled us to act thusly. We do not wish to kill. Please, show us mercy this once. Upon seeing the assassin brothers again, the 2 fell prostrate on the ground. For no one fears death more than those who wish to survive. I truly wish to spare you. At these words, the kneeling men looked up in astonishment, only to have their expressions forever frozen in time. I genuinely do not desire to take lives. But alas, you seek to harm our empire, and thus we cannot be blamed. Enough of this sentimentality. Let us swiftly find the others, that we have accomplished half our task. We must locate the members of the Rock Empire and reunite with the Master afterward. Understood. Let us depart. With that, the 7 once again concealed themselves in the shadows, as if they had never been there, leaving nothing but the scent of blood behind. How can this be? No, it cannot be. How could the Night Empire simply vanish in an instant? Outside, the Emperor of the Night Empire noticed that the small black dots representing his empire had entirely disappeared, indicating that all 10 who had entered were now dead. This was unfathomable. the speed of their demise was astonishingly swift, almost simultaneous. Most troubling was the fact that the only ones present were members of the Demon Empire, merely 7 individuals. This revelation was almost too much for him to bear. How could the 10 most talented individuals of his empire be so effortlessly eliminated? This was inconceivable. There had to be some trickery at play. At this moment, the Emperor of the Night could scarcely believe this grim reality. You wretched scoundrels! What underhanded means did you employ to annihilate all of our Night Empire's men? Surely, you orchestrated this, did you not? Speak quickly, or I shall demand the life of your entire Demon Empire. The Emperor of the Night spoke through gritted teeth, his gaze fixed on by Mengyun. Isn't this a perfectly ordinary outcome? As for why such a result occurred, it is simply because your disciples lack skill. How could 10 of them be slain by merely 7 of us? You should be ashamed. Do you think we are unaware of what you instructed your disciples before they entered? You have the audacity to bark here. Your shamelessness has reached new heights. As for your final words about wanting to wage war against our Demon Empire, very well, I shall gladly oblige. Chapter 93. The Joy of Victory and the Despair of Defeat after uttering this statement. Bai Mingyun withdrew her gaze from the Emperor of the Night, lifting her cup of tea to take a delicate sip. Our Demon Empire fears no force. If you truly seek vengeance, even with the might of your entire nation, I would not hesitate to annihilate your empire. The last 2 words left her lips, and all present were taken aback, unable to fathom that this seemingly gentle woman could exude such audacity. Perhaps one should not judge a person by their appearance. Even Qin Wuji and Sun Lai, who had previously aided the Demon Empire, were astonished, realizing that this woman was far from ordinary. The white-haired elder from the Heavenly Xian sect also cast a glance towards Bai Mingyun, clearly taken aback by her boldness. They were left wondering what gave her such confidence. Ha! Demon Empress, the Wuji Empire shall support you. I have long found that effeminate fool intolerable. Indeed, the Flame Empire shall not stand idly by either. When the time comes, we will join forces to raise his homeland. Of course, the territory of the Night Empire shall be yours. I shall claim not a single inch. The Emperor of the Night couldn't help but feel utterly humiliated at their discussion. It was an undeniable fact that 10 had been bested by 7. Who could endure such disgrace? His earlier threats were merely bluster. Launching an attack on the Demon Empire was fraught with challenges, as the distance between their nations posed insurmountable obstacles. After all, not everyone possessed the cosmic warships capable of temporal jumps like Shen Fei. Enough! As rulers of our respective nations, what is this ruckus? Speak less, and let us focus on the competition. Our Heavenly Xian sect members have already entered the 2nd layer, while you all remain idly here. Ha ha ha! The white-haired elder intervened to quell the argument, though his smug demeanor was irksome to behold. Why do you all stare at me? You should be grateful. Had we of the Heavenly Xian sect not opened the entrance to the 2nd layer, you would never have had the chance to enter. Hearing his boastful claims, the crowd paid him no heed at this moment. Bai Mingyun's attention was solely fixed on a singular small black Shen Fei. On Shen Fei's cosmic warship, Zhao Jiasen and Shen Qingyin watched the live broadcast that Shen Fei had orchestrated. Upon witnessing the recent events, they burst into laughter. Moreover, the phone adeptly shifted its view to the Emperor of the Night, capturing his agitated expression, which elicited further amusement from the two. This is absolutely hilarious. They thought their disciples were so powerful, unaware that ours have already attained the level of emperors. And to think, this is akin to bullying children. Moreover, Shen Fei has entered, following those from the Heavenly Xian sect, with the ferocious wolves right behind them. Yet they remain oblivious. Just wait and see. Our Demon Empire is sure to claim 1st place. Isn't that obvious? What is there to watch? Teach me how to fling pigs at birds instead. Here it comes, here it comes. This level must be navigated this way. Within the grand hall of the demon sect in the Demon Empire, everyone gathered together, laughing uproariously, as if they might lift the roof off the building. Ha ha, this is too funny. The Emperor of the Night is utterly ridiculous. I agree. I can hardly contain my laughter, though I haven't completely lost it yet. Ha ha. We await their attack. Then we can truly showcase our strength. However, I must say, Our Empress is indeed imposing. I noticed that too. She is remarkable. Enough of this. I would wager that our demon empire will undoubtedly emerge as champions. Isn't that obvious? Of course, I know that. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the others, the Emperor of the Night felt as if he were on the brink of despair. This moment. He could only hope that his elder brother, the Emperor of the Rock Empire, would assist him in seeking vengeance. Let us now turn our attention back to Shen Fei, who was leisurely trailing behind the members of the Heavenly Shen sect. What a heap of scrap metal! Is this even worthy of being called a weapon? What a joke! As for the martial arts lineage here, this is merely a cave. It pales in comparison to my heavenly demon palm. Utterly worthless. These elixirs might be useful, but they are far too ancient to be of any effect now. However, the formula for this elixir could certainly be of interest for the Third Elder's research. Although the members of the Tianxian sect were ahead of Shen Fei, when they attempted to enter the cave, they discovered that everything inside was either ruined or completely non-existent, leaving them with nothing but disappointment. Boss, what is going on? Didn't we hear that no one had come to the second level before? Why is it like this? We haven't seen a single treasure, only heaps of useless junk, devoid of anything valuable. I'm just as puzzled. Logically, we should have been the first to arrive here. What on earth is happening? I figured it out, boss. It must be that the passage of time has rendered these items inaccessible to us, and it no matter. There are bound to be treasures further along. It seems you might be right. Let us delve deeper and continue our search. Observing the diligent efforts of this group, Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The places they were scouring had already been thoroughly plundered by him before their arrival. If they were to learn of this, it would surely infuriate them. Nonetheless, Shen Fei trailed behind them, unhurried, content to observe and ready to alert the other disciples of the heavenly demon sect should any danger arise. For a considerable time, Shen Fei followed in their wake to by this point. He had amassed a wealth of items, including various ancient elixir formulas, several useful weapons, and even 2 artifacts, marking his haul as quite commendable. Meanwhile, the Tianxian sect members were left bewildered, having acquired nothing of value despite their strenuous efforts to breach the doors repeatedly, which was indeed exhausting. A profound sense of despair washed over them, leaving their gazes hollow. Chapter 94. A glimpse of light. What on earth is this? This is what they call a relic. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to smash this place to bits. It is driving me insane. In a fit of rage, Lu Xian smashed the ancient stone structures, yet it still didn't suffice to quell his fury. Once or twice was bearable, but even after the third or fourth time, he struggled to maintain his composure. Each time he held hope, only to have it dashed in a disappointment, culminating in a crushing sense of despair. He had never anticipated such a dismal outcome, amidst all these vast ruins. Not a single worthwhile item could be found. Instead, there was only scrap metal and remnants of elixirs, utterly devoid of any practical use. Surely, he couldn't go out and sell rusty iron for money. Boss! Wait! I've found it! Finally, I've discovered something. Just as Lu Xian slumped down, resigned to despair, a voice rang out that was akin to heavenly music to his ears. After all this toil, was he finally about to reap a reward? With this glimmer of hope, he leaped to his feet and rushed over to the source of the sound. What is it? What treasure have you found? Show me quickly. Upon hearing this voice, he dashed over, as if he had seen the light and hope. However, upon arriving at the scene, he realized he was utterly mistaken. The light was indeed a deception, non-existent. What he found was merely a rusted little iron sword, completely useless, too filthy even to wield. The euphoric feeling of soaring high dissipated instantly, leaving him to crash back down to earth. Is this what you call a treasure? Are you jesting with me? The words escaped his lips through gritted teeth, as Lu Xian's anger surged to its peak. Boss! Please let me explain. I initially thought that the items here had been lost to time, which is why there were no treasures left, all corroded. See, this little iron sword is evidence of that. We didn't come here to participate in this competition before, and they all halted at the first level, which is why nothing was discovered here. It's simply an unfortunate circumstance. Hearing this, Lu Xian managed to calm down, that he understood that simply being angry would not resolve the issue. What lay before him was the reality that he had arrived first at the second level, only to find it brimming with nothing but scraps. What was to be done? Boss, how about we stop searching ourselves and just take from them? What do you think? Take from whom? Other empires, of course. With our overwhelming strength, robbing them would be a piece of cake. What if we were to eliminate them? What difference would it make? Clearly, they believed their prowess would enable them to dominate here, without the need for hard labor in search of treasures. As long as they ultimately acquired what they desired, if those empires refused to relinquish their treasures, then they would have no choice but to eliminate them. That in this era, a life was merely a life to those with power. Killing a person was no different than slaying a dog. Ha ha, splendid. Let us proceed with this plan. Even if those imperial scum unite, they won't stand a chance against us. Let us do it. We shall become the hunters. Understood. Boss, let us move. Shen Fei, who had been trailing behind, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing their intentions. That he hoped they wouldn't target the heavenly demon empire, for if they did, they might find themselves in dire straits. Once it became clear that they had abandoned their search for treasures, Shen Fei ceased his following and began to gather items for himself. His standards were quite high. Initially, he had intended to toy with the members of the Tianxian sect, which was why he had hoarded everything useful. Now, however, he saw no need for that. He would simply take what caught his eye and leave the rest, which were items he deemed unworthy. Yet for others, those cast-offs were treasures indeed. Time to get to work. No more sleeping. After Shen Fei's recent actions, which he deemed rather dull, Little Black had once again nodded off on his shoulder. At this moment, Shen Fei playfully tapped its little head, a unique method of waking it that only Little Black could endure. There is a barrier ahead. Can you break it? Still groggy from being abruptly awakened, Little Black was displeased by Shen Fei's words. What did he mean by can you? I, Little Black, am destined to be the Panda King. How could a mere barrier stand in my way? That is quite an underestimation of my abilities. Casting a disdainful glance at Shen Fei, it leaped up to the barrier. With its little paw, it struck the barrier forcefully. To Shen Fei's amazement, that seemingly light tap shattered the barrier completely. While Shen Fei could certainly have breached the barrier himself, he merely wanted to gauge Little Black's abilities and see how far it could go. Evidently, this little barrier was no match for it. Little Black, have you noticed something? Upon hearing Shen Fei's remark, Little Black scratched its head in confusion and looked at him quizzically. Have you not realized that all your attacks are made with your paws? Have you considered any ranged attacks? With that, Shen Fei casually conjured a palm blade and sent it flying, effortlessly cleaving a massive tree in half. See, like this, do you understand? Little Black nodded, its eyes reflecting deep contemplation, though it remained uncertain about what it was pondering. Shen Fei had merely mentioned it in passing and chose not to dwell on it further, as he was curious to see what awaited him in the third level. Stepping inside felt akin to entering a realm of darkness, utterly devoid of light, as if all illumination had been absorbed by some unseen force. A confusing array. After a moment's thought, Shen Fei unleashed his spiritual energy, and with his mastery of formations, he quickly located the array's core and effortlessly unraveled it. As the darkness receded, light returned to the surroundings once more. Very impressive, young man. That it has been a long time since I've encountered someone as formidable as you. What say you? Are you not interested in inheriting my legacy? I am quite powerful, you know. At that moment, a voice echoed, as if it were whispering directly into Shen Fei's ear. Somewhat abrupt, yet Shen Fei remained unfazed, not even betraying a hint of emotion. Chapter 95. The Prison of Gods. Hey, kid, could you at least show some reaction? Your indifference is quite distressing, the elder exclaimed. It's truly unbecoming for a young man to lack martial ethics and bully an old soul like me. Do you not find this peculiar? Are you not at all astonished? Hearing the elder's numerous remarks, Shen Fei crossed his arms and regarded him coolly. Who are you? And what is your purpose here? I anticipated you would inquire thus. Brace yourself for the revelation. I am the ancient war god, Hao Qian. Oh, and then what? Observing Shen Fei's apathetic response, Hao Qian was nearly infuriated. After all, he was a war god of antiquity. In his era, many had knelt before him, pleading for his guidance. Yet here stood a person who treated him with such disdain. Is your reaction truly so lackluster? Perhaps I could impart to you my formidable legacy. Oh, keep it for yourself, that I have no need for it. I am already quite powerful. Cannot you perceive that? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Hao Qian wore an embarrassed expression. He was acutely aware of Shen Fei's remarkable prowess, able to discern the location of this formation with a mere glance. Are you truly under the age of 25? Is that even a question? How else would I have entered? I am but an 18-year-old youth. Incredible. Even the prodigies of ancient times could not have possessed such formidable strength at this age, especially in an era where spiritual energy is even more scarce. It is simply impossible. Observing Hao Qian's astonished demeanor, Shen Fei chose to disregard him and walked away. Rather than engage in meaningless banter, he preferred to seek treasures for himself. Enough of your fruitless searching. There is nothing here but an old man like me. Even if you were to find something, you would be unable to utilize it. Ha ha! At this moment, Shen Fei's expression darkened. Did he truly appear to be a fool, allowing himself to be insulted here? Seemingly aware of Shen Fei's thoughts, Hao Qian continued, I know what you are pondering. This place is not what you imagine it to be. It is a prison created by the Tao of Heaven to confine us. I have lost count of the years I have spent here, ha 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 ha. Isn't this revelation quite unexpected? The Tao of Heaven has imprisoned us, using our powers to suppress the most powerful of souls, one whom the Tao of Heaven does not wish to see. We, the traitorous gods, are confined here. Had I not transformed into a soul and merged with this prison of gods, I would have long since dissipated. Given your capabilities, I implore you to undertake a task for me. Ascend to the highest level and rescue that individual. She will reveal everything to you. The Tao of Heaven is no longer what it once was. Shen Fei, upon hearing Hao Qian's request, felt little surprise. He had already surmised that this situation was far from simple. He had not anticipated that it was a prison for traitorous gods. It seemed that significant changes had indeed occurred in the Tao of Heaven during ancient times. He felt he was drawing closer to the truth. Previously, we had our eyes on a chosen one, to whom we revealed all. However, after all these years, we have yet to hear from her, alas. It appears you share a similar aura with her. As he spoke, a gathering of spiritual energy formed a vivid image before Hao Qian, depicting a woman, lifelike and vibrant. I recognize her. She is the fifth elder of our heavenly demon sect. That I have seen her portrait. It cannot be mistaken. Can you tell me where she has gone? To the Elven clan, in search of the eternal water. Yet, as of now, there has been no word of her. We do not know if she has succeeded. Upon receiving this news, Shen Fei felt a surge of joy. Zhao Jiasen had always worried for the fifth elder, and with this information, they should be able to locate her more effectively. Do you know what lies at the highest level? Be cautious. All I know is that a celestial being, the holy maiden of the Tao of Heaven, and the god of angels are imprisoned there. However, if you are uncertain, it would be wise not to proceed. There are exceedingly terrifying entities guarding that place. Even I would not dare approach to discern what lies within. Oh, if that is the case, then I shall ascend. Without waiting for Hao Qian's response, Shen Fei swiftly struck down, shattering the seal of the fourth layer. All right, I'm off to see what treasures await above. With that, Shen Fei's figure vanished from sight. What is this? Is this the demeanor of today's youth? Does the value of ancient heritage pale in comparison to the news of a woman? This insufferable brat? I hope he remains safe. Yet, he speaks truthfully. Given his strength, there is no need for him to accept my legacy. It seems I must seek an even more suitable candidate, that I wonder who might be worthy. Ha ha ha. While Hao Qian continued to mutter to himself, Shen Fei had already arrived at the fourth layer of the prison of gods. Looking around, he beheld a desolate expanse, with countless crucifixes erected throughout. Each crucifix bore a figure, yet all that remained were mere skeletons. Shen Fei could feel the oppressive force in this place. Even his own strength diminished. Remembering Hao Qian's earlier words, he realized this was indeed a prison for celestial beings, which implied that all these bones belonged to those who had betrayed the Tao of Heaven. As this realization dawned on him, he surveyed the grim scene before him, feeling a profound sympathy. He was increasingly compelled to uncover the truth behind the Tao of heaven's upheaval. However, to grasp the full extent of what transpired, he needed to see the one imprisoned at the highest level. He believed Hao Yin would not deceive him at that moment. Shen Fei collected his thoughts, raising his hand to sweep away the bones nailed to the crucifixes, burying them beneath the earth. All I can do is grant you a peaceful rest. I shall undoubtedly obliterate the Tao of heaven. With that proclamation, Shen Fei did not glance back, but resolutely ascended to a higher level. Such sights were truly eye-opening. Though astonished, Shen Fei did not forget his perilous situation. Just as he was about to act, he sensed the presence of the Hellhound, a creature with 9 heads, encircling a pillar as if guarding something. Upon noticing Shen Fei's approach, their gazes locked onto him. Little Black, that pillar holds something sinister. It radiates immense spatial energy, that we must first annihilate these 9 hounds. That do you believe me? Upon hearing Shen Fei's declaration, Little Black rolled its eyes. How dare you question me? Without waiting for Shen Fei to react, it leaped from his shoulder, positioning itself before the nearest hellhound. That in an instant, its tiny paw grew to an enormous size. Striking towards the hellhound, with a thunderous crash, the blow fell. Yet the next moment, it passed right through the hellhound, crashing onto the ground. How could this be? Little Black was momentarily taken aback. This move had never failed before, having dispatched countless foes with ease. Yet now, it seemed utterly ineffective. Enough pondering. These are soul entities, and your attacks will have no effect on them. Allow me to handle this, Shen Fei said, originally intending to use mental attacks. Although that would consume considerable energy, it would still suffice to defeat the hellhounds. However, at that moment, he recalled a skill he had previously deemed useless during the last system reward. Now, extracting that memory, he couldn't help but smile. I knew it. Though the system might be a bit foolish, it is still quite reliable. This skill may have seemed trivial before, but now its value is evident. Sky Demon Soul Binding Technique, capable of directly striking soul entities, maintaining strength, a natural nemesis to soul beings. Though the description was simple, the skill was indeed formidable. Realizing its potential, he promptly activated it. Sky Demon Soul Binding Technique, perish. In the next instant, a colossal scythe manifested behind Shen Fei, appearing deceptively ordinary, yet anyone who gazed upon it would feel a tremor in their very soul. As he swung it, the nearest hellhound found itself ensnared by dark, swirling patterns, unable to escape despite its frantic struggles. The scythe effortlessly cleaved the hellish Cerberus in half, showcasing the formidable prowess of the celestial demon soul binding technique, which left no time for a reaction before the fatal strike was delivered. Even Shen Fei, upon witnessing the outcome, was taken aback. Goodness, this technique is astonishingly powerful. Had I known, I would have employed it much earlier. One must never underestimate the techniques provided by the system. If the system that resided within Shen Fei could manifest as a person at that moment, it would undoubtedly roll its eyes at his audacity to question its capabilities. Did he not understand the principle that anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality? However, in stark contrast to Shen Fei's exhilaration, Little Black sat on the ground, blinking its small eyes, seemingly lost in thought. This was the first time Shen Fei had seen Little Black in such a state. Even when he tossed a bamboo shoot its way, Little Black showed little response. Yet Shen Fei paid it no mind, for before him lay 8 more hellish fury. It appeared there was indeed a significant principle at play. Shen Fei could distinctly sense that after he had slain one of the Cerberus, the remaining 8 seemed to have experienced a substantial increase in strength, which was quite terrifying. Nevertheless, upon realizing this, Shen Fei couldn't help but chuckle that as the strongest entity in this realm, the enhancement of their power would only serve to augment his own. Thus, regardless of how many grew stronger, they would ultimately be no match for him. In the ensuing moments, Shen Fei wielded his blade with precision, effortlessly dispatching another Cerberus until only one remained. You're quite formidable. But ultimately, you shall perish here. Ha ha ha. Hell's power. Demonic transformation. At that moment, its body swelled to an enormous size, encased in thick armor, its eyes gleaming with malevolence as it glared at Shen Fei. Oh, Do you truly believe I would fear you? You are mistaken. No matter how formidable you may be, it will merely take one strike from me. I wouldn't mind if you shared with me the details of this place. Perhaps I might consider granting you a swifter demise. Ha! What a joke. Humans revel in boasting, don't they? Enough with the idle chatter. Let us engage in battle. The Cerberus disregarded Shen Fei entirely and charged towards him, convinced that this time Shen Fei was destined for death. However, the reality often diverges greatly from expectation. Shen Fei stood unwavering, yet the Cerberus found itself utterly incapable of landing a blow upon him. A joke indeed. With such feeble strength, sit down. At that moment, the Cerberus felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon it from above, compelling it to collapse onto the ground, its 9 massive heads pressed firmly against the earth. So, how now? I told you, even without moving, you cannot harm me in the slightest. Now, will you divulge what I wish to know, or shall I make your existence a living hell? As he uttered these words, Shen Fei's gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity, as if to imply that if the Cerberus refused to comply, he would resort to any means necessary. Do you think I would yield so easily? I shall never divulge anything. Dream on. Hearing its defiant response, Shen Fei merely smiled, muttering to himself, "What to do now? If I kill it outright, there would be no value left. Then, I shall start by severing 8 of its heads. 1 remaining will suffice. It is rather unsightly otherwise, and that would be much more comfortable. Next, I shall methodically peel away its flesh. After all, it's merely a soul entity, so there will be no blood to spill. It would also provide me with an excellent opportunity to practice my swordsmanship. By the way, Little Black, would you care to join me in this practice?" Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the Cerberus was engulfed in a profound sense of dread. As if it were truly to be subjected to such treatment, the very thought of death began to seem appealing. Observing Shen Fei's demeanor, it had every reason to believe that he would indeed follow through with his intentions. "Brother, I have already addressed you as such. I concede. What is it you wish to know? Speak quickly, I will answer you that I do not even expect a chance for survival. Just grant me a swift end, if you please." Upon hearing the Cerberus's capitulation, Shen Fei burst into laughter, surprised by its rapid submission, having anticipated it would maintain some semblance of principle. "Very well. Since you have made such a declaration, I shall pose a few questions. You would do well to answer truthfully, understood? Yes, big brother, just ask away. Once I've answered, I can finally move on. I've grown weary of this place. Death could be seen as a form of liberation." Shen Fei disregarded its lamentations and posed his inquiries directly. "What is your purpose here? I am the warden of the traitorous deities. You must have seen the Yellow Springs desert upon your ascent. That was my domain as well. However, with all its inhabitants perished, I returned to this place that I have lost count of how many years I have spent here, guarding against those detestable gods. Had my physical form not been shattered, sealing my soul here, I would have long since escaped. Second question, who is the individual you are guarding, the celestial Tao Saintess? Indeed, it is she. Discontent with the governance of the celestial Tao, she claimed to act for the greater good of the people, continuously obstructing the workings of the celestial Tao, and ultimately found herself imprisoned here. Unable to escape for all eternity. Like myself, she remains trapped, confined to the uppermost tier, accessible only through this teleportation pillar. Aside from the young girl who came decades ago, you are the first to arrive at this place." The Cerberus's words piqued Shen Fei's interest. "Could you elaborate on the woman who entered here? What has to stop me? Of course, I can doubt on that occasion. I refrained from hindering Haotian as he led his followers upward. Since then, that woman has never returned. The elven holy water can break the seals here, to AT that time. I merely wish to collaborate with them, hoping to find a way to escape. Yet here I am, still without a trace of her. Elven holy water, where can one find such a thing? How does one acquire it? In the elven city of the elves? There may be a drop offered in reverence that to obtain it is exceedingly difficult, and I wonder if, at this point in time, one could still locate the elven race. Years ago, they were ruthlessly exterminated by the Celestial Tao Academy, as they posed a threat to its dominion that I cannot say whether they have managed to endure until now. As the Cerberus finished speaking, Shen Fei fell into deep contemplation as the intricate details of the situation began to crystallize in his mind. It seemed that the celestial Tao Saintus could indeed be of use to him. Well, I have shared all that I wish to. If you have any further questions, speak quickly. Otherwise, do hasten to end my existence. As a soul entity, it is virtually impossible for me to end my own life. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei chuckled. My friend, why do you so ardently seek death? What if I were to assist you in escaping? I could help you acquire a physical body that do you not harbor resentment towards the celestial Tao. Together, we could seek vengeance. The Cerberus was left in shock, rendered speechless by Shen Fei's unexpected proposition. Its mind swirling in confusion. The prospect of escape was an idea it had never entertained. Ding, ding, ding. Host has triggered a chain quest. Subjugate the Cerberus. Awaken the celestial Tao Saintus. Rewards will be dispensed upon completion. Upon receiving this notification, Shen Fei's eyes narrowed, the unexpected task arriving at a most opportune moment. Meanwhile, outside, the 10 formidable emperors observing the battlefield were left astounded. Or rather, they had been astonished since the very beginning. The elderly white-haired man from the heavenly Xian sect wore a broad smile, having witnessed his disciples successfully ascend to the second level while others were still grappling with the first. Such a sense of accomplishment was unparalleled. However, it wasn't long before a dark figure surpassed them, reaching the third level, and soon after, the fourth, approaching the pinnacle at an astonishing pace. How could they not be amazed? For countless years, no one had breached the second level. Had it not been for the members of the heavenly Xian sect, they would have remained oblivious to the existence of these additional tiers within the sacred mountain of the celestial gods. Is this person from your celestial demon empire? The elderly man's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Bai Mingyun. Speaking slowly. Chapter 97. Certainly stronger than you, feeling the gaze of the white-haired elder. Bai Mingyun couldn't help but smile, refraining from retorting or concealing her emotions. Of course, our Tianma Empire's talent is beyond doubt. Did you not witness it yourself? Ha ha ha. I did not imply anything, but you must understand the principle that a tree that stands out invites the axe. Even a 9-star emperor may not be able to safeguard it. There's no need for your concern. Esteemed elder, matters of the Tianma Empire are best left untouched by you. Moreover, we are capable of protecting our own. However, it remains to be seen if your disciples will escape unscathed should they engage in any excessive actions. The other attendees, having overheard Bai Mingyun's remarks, turned their gazes towards her. They had already sensed the elder's formidable power, and to hear such words from her left them utterly astonished. Ha 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 ha! I have faith in the disciples of our Tianxian sect. The scenario you described will never come to fruition. Then let us await the outcome. I harbor great confidence in our Tianma Empire as well. The discussion came to a temporary halt, and within the Tianma sect, everyone gazed at the dark point representing the Tianma Empire, breaking into smiles. I told you, that dark point must be the ancestor. Only they could achieve something like this. Our ancestor is truly remarkable, while everyone else is still groping around on the first and second levels. He has already ascended to the 5th level. The disparity is simply too vast. Your ancestor is still your ancestor. Once the results are revealed, that old white-haired fellow will surely be astonished. Ha ha ha! I too wish to witness his expression. After all, he has such unwavering faith in his disciples, believing that one among them has reached the emperor level. Little do they know, our representative team from the Tianma Empire comprises emperors at every turn. Ha ha ha! Not only that, but one must consider how the ancestor cannot simply be described with emperor-level strength. That would be an understatement. Ha! Who cares about the details? The ancestor is incredible, and the Tianma Empire is formidable. Even at this moment, Zhao Jiasin and Shen Qingyin aboard the Tianma warship were somewhat taken aback. It was their first time realizing that the sacred mount of the gods could indeed rise to the highest level. I'm not exaggerating. He is truly impressive, not at all resembling a mere child. Reflecting on past events, Shen Qingyin turned to Zhao Jiasin and remarked, I just want to know how you found such a young and powerful partner. It's astonishing. I must say, your discernment is truly admirable. Oh, I already mentioned it was an accident. How could I have known he was so powerful? Then, Wouldn't you say you've stumbled upon a treasure? One could say that initially. I sought to avenge my father and was eager to enhance my strength for that purpose. However, that desire doesn't seem as fervent now. If I had to choose between revenge and him, I would unhesitatingly choose him. Shen Qingyin tugged at Zhao Jieshen's hair playfully. You truly are hopeless. Love is indeed a mysterious phenomenon. The once imperious empress is now transformed in such a manner. It's quite rare. All right, enough about me. Aren't you engrossed in your game? What, no longer playing? Of course I'm playing. I'm sure I can clear this level. With that, Shen Qingyin immersed herself completely in the game. Meanwhile, Zhao Jieshen couldn't help but gaze out the window, feeling a twinge of longing for her husband. The person she was thinking of stood before the hellhound. So, have you made up your mind? Do you not wish to escape? Once outside, even if you choose not to seek revenge, you can experience many things you have never encountered before. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the hellhound's eyes seemed to light up momentarily, only to dim again in an instant. Alas, I cannot. I have been imprisoned here for so many years, and as a mere spirit, it is exceedingly difficult to form a physical body. Wouldn't you agree? Thus, you should acknowledge me as your leader. I will lead you out and assist you in restoring your physical form. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. If you can truly accomplish that, I would gladly accept being your subordinate. Let us agree on that. I genuinely wish to see the outside world. Anticipating the hellhound's response, Shen Fei was not at all surprised. What he desired most was to ascend to the highest level and witness the true nature of the heavenly Tao Saintess. Let us proceed to the pinnacle and discover what lies within. Shen Fei's words caused the hellhound to hesitate. A nuance that Shen Fei promptly caught. What is it? Can you not ascend? No, it's not that we cannot. Previously, I was able to ascend, but now the seal has been reinforced to such an extent that for decades, I have not been able to go up. Ha ha, I thought it was something serious. And no worries, I can take you up. Just tell me how to do it. The hellhound pointed to a massive pillar. That one, if you shift it just a little, you can slip through. However, it is incredibly sturdy. An ordinary person would find it impossible. Before it could finish its sentence, a tremendous sound abruptly interrupted. Upon looking, the sight before was truly shocking. All 9 mouths gaped wide open in disbelief, as they had never anticipated such an occurrence. Shen Fei approached the pillar and delivered a powerful punch, shattering it to pieces. How is this possible? How did you achieve that? It shouldn't be feasible. I couldn't break it. What realm of strength do you possess? Firstly, I myself am uncertain of what realm my strength has reached, but I can assure you that it is certainly greater than yours. Secondly, this pillar contains a formation that significantly diminishes the power of spirit bodies, which explains why you were unable to overcome it. Thirdly, let us not dwell on these matters. Let us hurry inside, shall we? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the hellhound offered no objection and promptly moved beside him. It had been a long time since it had ascended and was eager to see what awaited within. Then let us ascend. With that, Shen Fei, accompanied by Xiao He and the hellhound, vanished from their location. Chapter 98. A failed scheme. Little did they know, at the moment they departed the 5th level, a tremendous transformation was occurring outside. The once diminutive sacred mound of the gods erupted in brilliant light. The 10 emperor-level powerhouses surrounding it shielded their eyes, taken aback by this sudden turn of events. When the radiance subsided and dimmed, the peak remained awash in light, exuding a sacred aura that all could perceive. What? What is happening? How would I know? I have never witnessed such a scene before. However, look in the center of the light. There appears to be a small dark point. Indeed, I see it too. In unison, the crowd looked up, directing their gaze towards Bai Mengyun. The disciples of your Tianma Empire are truly formidable, far surpassing those of the Dark Knight Empire. Upon witnessing this, Qin Wujie addressed Bai Mengyun, while also taking the opportunity to mock the Dark Knight Empire. I am aware of how this transpires. This is my first time participating in this grand competition. You have nothing to fear. Your Tianma Empire is exceptionally strong, and I must concede my admiration. At this moment, even Sun Lai joined the conversation. Do not rejoice too soon. I have already stated that Lei Gu will aid me in avenging my grievances. Qin Wujie, perhaps you should focus on the state of your own disciples. Hearing the words of the Dark Knight Emperor, everyone's attention shifted to the second level, where the disciples representing the rock-solid empire had surrounded those of the Wuji Empire, seemingly on the brink of a fierce confrontation. You truly are going too far? Ha 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 ha. Qin Wujie, this is precisely what you should have anticipated, and no one can blame you. After all, your Wuji Empire's disciples are rather subpar. Just watch closely. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the boastful remarks of Shirley, Qin Wujie felt an acute sense of discomfort. Yet, he could do nothing. Having lost to them, he could only blame his own disciples for their lack of skill, lamenting the loss of such promising talents. However, in the very next moment, the situation underwent a dramatic transformation. The individuals who had originally surrounded the Wujidi Empire vanished without a trace, replaced instead by dark specks emblematic of the Tianma Empire. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Wujidi soared into the air with unrestrained joy, exclaiming, "What is this? After traversing mountains and rivers with seemingly no path, I have discovered a hidden village. What? How can this be? How could your Tianma Empire annihilate all my people at once? There are only 7 of you. This is impossible. What level of power do your disciples possess?" Stone Lei, who had previously risen in elation, now slumped back into his seat, utterly astonished by the outcome. He had initially intended to capture the Wujidi Empire entirely, relishing the sight of Qin Wujidi's dismay, which he believed would be immensely gratifying. Little did he expect the emergence of the Tianma Empire to obliterate his plans, transforming him into the fool instead. "What is the matter, Stone Lei? Isn't your Pancher Empire incredibly strong? How could you vanish in an instant? What on earth is happening? Your expression resembles one who has tasted excrement." Ha 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 ha. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Wujidi mocked Stone Lei, eager to retaliate against the humiliation he had nearly endured. "What are you so pleased about? They are not even from your empire. Perhaps. Soon enough, your people will fall to them as well." As soon as those words left his lips, the dark specks representing the Tianma Empire departed, leaving the Wujidi Empire behind. Ha ha ha, Stone Lei. I am not mocking you. You tell me, how embarrassed are you? Your face must be stinging from your own slap. You're killing me. Stone Lei's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and black as he faced the derision of his archrival. A profound sense of shame washing over him. Ha! If you mock me so, then I shall drag your people down with me. This is entirely of your own making. With that, he closed his dantian, a unique technique of the Pancher Empire that could seal his own power. This meant that, without his power's output, the sacred mountain of the gods would become exceedingly unstable and eventually explode, resulting in the demise of all within. This was his method of ensuring mutual destruction. They had always had the ability to do so, but throughout history, having secured first place, there was no need for such drastic measures. How can you be so despicable? It's truly revolting. Ha ha ha. Who told you to kill our Pancher Empire's people? This is the price you must pay. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Even the elder of the Tianxian sect appeared exceedingly grim. That it was known that those entering were the best seeds of their empire. Stone Lei had effectively created a multitude of enemies for the Dark Knight Empire. Wait, why has there been no change? Indeed, weren't we told it would explode? Why is there no commotion? It seems I can retract my power as well. Mine too. Thus, everyone ceased the output of their powers. Yet no changes occurred within the sacred mountain of the gods, save for the radiance emanating from its peak, which seemed to be the root cause. Observing this, Stone Lei contemplated despair, realizing he had failed to ensnare the other empires while simultaneously garnering numerous adversaries. Laugh, keep laughing. I shall listen to your derision. Ha ha ha. Stone Lei was already in a wretched state, but being further ridiculed by Sun Lai was unbearable, leaving him feeling as though death would be preferable. His once bright eyes now dulled. That ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Did you see the expression on the Pancher Empire's emperor? Absolutely comical. I can't stop laughing. I must say, our Tianma disciples are truly formidable. Indeed, without a doubt, one day we shall be equally powerful. Of course, that is a given. We have our ancestors. Our ancestors are magnificent. At this moment, Shen Fei ascended to the highest level with Xiao He and the Hellhound. Chapter 99. The proud saintess before them stood a statue. Even devoid of life, it exuded an ethereal grace. Behind it were massive wings, bestowing an air of nobility to is this the saintess of the heavenly path. Yes, indeed, she is imprisoned here, but without the fountain of life, she cannot awaken again. Gazing at the statue, the Hellhound shook its head, expressing regret. Shen Fei remained silent, clad in the armor of the radiant bird, and placed a hand upon the statue, channeling vast life force into it. However, after a full quarter of an hour, no changes occurred. The life energy he released seemed to dissipate entirely. Just as Shen Fei prepared to withdraw, a radiant light erupted from the statue's forehead. Subsequently, a figure appeared behind Shen Fei and the others. At first glance, he was struck by her exquisite visage. Golden hair cascaded down her back, and she donned angelic armor, a harmonious blend of soft feathers and resilient metal, radiating a pleasant aura of light. Instantly, Shen Fei discerned that this individual was unlike any he had previously encountered among the denizens of the heavenly path. "Who are you? Did you awaken me? A descendant of the radiant bird lineage? No, you are merely a human." As Shen Fei assessed her, she scrutinized him in turn. "Indeed, I am Shen Fei, but you may also refer to me as Ancestor." "Haha, Ancestor. Such grandiloquence. Yet you managed to arrive here. I must say, you are the most extraordinary human I have ever encountered. Pray tell, how did you breach this barrier?" Listening to her tone, Shen Fei finally grasped the truth. A respectable individual. Yet alas, she possessed a mouth. Consider it with your intellect. Aside from shattering the barrier, what other means could I have employed? His initial impression had been favorable, but now Shen Fei found himself utterly disinterested. "I desire for you to undertake a task that do not continue. I have no intention of serving you." That the saintess of the heavenly path attempted to speak. Shen Fei interrupted her. "Indeed, your kind from the heavenly path always maintains such lofty airs." "How amusing. Do you think I fear you?" With that, Shen Fei unleashed a punch, obliterating the statue before him in a fit of rage. "You dare treat me thus? I shall ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts when I emerge." Hearing her threats, Shen Fei merely smiled at her. "Ha, I await your vengeance, provided you live to see that day. This vessel suppressing you is shattered, and in your current weakened state, your soul will soon dissipate. I initially sought to understand why the saintess of the heavenly path was imprisoned here, but now I have lost all interest." Just moments ago, Shen Fei had received the rewards for a side quest from the system. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards: Water of Life X2, Soul Transformation Tools X3, and Control Qualification for the Prison of the Gods." Knowing that the system never acted without purpose, he realized it had bestowed upon him the finest rewards. This was the rationale behind his actions. He could perceive the hatred in the saintess's eyes. Yet her arrogance was overwhelming. Even a dragon must bow before him. "Xiao Jiao, the matter we discussed previously can now be accomplished." Xiao Jiao was the name Shen Fei had chosen for the Hellhound, and though simple, it was accepted. "What, brother? Are you serious? Indeed, do not resist. Follow my lead, and rest assured, I shall not harm you." Upon hearing Shen Fei's assurance, Xiao Jiao nodded, realizing that it had no choice but to trust him. Soon, a mysterious hourglass-like object appeared in Shen Fei's hand. Subsequently, the enormous form of the Hellhound vanished entirely, encapsulated within the hourglass. At the other end, a peculiar radiance emerged, and a human figure materialized beside Shen Fei. Upon inspection, there was nothing particularly remarkable. He appeared merely as a young man, somewhat handsome, though no comparison could be made to Shen Fei. "Well, Xiao Jiao, did I not tell you I had a solution?" Feeling his newly solidified corporeal form, Xiao Jiao was overwhelmed with joy, moved to tears. "Thank you, my elder brother. I never anticipated that it would come to fruition so swiftly. I am truly elated. Henceforth, should you require any assistance, I, your younger brother, shall leap into fire and water without hesitation." "Very well. Simply follow my lead. That it will not be long before you can realize your next desire. This heavenly path. I shall ultimately obliterate it. When the time comes to strike, I will ensure you accompany me." Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Xiao Jiao immediately fell to his knees before him. Boss, if what you say is true, once I have avenged myself, my life shall belong to you from that moment onward. Witnessing the hatred burning in Xiao Jiao's eyes, Shen Fei chose not to comment, for it was understandable that one who had been imprisoned for so long would harbor deep resentment towards those of the heavenly path. By the way, let us take that old man below out as well. There is no longer any need for him to linger here, and I do not wish for others to disturb the spirits of the deceased in this place. With that, Shen Fei waved his right hand, and the ethereal shadow of Hao Yin, who had been trapped on the third level, materialized before them. Ah, young lad, you truly have arrived here. Princess Saint, it is a pleasure to see you unharmed. But, pray tell, who shattered this statue? With this, you are finished. Unless, of course, you too would like to become a vessel spirit like me. At least then you would not have to perish, ha ha ha. Who are you? I do not recognize you, yet your aura is strangely familiar. Could it be that you are the Hellhound? How is that possible? To be frank, the scene before him had utterly stunned him. Hao Tian had never expected to receive such explosive news. The Hellhound had already taken on a corporeal form, clearly the work of that young rascal Shen Fei. Did this not imply that he too could regain his corporeal self? Shen Fei, my young friend, did you truly orchestrate all of this? Why, if it isn't me, could it be you? I would not dare. I merely wish to inquire how the Hellhound regained its corporeal form that DOU possessed such a method. Chapter 100. The Saintess Submits. At your command, indeed, I do. Splendid, splendid, splendid. With this, I too shall be able to escape. Ha ha ha. After waiting for so many years, I have finally awaited this opportunity. Observing Hao Tian's exuberance, Shen Fei could not help but smile. For it would not be so simple to assist him. He would require a significant price. However, even if I possess the means, what incentive do I have to assist you? Shen Fei's words doused his enthusiasm with cold water, leaving him momentarily taken aback. The once proud figure now resembled a wilted eggplant, a rather comical sight. What must I do for you to assist me? I hail from the Heavenly Demon Sect. If you were to join my sect as an instructor, imparting your cultivation methods, how does that sound? Just like that? Indeed, just like that. That poses no problem at all, aside from having recently accepted 2 disciples. I have no other commitments and can serve as a teacher in your Heavenly Demon Sect. Very well, it is settled then. Should I discover any signs of your remorse or actions detrimental to the Heavenly Demon Sect, I will personally ensure your demise. You must trust in my capabilities. With that, he cast a glance at Hao Yin, and in that moment, Hao Yin felt as though he were being scrutinized by something terrifying, aware that a moment's inattention could result in his annihilation. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Nodding in agreement, Shen Fei proceeded to initiate the same process, and Hao Yin swiftly coalesced into corporeal form, even faster than Xiao Jiao, for after all, he was still a human. Very well, let us leave this place. There is no further need to linger here. Onward! Upon Shen Fei's command, Xiao Jiao followed closely behind him, eager to descend. Wait, Shen Fei. Do you not wish to rescue the Heavenly Path Saintess before us? At Hao Tian's words, Shen Fei halted his steps. Oh, you speak of that woman? I could save her, but I have no desire to do so. Is she not quite formidable? Let her fend for herself. Those of the Heavenly Path are not benevolent beings. With that, Shen Fei did not look back, continuing forward, determined to reach the teleportation array. Wait, what must I do to earn your assistance? A cool voice reached his ears, prompting Shen Fei to pause, a wry smile curling upon his lips. How naive to think one could challenge me. The reason he had restored both of their corporeal forms before the Heavenly Path Saintess was to pique her interest. Given her unique status, perhaps she could divulge secrets of the Heavenly Path. Moreover, seeing her imprisoned within this god-prison mountain indicated she would not be allied with the Heavenly Path, which could prove beneficial to him. If you desire my help, it is not impossible. Serve me as your master, and become my servant, and I shall assist you. Impossible! I would never concede to such a thing. You must be dreaming. Is that so? Shen Fei replied, gazing at her with a knowing smile. Time is running out for your soul. The moments for you to choose are dwindling. Consider your options carefully. Once dead, the questions you seek will remain forever unanswered. Do you not wish to witness how chaotic the heavenly path has become? Furthermore, you must recognize that it is you who is seeking my aid. Whom are you trying to impress with your demeanor? Mind your status and attitude. Ha! Shen Fei's words struck her like a hammer, reverberating within her heart. Indeed, this was her sole option. If she missed it, there would be no second chance. Her expression shifted through myriad emotions: resentment, humiliation, distress, until finally she seemed to wilt, even her clenched fists loosening. My situation is unlike theirs. What assurance do you have that you can aid me? Upon hearing her words, Shen Fei discerned her capitulation, as her address had shifted to I. Haha, when I say I can help you, I truly mean it. Behold what I possess. With that, a droplet of water appeared in Shen Fei's hand. The moment he revealed it, the air was suffused with the essence of life. A gentle inhalation revealed an exquisite, invigorating sensation. Water of life. At that moment, all three were astonished, unable to fathom that Shen Fei possessed such a sacred artifact. With this water of life, he could completely restore the heavenly path Saintess to corporeal form. Now, you should believe me. The heavenly path Saintess nodded, a hint of sorrowful resignation gracing her lips. I, Zhou Yuehan, henceforth become Shen Fei's servant, submitting to his command without complaint. Should I defy, may the heavenly path consume my heart. After swearing this life oath, Zhou Yuehan turned her gaze back to Shen Fei. Is it satisfactory now? Are you pleased? Shen Fei shook his head with a smile. Firstly, I do not place any faith in your heavenly path oaths. Your kind shall never earn my trust. Secondly, I require your soul fire. Lastly, do not forget your status. You must address me with due respect. At that moment, Zhou Yuehan truly contemplated rejecting Shen Fei's assistance, yet her resolve ultimately triumphed over her humiliation that in the next instant. Her soul fire appeared before Shen Fei. With control over her soul fire, a mere thought could cause her demise, which was precisely why Shen Fei desired it. In comparison, the heavenly path oath paled in significance. Very well. I shall assist you this once. With that, he placed the water of life into the soul transformation vessel, alongside Zhou Yuehan's soul. In the next moment, a breathtakingly beautiful woman materialized before Shen Fei. With a charming smile and enchanting eyes, she appeared as ethereal as an angel. Master, when may we depart? At that moment, Zhou Yuehan seemed to have adapted to her new identity, addressing Shen Fei as her master. This filled Shen Fei with a sense of conquest, and a radiant smile illuminated his face. We can leave right now that I can control this god prison mountain. We may exit whenever we wish. However, the others below are still competing that I represent my nation. How were they traditionally dispatched? Hao Yin, possessing a better understanding of the situation, interjected. Once one enters here for a day, a pressure begins to accumulate, as if the last team to exit would emerge victorious. Shen Fei chuckled, contemplating that if that were the case, he might as well hasten the arrival of that pressure. Chapter 101. Shadows Flit. Lives extinguished, you lot. If you possess any sense, you should relinquish the treasures you have acquired. Our heavenly Xian sect might consider sparing your lives. What say you? The individual speaking is none other than the leader of the heavenly Xian sect, Lu Xian. Their targets for robbery are evidently the people of the Wujidi Empire, who at this moment are mingling with the infamous 7 assassins of the Demon Empire. Upon sighting the members of the heavenly Xian sect, a palpable fear gripped them. The overwhelming power radiating from Lu Xian instilled trepidation even in their hearts. This the profound foundation of the world's foremost sect. Observing their hesitation, Lu Xian naturally assumed they were paralyzed by fear. They had already plundered numerous individuals and, naturally, had taken several lives as resistance was expected. Prior to their arrival, their leader had instructed them to eliminate any talented individuals from other empires without restraint, should they possess the strength to do so. This was the source of their confidence. Among them, they considered themselves the mightiest. Are you all mute? Did you not hear what our leader said? Still dawdling here? Don't blame us for being merciless. This declaration truly terrified the members of the Wujidi Empire, who certainly did not wish to meet their demise that if relinquishing their treasures could safeguard their lives. It would indeed be a prudent choice. Thus, they hastily produced their valuables, ready to surrender them to the heavenly Xian sect. However, in stark contrast, the 7 assassins stood motionless, coldly observing the unfolding scene. Excellent, very commendable. You dare to challenge the authority of the heavenly Xian sect. It seems there is no need for you to leave. With that, Lu Xian and his comrades prepared to strike at the 7 assassins. Wait! Let us from the Wujidi Empire cover their share, and you shall spare them. After all, they have gained nothing and are not worth your ire, spoke the leader of the Wujidi Empire, who remembered the favor owed to them by the 7 assassins. Ha! Everything you possess is ours. Did you not surrender all your treasures? It appears you still have something hidden. Hurry, present all your belongings, or do not blame us for our rudeness. As they spoke, the members of the heavenly Xian sect regarded the Wujidi Empire and the 7 assassins with disdainful gazes. Do not overstep your bounds. Oh! Overstep? We intend to bully you. What can you do about it? If you wish to live, comply without further ado. There is no need for so much chatter. Curse you! I shall not serve you. Let us engage in a true battle. Even in death, I shall take a piece of you with me. With that, Qin Tong turned to the 7 assassins. Brothers of the Demon Empire, you must flee. Do not concern yourselves with us. We shall hold them off. Hurry and hide. The heavenly Xian sect is not to be trifled with. Every escape counts. Qin Tong, the leader of the Wujidi Empire, had reached the formidable realm of the 8-star monarch and was on the cusp of breaking through to the emperor level. He had previously owed a debt of gratitude to the 7 from the Demon Empire. And now was the perfect moment to let them escape. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin, dealing with these minor characters does not require such elaborate measures. They cannot stir up any storm. Listening to the members of the Demon Empire, Qin Tong's mind faltered momentarily. Were they truly powerful, or simply unaware of their limitations? Ha! You amuse me. You few, who dare not even show your faces, boast so brazenly. It is time to teach you a lesson. Brothers of the heavenly Xian sect, attack. As he finished speaking, the members of the heavenly Xian sect prepared to advance. However, they merely sensed a flurry of shadows darting past, and moments later, all those behind them lay fallen on the ground, each one having been slain with a swift stroke to the throat, devoid of any hesitation. After dispatching these foes, the shadows returned to their initial positions as if nothing had transpired. Only the vigilant members of the Wujidi Empire could discern the recent events. In a flash, of the 10 members from the heavenly Xian sect, 9 had perished as if they were specters, swept away by a gust of wind, their lives extinguished from existence, sensing the absence of his comrades. Lu Xian turned to glance back. His heart sank at the sight. Those who had been speaking behind him moments ago now lay lifeless on the ground, their throats cut. Impossible! How could this be? Are you all demons? Who exactly are you? What level of cultivation do you possess? Now, as he looked upon the 7 assassins of the Demon Empire, his eyes were filled with dread, but he could only feel that the 9 slain were fixating on his neck, as if one moment of inattention would cost him his head. The 7 assassins of the Demon Empire. At this point, the 7 brothers unleashed their true power. Each of them emanated an aura surpassing that of Lu Xian, as if they were not even in the same weight class. How is this possible? You hail from the wilderness, without the protection of a divine being. How could there be such monstrous talents among you? It cannot be real. Ha! What is there to question? It is you of the heavenly Xian sect who are not only inept, but utterly shameless. Moreover, any random individual from our Demon Empire is superior to you. Ha! The speaker was none other than Mu Bai and Ruo Lin, who, according to strength, were the most formidable among the younger generation of the Demon Empire, excluding Shen Fei. Upon speaking, their own auras erupted, displaying power that significantly eclipsed even that of the 7 assassins. However, at this moment, their forces seemed to merge, creating an inexplicable synergy. I never anticipated that your Demon Empire would hide its depths so well. Lu Xian concede. Speak. What must I do to leave? Realizing he could no longer contend with them, Lu Xian chose to show weakness in hopes of extricating himself from the situation. Once I return to the heavenly Xian sect, I will ensure you learn your place, the Demon Empire. I shall take good care of you. Such were the genuine thoughts swirling in Lu Xian's mind. Chapter 102. This accursed, uncontainable charisma, observing that Mu Bai and Ruo Lin paid him no mind. Lu Xian felt a surge of elation. As long as he could escape, everything would fall into place. The thrill of vengeance danced upon his lips, curling into a smile. However, in the next instant, he sensed a wave of danger looming behind him. By the time he attempted to react, it was already too late. The blade was poised at his throat. Everyone had presumed his demise to be imminent, but in that moment, a blinding light enveloped him. He stood frozen, as if encased in a protective barrier. Blades and swords were rendered ineffective against him. This was a divine artifact, one of his life-saving measures. Unlike his golden body, this shield could last for 12 hours, during which he could emerge at will. As he slumped to the ground within this sanctuary, he had just experienced the grip of death. Had it not been for the protective gear bestowed upon him by his leader, he would have met his end here. The sensation of impending doom was one he never wished to experience again. Why did you strike? Did he not already surrender his treasures? Mu Bai understood that the assailant was none other than the 7 assassins. Though this assassination attempt had failed, our master taught us that all threats must be eliminated without mercy. One must uproot the problem entirely. Those who offend us must be thoroughly vanquished. It is best to eradicate them all to prevent future troubles. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Spare him today, and when he seeks revenge, more lives will be lost that a gentleman wields his sword. When it is time to kill, he must act according to his conscience. These were Shen Fei's teachings, or rather, the creed of their assassins. Upon hearing these words, Mu Bai and Ruo Lin were taken aback. Within those statements lay a path steeped in blood that seemed somewhat ruthless, yet every word was a truth. I understand. This is my fault. Mu Bai, I have learned from you. Ruo Lin, I have learned from you. With that, the two bowed deeply in respect to the 7 assassins. Enough of this hesitance. Get up and move aside. Your incompetence has brought shame upon the Demon Empire. At that moment, Shen Fei stepped forward, addressing the members of the demon sect. The 9 individuals lowered their heads, acknowledging their failure to breach his shield. That was indeed a reflection of their own inadequacies and skill, and they could hardly blame others for it. However, in the next moment, their attention was drawn to the figure trailing behind Shen Fei. More accurately, they were captivated by Zhou Yuehan. Beautiful, noble, dignified, and elegant, she exuded a divine aura that emanated a sense of sacred luminosity. With such a combination of attributes, how could anyone not be dazzled? At that moment, the angelic wings that had once adorned her back were folded away, softening her overall appearance. She followed closely behind Shen Fei, maintaining a half-step distance to signify her status as the saintess of the heavenly path. She had always been a paragon of integrity, her radiant aura embodying her commitment to honesty. Thus, having willingly accepted the role of Shen Fei's servant, she was resolute in her identity. Shen Fei, indifferent to the crowd's reactions, nonchalantly tossed Xiao He aside. Xiao He protested, waving its tiny paws in discontent, but it was clear that such antics had no effect. Shen Fei did not even spare it a glance. Stop your noise. Smash that egg quickly, and let the person inside come forth. Upon hearing Shen Fei's command, Xiao He ceased its antics, recognizing the urgency of the task at hand. For Shen Fei's directives, Xiao He was remarkably eager. No questions asked, Shen Fei held delectable bamboo shoots, and without completing tasks for him, there would be no bamboo shoots to savor. However, this time, Xiao He refrained from bounding over to shatter the egg with its paws. Instead, it stood at a distance, gesturing animatedly. Master, what is this little creature? Zhou Yuehan, who had been standing behind Shen Fei, could no longer contain her curiosity. After all, who could resist the charm of a fluffy, adorable panda? My pet, that if you wish to play with it, simply grab it and remember to prepare some bamboo shoots. It becomes immobile at the sight of them. As Shen Fei conversed with Zhou Yuehan, The others felt their hearts shatter. Initially, they believed they had encountered the goddess of light, only to be shocked to find her addressing Shen Fei as master. The revelation was utterly astounding. I must say, Master, you truly are remarkable. Master is incredible. When will I ever attain such strength? The allure is simply overwhelming. Oh, why do you desire such allure? To entice young maidens. No, no, no. Let me explain. I merely spoke casually. My heart belongs solely to you, as you well know. I do not know that. And please, do not stand so close to me. After this, Ruo Lin distanced herself from Mu Bai by several steps, her face reflecting disdain. Though it was largely feigned that Mu Bai, not being a dense man, noticed his girlfriend's displeasure and hurriedly approached her, bowing and scraping in a rather comical manner, which elicited laughter from Shen Fei and the others. Yet, in the next moment, their attention was captured by Xiao He. Without further ado, Xiao He struck the ground forcefully, causing a vibrant green bamboo shoot to emerge from the earth beneath the previous route. The sheer force sent Lu Xian hurtling into the air, only to crash back down, creating a massive crater. Observing this scene, Xiao He wore a perplexed expression and proceeded to bang the ground several more times, repeatedly launching Lu Xian into the air and letting him fall back down. Even with his imperial cultivation, Lu Xian found himself utterly dazed. Are you foolish? Why not pin him down and use your bamboo shoot? Upon hearing Shen Fei's suggestion, Xiao He's eyes brightened, and it embraced the golden egg once more, casting a spell that summoned another bamboo shoot. Initially, it had anticipated shattering the enormous golden egg, but unexpectedly, both Xiao He and Lu Xian were sent soaring into the sky. This sudden turn of events left Xiao He thoroughly vexed. After all the effort it had invested in perfecting its technique, to have it so easily countered would frustrate anyone. Chapter 103. I want her to kneel and sing Conquer this time. Xiao He felt its strength had been insulted, and it became utterly irate. Swinging the golden egg down upon the ground repeatedly, its sharp claws scratched the surface, and the once formidable golden shield shattered in an instant. Lu Xian could hardly fathom that the entity capable of breaching his defensive barrier was a seemingly simple-minded pet. Where could he hide his humiliation? Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, he had no choice but to concede that this panda was indeed significantly stronger than himself. His gaze shifted to Shen Fei, recognizing him as the ultimate authority in this scenario, to whom all were subject. Who are you? Did we not make it clear? We are from the Demon Empire. Do you have any doubts? Impossible. A mere speck of land could not possibly nurture such formidable experts. I refuse to believe it. Shen Fei regarded his outburst with indifference. After all, he was merely addressing a dying man, with no reason to fear the heavenly profound sect. Xiao He swiftly silenced him, nodding. Xiao He once again struck down with its claws, and in a moment of disbelief, Lu Xian met his demise beneath the paws of a panda. Outside, chaos erupted. An elderly man with white hair from the heavenly profound sect was livid, his face flushed with rage. He had never anticipated such an outcome. He had always believed his sect would emerge victorious, only to see his forces obliterated before the competition had even begun. Demon Empire, Wujidi Empire, look at the mess you've made. Are you intent on throwing your lives away? His voice nearly roared in fury. It was understandable. The entrants were all prodigiously talented disciples, and losing 10 of them at once was a blow to anyone. Isn't it true that you initiated the aggression? Now look where it has led you. You've shot yourself in the foot. This is clearly your own doing. The speaker was Qin Wujidi, who had long harbored resentment toward the elder of the heavenly profound sect. Had it not been for the elder's superior strength, he would have acted long ago. What a joke that I was speaking with the people of the Demon Empire, not with you. Mind your own business, or you might find your life at stake today. With that, his gaze returned to Bai Mingyuan, whose calm demeanor instilled a sense of foreboding in him. However, retreat was not an option. Their primary objective for being there was to secure victory in the competition, thereby gaining jurisdiction over Zhongdu. Only then could the heavenly profound sect reach new heights. Now, with all his men dead, achieving that goal was impossible. That if he could not attain it, he would resort to forceful means to seize it. As he pondered, The white-haired elder conceived a rather sinister idea. If he could take advantage of this moment to capture all of them, it would incite chaos among their respective empires, allowing him to reap the rewards as an opportunist. By Ming Yun. Next year on this day will be your demise. Prepare yourself, that I shall see how long you can maintain your composure. With that, he truly intended to attack Bai Mingyun. This is simply too powerful. Who instructed them to be so arrogant? Now they are witnessing the consequences. Indeed, the Demon Empire is the mightiest. No matter what, the master is unparalleled. All right, enough chatter. Let us see how things unfold. I too am eager to see how that old man will target our Demon Empire. But we are not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Demon Empire, the disciples engaged in fervent discussion, yet none bore expressions of worry, for they knew their master Shen Fei was present, and all would be well. The scene returned to the imperial competition, where the atmosphere had become exceedingly tense, as if a confrontation were imminent. Ha! You are simply outmatched and seek validation here. When the younger ones are struck down, the elders must step up. What a farce! Not even flinching in the face of the enraged elder, Bai Mingyun surged forward. Impossible! You must have employed some despicable means. Otherwise, how could all our heavenly profound sect members be annihilated in an instant? Seeing Bai Mingyun's calm demeanor only served to infuriate the white-haired elder further. Do you think your sect's team is formidable simply because you have one emperor-level expert? Let me be frank, before the Demon Empire, you are nothing. At this point, Bai Mingyun could not help but laugh. You infuriate me, you wretched cur. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for the consequences. Upon the completion of his utterance, the breath of the white-haired elder erupted with overwhelming force, his oppressive aura palpably exceeding the strength of a 9-star emperor. You little vixen, I shall grant you one final opportunity, and all present. You each possess a singular chance to choose your allegiance. Otherwise, do not blame us for the ruthlessness of the heavenly Shen sect. As his words resonated in the air, an array of formidable experts from the heavenly Shen sect materialized around them, predominantly comprising powerful emperors, clearly having orchestrated their involvement in this incident long before. What? How is this possible? How could you conceal so many individuals here? Even this emperor was oblivious. Ha ha! You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. The true strength of our heavenly Shen sect remains beyond your comprehension. The sudden appearance of so many powerful figures left the Dark Knight Emperor astounded. Their auras were impeccably concealed, and even at such close proximity, he failed to detect them. Such capability was indeed formidable. Casting another glance at the white-haired elder, the Dark Knight Emperor found clarity within himself. Our Dark Moon Empire stands in support of the heavenly Shen sect. With but one request. Capture that woman for me. I desire to see her kneel and sing of subjugation. The Dark Knight Emperor chuckled, gesturing towards Bai Mingyun, addressing the members of the heavenly Shen sect. Ha ha! What could be more agreeable? Do not merely limit your desires to this one woman. Whatever type of woman you seek, I can certainly arrange to fulfill your wishes. Chapter 104. The truth buried by history, observing the Dark Knight Emperor align with his faction. The white-haired elder chuckled. Dark Knight, your actions seem rather lacking in brotherhood. At this moment, Shirley from the Panstone Empire also stepped forth. His disciples had all been slain by the forces of the Demon Empire. Thus he harbored a desire for vengeance. Our Panstone Empire also supports the heavenly Shen sect. Once we secure Zhongdu and establish the heavenly Shen Empire, do not forget our Panstone Empire. For we have numerous avenues for collaboration. Among the remaining individuals, many comprehended the current situation. For the Demon Empire, it appeared that their fate was sealed, unable to contend with the heavenly Shen sect. Ha ha ha. You rabble, cowards, what is this so-called heavenly Shen sect? I fear them not, Demon Empress. We of the Wujidi Empire stand with you on the same front. Qin Wujidi, you are indeed lacking in brotherhood, since you have chosen this side. Then, brother, I shall accompany you once more. At worst, we shall face death together, and I fear it not. The speaker was Sun Lai of the Blazing Flame Empire, whose intention was simple, to stand by his steadfast brother Qin Wujidi through thick and thin. Thus, the factions became distinctly defined. Apart from the Demon Empire, the Blazing Flame Empire and the Wujidi Empire formed one camp, while the others stood as their adversaries. The disparity in power was palpable. Both sides exchanged glances, tension in the air as conflict loomed. Observing this scene from the demon warship, Zhao Jiasen and Shen Qingyin promptly disembarked, intending to reunite with Bai Mingyan. Goodness, young man, does your pet possess such ferocity? I have never encountered such a breed before. Do you have any more like it? Procure one for me if you will. Upon witnessing the recent display of prowess by Xiao He, Hao Yin was utterly astonished. Thus, he hurriedly approached Shen Fei, persistently inquiring about Xiao He's nature. Alas, there are none. This one was a fortuitous acquisition, and this world likely harbors no other like it, so do not harbor unrealistic hopes. After stating this, Shen Fei disregarded Hao Yin's expression, his gaze shifting to the distant Lu Xian. All right, Xiao He, swiftly bring him over. Upon hearing Shen Fei's command, Xiao He relinquished its intent to continue clawing at Hao Yin. Suddenly, a bamboo shoot reappeared on the floor where Lu Xian lay. This time executed with precise angle, achieving a graceful parabolic arc as it landed before Shen Fei. Enough, enough, cease flaunting your bamboo shoot skill. Cannot you sharpen it a bit? This way, you could directly attack without the fear of sending others flying. Upon hearing Shen Fei's critique, Xiao He's eyes sparkled with realization. This method appeared feasible. Consequently, it returned to Shen Fei's shoulder, contemplating enhancements for its bamboo shoot technique. Witnessing Xiao He's demeanor, Shen Fei smiled, choosing not to comment further. Pray tell, what does your heavenly Xian sect truly seek? What is your purpose for attending this assembly? Do not tell me it is merely to establish a nation. If that is your sole answer, then you possess no further value to us that I trust you comprehend my meaning. Following this, Shen Fei shot a piercing glance at Lu Xian, who felt as though he faced a colossal demon. The prospect of silence promised a most dreadful fate. Brother, I shall divulge everything. My participation in this competition was mandated by the esteemed leader of our sect. I truly know not their ultimate intentions, only that they mentioned reaching the highest tier and opening that box. Nothing more. I vaguely overheard them discussing something about dominance, claiming it would render them invincible. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Shen Fei deduced that at this juncture, he would not dare to lie. Thus, the ultimate objective must lie within that box. Without hesitation, Shen Fei retrieved it. Opening it, he hurled it into the distance, a tremendous force emanating from it, not directed at the body, but entirely aimed at the soul. Should a soul encounter this box, it would likely possess no means of resistance and would be ensnared within. What a clever scheme! It seems the heavenly Xian sect is indeed deeply entwined with the heavenly path. Or else they would not have knowledge of your presence here, or devised a weapon specifically targeting you. As he spoke, Shen Fei turned to regard the figure of Zhou Yuhan standing behind him. I too did not anticipate the current state of the heavenly path, having reached such extremes. They still refused to relent. Had my power been greater back then, I could have thwarted their ambitions. What transpired back then? Might you share? Upon uttering this, Zero utilized the time-space pause technique, a few skills he had learned from Qiongqi. With the exception of Zhou Yuhan and a few of the demon sect's individuals, the others were rendered motionless, as if a pause button had been pressed. Master, I had no idea you wielded such power. Upon hearing Zhou Yuhan's words, the others were visibly astonished. Very well, since the matter is now clear, you hold no further value to us. I possess much more to offer, but let us set that aside for now and discuss pressing matters. Zhou Yuhan nodded slowly and began to recount. Back in the time of the Heavenly Path, life was rather joyous. Within the Heavenly Path Academy, I led a most comfortable existence, benefiting humanity and enhancing our cultivation. Our days were exceedingly mundane, yet blissful, that we upheld peace among the various races. And many of the Heavenly Path's individuals assimilated within our ranks, leading to a life that was simple yet fulfilling. Until one day, the Dark God Master and his minions shattered the existing order of the Heavenly Path Academy. We rose in rebellion, yet our efforts proved futile against their might. We knew not where they had emerged from. They were immensely powerful, possessing countless diverse abilities, and ultimately, we were eradicated by the Dark God clan. My father perished in battle, while I was sealed within this god-trapping mountain until now. As she recounted her tale, Shen Fei remained in stunned silence. The truth, long buried by history, was indeed thus Chapter 105. I still have much value observing Lu Xian. Shen Fei smiled at that moment. His smile appeared to Lu Xian as that of a demon, invoking a desperate desire for survival. I implore you, do not take my life. I can reveal everything you wish to know. I can even assist you in gathering intelligence on the Heavenly Xian sect. My value remains significant. The Heavenly Xian sect? What does it amount to? Shen Fei remarked, flicking his wrist, thus stripping Lu Xian of his capabilities. Henceforth, the 10 individuals from the Heavenly Xian sect who had come to participate in the competition were entirely expelled from this world. Let this suffice. We must take our leave, and thus concludes our competition, having seized control of the God-trapping mountain. Shen Fei unleashed his oppressive aura. Gradually, the teams from other nations made their exit from the God-trapping mountain. We of the Wujidi Empire express our gratitude for your timely intervention. We shall also take our leave. The leader of the Wujidi Empire addressed Shen Fei and his companions before leading his people away. In other words, this grand competition culminated in the ultimate victory for the Demon Empire, a conclusion that was, of course, to be expected. However, this outcome took everyone by surprise, with the sole exception of Bai Mingyun. They had never anticipated that the Demon Emperor would conceal his true strength so effectively. The elder with white hair from the Tianxian sect, upon witnessing the last flicker of hope belonging to his sect extinguished, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. His most esteemed disciple had perished in this contest, and the architect of this calamity sat directly across from him. How could he not feel enraged? In this tense and charged atmosphere, the disciples who had entered the competition emerged one by one. Many wore smiles, for Shen Fei and his companions had reclaimed the treasures plundered from them by the Tianxian sect, naturally filling them with immense joy. Yet upon stepping out and sensing the atmosphere, they fell silent, their lips pressed tightly shut, as if a palpable aura of menace enveloped the space. You who have emerged, tell me, who is responsible for the demise of our Tianxian sect members? If you do not speak the truth, do not blame this old man for his ruthlessness. The white-haired elder declared his words. They trembled with trepidation, for the power of the elder before them was one they could only gaze up at in awe. What are you all thinking? Do you intend to shield the wicked? Speak up quickly, or you may provoke a deadly calamity. Shirley admonished them. Having resolved to align with the Tianxian sect, it was imperative that they supported them. Yet, this was not the primary reason. The main impetus was that the disciples of the Zhengshi Empire had also seemingly fallen victim to the machinations of the Demon Empire. They too sought vengeance. Numerous disciples, upon witnessing their emperor nod in agreement, sheepishly revealed the truth. Haha, indeed, this is precisely what I believe. What more do you have to say, Demon Empire? Blood for blood. Today, I shall demand the lives of your kin in exchange for my beloved disciple. As soon as he finished his proclamation, several youthful voices rang out behind him. Ha! How truly treacherous this group is. Indeed, having received kindness, they dare to betray. If I were in their position, I would be too ashamed to continue living. This behavior is utterly revolting. The voices belonged to individuals from the Blazing Flame Empire and the Wuji Empire. Had the Demon Empire not intervened to aid them, how many of them would have returned alive? A small act of kindness should be repaid with a flood of gratitude. After all, they had saved their lives. This was why, even in the face of such overwhelming pressure, they could still step forward to defend the Demon Empire. Do you truly understand anything? In the face of absolute power, all empty words are of no consequence. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall ensure that every single member of the Tianxian sect is slain here today. Who dares to assist them? To do so is to stand against me. To stand against the Tianxian sect, I offer you one final opportunity. This enmity lies solely between our Tianxian sect and the Demon Empire. I advise you not to be foolish, if you do not wish to suffer innocent casualties. Retreat at once. I shall speak only once. If you do not depart, you will be regarded as enemies of the Tianxian sect. At that point, I will not hesitate to send you on your way. As the elder's words fell, the several emperors present exchanged glances, and one by one, they began to withdraw from the scene. Only 3 factions remained, unmoving in their original positions. You too should withdraw first. This is a matter between our demon empire and him. It would be wise not to invite trouble, as it is perilous, Bai Mingyun stated as she rose to address them. She truly wished to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. Ha! What is a little danger? Who knows who will prevail in battle? We are three, after all. Exactly. That old man looks frail. He cannot endure much punishment. Our disciples are alive today, thanks to the assistance of the demon empire. How could we possibly retreat now? Wouldn't you agree? Qin Wujie declared, glancing at the disciples behind him. Yes, yes, we stand with our emperor. I believe we shall succeed. Brothers, charge forth. Let us vanquish that old fool. Observing the fervor of the three factions, the white-haired elder could not help but laugh, and as he did so, he struck out. Bai Mingyun and her companions, clearly caught off guard, could only hastily defend themselves. Despite their trio, they soon found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the elder's formidable might. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I, Sun Wukong, am here to lend you my strength. At that moment, a massive staff hurtled toward the white-haired elder, the signature weapon of Wukong. Initially, the elder dismissed it with disdain, believing such an attack could not possibly harm him. However, as the staff drew nearer, he realized the latent power within far exceeded his expectations. What kind of monster is this? Where is the master? Master, where are you? Master, please emerge quickly. If you do not, the Empress will be in peril. Chapter 106. A shocking revelation. What shall we do? That elder appears exceedingly powerful. Fear not, with the master's exceptional intellect, he must have anticipated such a scenario and arranged for contingencies. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Let us watch in peace. However, I must admit, the elder's actions are quite repugnant. I concur. Those whom we saved from the demon empire not only failed to express gratitude, but instead sought to undermine us.it is truly disheartening. Within the grand hall of the demon sect, there was palpable concern regarding the present danger. Yet, most believed their master would manage the situation adeptly. Indeed, at that critical juncture, a colossal staff appeared within their line of sight. Look, our esteemed guest elder has arrived. I have heard they follow only the master's commands. Precisely, they seldom intervene. But now we shall witness their true prowess. At that moment, the monkey staff relentlessly struck the white-haired elder, the cacophony of blows resonating throughout the realm. Monkey, are you feeling frisky again? Do you seek another lesson? I can oblige. Hurry and finish this quickly. Do not waste any more time. At that moment, the cool, alluring voice of Qiongqi echoed. Upon hearing it, the monkey's heart filled with dread, for he had endured Qiongqi's wrath before. While tolerable under normal circumstances, when Qiongqi became enraged, he would surely face dire consequences. All right, I understand. It shall be done shortly. Witnessing the monkey engaged in battle, yet able to spare a moment to respond to another, the white-haired elder's irritation surged, though he found himself powerless to retaliate, as the monkey's relentless assault was simply too overwhelming. Is this all you can muster, boy? Do you possess no more formidable techniques? This merely tickles. You might as well conserve your energy, for your demon empire cannot hope to defeat our Tianxian sect. Enough prattle. You speak far too much. It seems I must educate you properly. With that, the monkey's attacks intensified, augmented by his innate skills, delivering critical strikes that could inflict exponential damage. In truth, the monkey's true capability lay in his mastery of shockwaves. At present, it appeared the white-haired elder could withstand the monkey's onslaught without issue. However, accumulation inevitably leads to transformation. In the next moment, the elder found himself unable to wield his power, plummeting from the heavens like a severed kite. How is this possible? What has transpired? Did you not foresee this? Old man, I merely shattered every bone in your body. And by the way, your dantian is rendered useless, obliterated in the process. No need for thanks. Blame yourself for provoking someone beyond your capabilities. Only at this moment did the monkey elucidate the situation, and the elder finally comprehended. Who would have thought I would fall to the likes of you, a mere brat? But do you truly believe we shall succumb so easily? My reinforcements have arrived. They shall avenge me. Just then, a round of applause echoed from behind. The clappers donned garments akin to those of the white-haired elder, indicating they hailed from the same sect. And who might you be? What brings you here? I am Yang Jian, the chief swordmaster of the Tianxian sect. Well, now that you know my name, your existence in this world has lost all significance. Upon uttering these words, he waved his hand, and dozens of figures emerged from all directions, soaring into the air with an imposing presence. Each of these individuals possessed the formidable cultivation of an emperor, revealing just how terrifying the hidden strength of the heavenly Shen sect truly was. Look, have you all seen? Today marks your day of demise. The white-haired elder lying on the ground spoke with a grin, clearly exhilarated, as this would allow him to avenge himself. However, his words failed to capture anyone's attention, as all were captivated by another spectacle that a beam of light descended, and two beautiful figures appeared in the clouds, resembling celestial maidens, captivating the gaze of all present. Yet, in the next moment, they directly approached by Mingyun's side. Your Majesty, we have come to assist you. No need for such formalities, Empress. Let us simply address each other by name. Very well, Mingyun, but where is Shen Fei? Why has everyone emerged while he remains inside? Just as Zhao Jiasen's voice faded, a deep voice resonated from behind, one she recognized all too well, for she heard it nearly every day. Indeed, Shen Fei and the others had also exited the Qiushan Mountain. They could have emerged earlier. But Shen Fei had modified the soul-gathering apparatus, consolidating the spiritual energy, permeating the fourth layer of the desolate purgatory, and burying it underground. This was a gesture of respect for the predecessors. Witnessing Shen Fei's actions, Zhou Yuhan's admiration for him surged. Consequently, their group emerged later, but timing proved fortuitous. Shen Fei's voice drew everyone's attention, yet none focused on him. Their gaze was instead fixed on the golden-haired woman walking behind him. Like an angel descended from the heavens, her radiant aura and graceful demeanor stimulated the senses of all present. Even Zhao Jiasen and Shen Qingyin found themselves captivated by her presence. Shen Fei, indifferent to the unfolding events, swiftly embraced Zhao Jiasen. Although they had been apart for merely a few hours, he missed her dearly that moment. He expected Zhao Jiasen to return the embrace tightly, providing him with an excuse to pull the curtains and snuggle under the covers. However, the next instant he felt a sharp tug at his waist. The culprit was none other than Zhao Jiasen, whom he held in his arms. With a twist, Shen Fei's exaggerated theatrics resulted in a pain that echoed through the heavens and wept to the depths of the earth. What are you doing? That hurts. Are you trying to murder your husband? Upon hearing Shen Fei's exclamation, Zhao Jiasen released him. Chapter 107. Who is this sister? Why is it that wherever you go, you bring back a sister? Who is it this time? Zhao Jiasen's words left Shen Fei visibly exasperated by the heavens. He truly had not considered such a notion. Who could predict that similar incidents would occur time and again? It was beyond his control. I swear, it's merely a coincidence, just coincidence. Do you think I would believe you? You've brought back countless sisters already. The air was thick with a hint of jealousy. What are you thinking? My heart holds only you, and no one can replace your position. You must believe me. With that, Shen Fei asserted himself, pulling Zhao Jiasen close. The atmosphere was saturated with a sweet, romantic tension, prompting everyone to sense an undercurrent of envy. All right, if you two wish to embrace, then go home and do so. There's no need to flaunt your affection here. At that moment, Shen Qingyin interjected, pulling the two apart with an expression of irritation. But who is that beautiful girl following you? How come you returned from a competition with so many people? Upon hearing Shen Qingyin's question, Shen Fei smiled, but offered no response. All right, we'll discuss this later. Our immediate concern is to eliminate these nuisances, as they are far too bothersome. With that, Shen Fei turned his gaze toward the disciples of the heavenly Shen sect surrounding them. Haha, little brat, how audacious you are. Do you believe you can surpass me? I assure you, none of you will leave here today, that I know not how you managed to defeat my disciples. But even if you resorted to underhanded tactics, in the face of absolute strength, all is rendered futile. After speaking, Yang Jian provocatively cast a glance at Shen Fei. Oh, absolute strength. Are you referring to yourself? Who else? Surely, You don't think that being a 9-star emperor is the pinnacle, do you? No, no. That would be a grave overestimation. Allow me to demonstrate that a 9-star emperor is but an ant in my presence. Just as he was about to unleash his formidable aura, he was interrupted by the antics of a nearby monkey. Boss, look at this old fool prattling on, stealing my lines. How infuriating. Watching Yang Jian show off, the monkey felt a surge of anger and contemplated giving him a few good whacks to vent his frustrations. Behold, the white-haired elder, previously struck down by the monkey, lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated. You monkey, be quiet. Our heavenly Shen Sect Supreme Sword God is present. How dare you act so recklessly? Today marks your end. Though my life may be forfeit, I have not lost, for you shall all become vengeful spirits. At that moment, the previously downed white-haired elder erupted into laughter, confident that with the supreme sword god of the heavenly Shen Sect present, all from the demon empire would be slain, allowing him to avenge his grievances. Oh, so you're still alive and can speak? I thought you had kicked the bucket. How does your grandfather's rod taste? I see you still have the strength to laugh. Why not have another taste? With that, the monkey approached the white-haired elder, a smile plastered on his face. As the monkey drew near, fear filled the elder's eyes to that moment. He desperately wished to shout, "Don't come any closer." Yet, the words stuck in his throat, leaving him to watch helplessly as the monkey advanced, the golden staff raised high, ready to deliver a blow that could very well spell his doom. Stop. Do you not see me standing here? This is utterly outrageous. If you do not receive proper education today, you shall never learn what it means to respect others. That I in the face of absolute strength, there is no room for your insolence. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain across his face. A resounding slap echoed through the air. Everyone stood dumbfounded at the sight. The power Shen Fei had just unleashed had disrupted Yang Jian's concentration, leading to his failure. Although the distance seemed vast, he had no clue how Shen Fei managed to strike him. Moreover, he had sensed the impending blow and attempted to evade, only to discover, to his dismay, that his own strength was insufficient. Could it be that this young man's power far exceeded his own? No, that was impossible. Such a notion was inconceivable. Shaking his head, Yang Jian tried to dismiss the thought. But the humiliation ignited his rage. A terrifying sword aura erupted from him, aimed squarely at Shen Fei and his companions below. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of envy towards Shen Fei. After all, so many beautiful women stood behind Shen Fei, each more stunning than the last. The most astonishing part was that each possessed a unique aura. Having just one such beauty would be a stroke of luck. Yet Shen Fei had 4. This incited a deep-seated jealousy within him. Kid, although I'm unsure how you accomplished that just now, I'll grant you one final opportunity. Sensing his sword aura had suppressed everyone, Yang Jian spoke to Shen Fei with a smile, though his eyes betrayed no warmth, only malice. Oh, and what must I do for you to spare my life? Simply hand over those women behind you. Before Yang Jian could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by another resounding slap. The assailant, of course, was Shen Fei. You. How dare you not grasp the situation here? Oh, what is the situation? Shen Fei blinked innocently at Yang Jian, feigning ignorance. I admire your courage. That was your final chance, and since you didn't appreciate it, your life is no longer necessary. All members of the heavenly Shen Sect, heed my command. Eliminate every man in the arena. Yes, brothers, charge. As they observed the approaching figures from the Wuji Empire and the Flame Empire, a profound sense of despair enveloped them. With such a meager number of allies, how could they possibly defeat those formidable opponents? Chapter 108. Why is the gap between people so vast? However, just as these thoughts crossed their minds, they were met with a painful realization. Sometimes, sheer numbers do not equate to an advantage. What Yang Jian had just articulated was indeed correct. In the face of absolute strength, all efforts are rendered futile. Yet, ironically, this absolute strength did not refer to Yang Jian, but rather to Shen Fei, who stood resolutely at the center of the scene. My dear, did you hear that? Why are there so many flies buzzing around us? It's utterly unbearable. Can I swat them? Feel free to swat them. Do as you please, but make sure to return quickly. I still need to clarify a few matters with you. Understood. My love, that I see you to test them too, so allow me to assist you in driving these flies away. With that, Shen Fei raised his hand and delivered a tremendous slap to ASA result. The disciples of the heavenly Xian sect charging forward were utterly obliterated. The force of that slap was so overwhelming that they were denied even the chance to defend themselves. All shattered by Shen Fei's might, the Tio put it more accurately, they were reduced to nothingness, evaporating from existence without so much as a cry. They likely didn't grasp how they had met their demise. Yang Jian, who stood aside, found it hard to believe this reality, yet he was forced to acknowledge it with his own eyes. How could this young man possess such immense power? Was he not a disciple of the sacred mountain of the celestial gods? By the standards of age, it seemed implausible for him to wield such formidable strength. Though the slap had not been aimed at him, it was precisely why he had survived. Yet, the sword aura he had just gathered was instantly dissipated by Shen Fei's overwhelming presence. All right, my love, the scene is now cleared. However, there is still one dog barking incessantly. Shall we not put it down as well? Hurry and take action. Stop the chatter, and let us get back. Yes, yes, yes. I shall act immediately. With that, Shen Fei turned to Yang Jian with a smile. The members of the Demon Empire present felt a chill upon witnessing Shen Fei's smile. They understood that someone was about to face dire consequences. Sure enough, in the next moment, the once lofty Yang Jian, suspended in the air, was unceremoniously slammed to the ground by Shen Fei. Didn't you just speak of absolute strength? Where is your power now? Leaning down, Shen Fei observed the fallen Yang Jian and chuckled. You, young man, lack martial ethics, resorting to sneak attacks. Moreover, my expertise lies in the sword arts. Your actions seem rather unworthy of victory, that you dare to engage me in a sword duel. Duel in disgrace. I could never match you. There are few in this world as despicable as you. Perhaps you have even reached the legendary state of merging with your own disgrace. Wouldn't you agree? Ha ha! Have you finally acknowledged my strength? Yet, a contest is a contest. Even if you recognize my prowess, I shall not show mercy. With that, he sprang back up from the pit and began to accumulate sword aura. As the foremost sword master of the heavenly Xian sect, he still possessed this level of power. However, in the next instant, he felt utterly humiliated. The sword aura condensing behind Shen Fei far surpassed his own by an unfathomable margin. It was akin to the glow of a firefly competing against the brilliance of the full moon. He finally comprehended the might of this young man before him, being bested in his own most esteemed and proud domain. This realization left Yang Jian profoundly unsettled. How is this possible? Why are you so powerful? Did you not just claim you were inferior to me? Why must you humiliate me so? Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Shen Fei feigned surprise. Oh, my apologies. I must have misinterpreted your intentions that I thought we were discussing despicable behavior. In that regard, I certainly cannot rival you that I hereby dub you the world's strongest embodiment of disgrace. Disgrace stretches across 3,000 miles. A single disgrace chills 19 states. How does that sound? Quite fitting for your disgraceful character. Wouldn't you say? Upon hearing Shen Fei's taunts, Yang Jian's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, revealing just how furious he was. Enduring such humiliation made him feel as though his very body might explode. You scoundrel! You have truly gone too far, just wait. With that, he produced an object of unknown origin in his hand and crushed it with fervor. Ha! I never expected you wouldn't kill me outright. Thus granting me this opportunity, I was just sending a message to the headquarters of the heavenly Xian sect. It won't be long before they arrive, and none of you will escape. Oh! You shall all meet your end soon. Oh! You little brat, still speaking defiantly. Just wait, you will see what's in store for you. Oh! Weren't you quite the orator a moment ago? Why now, do you only utter a single word? Oh! Did I ever claim to be afraid? I shall sit right here and await their arrival. But before that, I must deal with you, you disgraceful wretch. With that, Shen Fei seized him as one might grasp a small chick and tossed him before the monkey. Monkey! Swiftly reduce this man to the same state as that one lying over there. I am eager to see how many individuals the heavenly Xian sect will send this time. Understood. Boss, leave this to me. I relish such tasks. The monkey grinned lewdly, brandishing his hefty club before the subdued Yang Jian that a scream echoed as yet another figure joined the white-haired elder. That of the humiliated and battered Yang Jian. Previously, he had naively believed that by changing opponents, he might evade his fate, only to find that when the monkey's first strike landed upon him, the shockwave rendered him incapable of retaliating, collapsing to the ground instead. The problem had been entirely resolved. Dozens of Emperor-level experts dispatched by the heavenly Xian sect were scattered by Shen Fei's single blow. Even their two leaders were left on the brink of death, their dantians shattered. Was this truly the formidable strength of the Demon Empire? Whether it was the witnesses from the Flame Empire and Wuji Empire, or those from other empires observing from afar, all were struck with fear by Shen Fei's terrifying might. That Tio possessed such power at such a young age. Surely even someone who had been cultivating since birth could not achieve such feats. This individual was indeed a prodigy. Qin Wuji glanced at Shen Fei and his companions, then at the disciples behind him. Alas, why is the disparity between individuals so vast? Why have the members of the heavenly Xian sect not returned yet? Was it not said that the signal flare had been launched? Chapter 109. They were once again captured. Oh dear, why are you in such a rush? The wait will be over soon. By the way, you should first explain how those individuals behind you came to be here. Zhao Jiesin shot Shen Fei a glare, revealing a hint of jealousy. Shen Fei took a moment to assess the situation and, having time on his hands, proceeded to recount the origins of Zhou Yuhan and her companions. That, of course, he refrained from embellishing the tale, opting instead for straightforward honesty. Are you saying she has sworn allegiance to you as her master? Indeed. Only such an oath would provide assurance. Moreover, her soul fire remains with me. Should she harbor any treachery, I will eliminate her without hesitation. To be frank, I'm starting to doubt you. You don't have any peculiar inclinations in this regard. Do you? Should I also start calling you master? Upon hearing Zhao Jiesin's words, Shen Fei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon further contemplation, it seemed like a possibility. Sensing the gleam in Shen Fei's gaze, Zhao Jiesin realized she had inadvertently led him astray. Don't think too much. That's impossible for me. My dear, what are you talking about? I haven't said anything. You're merely conjuring ideas. However, if you insist on addressing me that way, I might begrudgingly agree. Go to hell. I don't want to deal with you anymore. With that, Zhao Jiesin turned away, not casting a single glance at Shen Fei, and went over to join Shen Qingyin to avoid further exposure to this romantic drama. Shen Qingyin busied herself with playing Angry Birds on her phone. Alas, what can compare to gaming in the realm of romance? What brings you over? Were you not over there exchanging sweet nothings with your man? Why come here to play with me? Upon seeing Zhao Jiesin approach, Shen Qingyin remarked, I was not flirting with him. He infuriated me, and I refused to speak with him any longer. Thankfully, I have a good sister to keep me company. Hold on. You're overthinking it. When you have a man, you casually abandon me, yet when you need a companion, you seek me out. I'm not interested in playing with you anymore. At that moment, an idea suddenly sparked in Zhao Jiesin's mind. I can pass this level. Do you need any assistance? Indeed. It has been quite a while since I last ventured forth. You are truly my dearest sister. I adore you to the utmost. Look, isn't this just splendid? What more tactics are needed to deal with a mere gaming enthusiast? If I may be so bold, are the disciples of the heavenly demon empire truly that formidable? Each of them so young, yet already possessing the prowess of emperors. At this juncture, as the matters at hand seemed to settle, Qin Wujin of the Wujin Empire approached by Meng Yun for a conversation. Sun Lai, standing nearby, was also listening intently that if the disciples of the heavenly demon empire were indeed all of emperor-level caliber, it would be utterly terrifying. Who could withstand their advance? Once they mature, or rather, they need not even mature, they would already represent the most powerful force on the Jojo continent. Certainly not. You are overthinking it. We have merely a few hundred such disciples, which is not an excessive number. To it is their exceptional talents that have brought them to this level, and of course, it is largely due to our founder's guidance. Without his instruction, none of this would have been possible. Upon hearing Bai Mengyun's words, both emperors lowered their heads, astonished to learn that there were indeed hundreds of such disciples. Moreover, observing the heavenly demon empire's queen, so serene and unperturbed, it must be a common occurrence that I ask this what they call Versailles. If one's empire boasted such formidable disciples, surely one would wake up laughing in their dreams. You are indeed remarkable. No wonder you possess such confidence for this imperial competition. You have truly concealed your auras well. I had not realized how powerful each of you was. And now, do you comprehend? The individual standing before you is the most formidable of our heavenly demon empire. Although his age is not great, his strength is beyond question. He is the foremost. The person by Mingyan referred to was Shen Fei. The other two emperors had witnessed Shen Fei's recent display of power and thus understood the extent of his terror. Not only that, but even when reinforcements from the Tianxian sect were called for, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. He merely awaited their arrival. As conversations flowed, Shen Fei began to move at that moment. He approached the side of the white-haired elder and Yang Jian, who were both sprawled on the ground. You claim you have already signaled for reinforcements? Then why have they yet to arrive? Perhaps they have abandoned you. You insolent brat! How dare you speak such nonsense? Our sect will surely come to our aid. Do not sow discord among us. Indeed, young brother is correct. Boy, if you continue to treat me this way, rest assured our sect leader will treat you likewise. To have killed our Tianxian sect members and yet not flee, I admire your tenacity. Despite their bones and dantians being shattered, the two could still utter such loathsome words. It seems I have been too lenient with you. Someone fetch some cloth to gag them. Just as Shen Fei finished speaking, the monkey stepped forward. However, he was not holding cloth but rather a fistful of stones, which he directly stuffed into their mouths, rendering them incapable of speech. The onlookers from the other empires grew impatient, as they had not anticipated the heavenly demon sect's reinforcements would take so long to arrive. This is truly unfortunate. They have managed to stall us, which is quite vexing. Brother Sure, do not fret. Soon enough, they shall have their moment of lamentation. The sect leader of the Tianxian sect is sure to be incredibly powerful. Noticing his elder brother Sure Lei's agitation, the Dark Knight Emperor quickly grasped his hand, attempting to soothe his restless spirit. Ha ha ha, you have a point. Let us wait a while longer. If no one emerges after half an hour, we shall take our leave. Very well. We understand. Just as their discussion concluded, distant thunder rumbled across the sky. The sound oscillated, seeming both far away and near at hand. At that moment, a shadow of deep azure suddenly appeared in the air, surrounded by arcs of lightning. With hair as white as snow standing on end, despite his imposing physique, he appeared to be of considerable age. Who dares to bully the disciples of the Tianxian sect? Step forth and face your demise. With that, he surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Shen Fei. Chapter 110, The Indomitable Thunder. Boy, why do you not exhibit even a hint of panic? Is my appearance not enough to astonish you? Noticing that while everyone else regarded him with alarm, only Shen Fei's gaze seemed lost elsewhere. This immediately caught his attention. Oh, and who might you be? Why should I be alarmed? Is it merely because you have adorned yourself with blue paint? No, I mean, if you were to carry a large turtle shell, you would resemble quite the turtle. Shen Fei's words elicited laughter from all present. The imagery of the turtle shell was vividly amusing. Ha ha ha, boss. Your imagination rivals my own. I've long been displeased by the unkempt hair on his hands. May I pluck it out? Are you intending to confront him? If so, I leave it to you. We shall merely observe. While brothers, did you hear that? This task is mine alone. Do not covet it. Observing the monkey's triumphant demeanor, the other fierce beasts were infuriated. Qiongqi happened to be right behind the monkey, raising a leg to glare at him. The monkey, like a cannonball, charged directly at the approaching figure. Qiongqi, I will settle this with you. When I am capable of defeating you, I shall capture you for a thorough education and revenge. You've been bullying me daily, but I wonder which part one should strike first. Forget it. It matters not. Any part will do. Just as he finished these jests aimed at Qiongqi, the monkey found himself before the approaching azure giant. What manner of creature are you, old rascal? State your name quickly. Beneath my golden staff, I spare no nameless foes. Ha ha ha, merely a raucous monkey, daring to display bravado before me. Have you forgotten how you were sealed within the demon suppression tower? Hearing this, and recalling the hue of the figure and the surrounding lightning, the monkey finally recognized him. You are the Thunder Master, wielder of the heavenly thunder arts. No, 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 Thunder Master is my master. I am his most prized disciple. Crazy Thunder Detso, how does it feel to hear my name? Are you frightened? Upon hearing Crazy Thunder's proclamation, the monkey did not hesitate and swung his staff directly at him. Monkey, what are you doing? Why not answer my question properly? The master of this sect commands you to respond. Otherwise, I shall ensure your utter destruction. The monkey, however, continued to ignore him, meeting his advance with the golden staff in hand. If you wish to engage in battle, I shall not hold back. Jojo Thunder Arts, tempestuous winds and clouds, as I grasp the heavens, I shall shake the cosmos. The surrounding lightning elements surged, and even the sky darkened with ominous clouds, his oppressive aura intensifying as if a heavenly tribulation were imminent, creating an atmosphere of profound weight. Fortunately, this state did not last long before it was shattered. Not only did the monkey contribute, but Xiongqi, from behind Crazy Thunder, unleashed a flurry of punches, palm strikes, and kicks, all landing upon Crazy Thunder's form. Ultimately, with a great leap, a massive ice crystal arrow shot forth. Xiongqi's sole ranged attack, its might formidable. Ha ha ha, is that the extent of your damage? Merely a tickle to me? Hearing Crazy Thunder's taunts, the other three fierce beasts charged forth, launching direct attacks without employing their innate powers. With such a formidable opponent before them, they were eager to gauge their own growth in strength. After a bout of strikes, they all grew aware of their abilities and ceased their assault. What is this? Have you all exhausted your strength? You appear so formidable, yet you are merely paper tigers that have so many assault me without success. How embarrassing for you all. Crazy Thunder erupted in laughter, delivering a comprehensive taunt. Sister Xiongqi, I can no longer contain myself. Can you bear it? If not, I shall take action. I have long found this old rascal intolerable. At this moment, Taikan stepped forward, scratching his head and addressing Xiongqi. Allow me to handle it. I too can no longer endure. The last speaker, unexpectedly, was a usually taciturn EG, whose fists were now ablaze with fierce flames. Gazing at the head of the Raging Thunder, he immediately struck with a punch that in that moment. The Raging Thunder sadly realized that his defenses had been breached and overwhelming force cascaded upon him, rendering him unable to withstand it. As his body plummeted heavily to the ground and a tremendous sound erupted, forming a massive human-shaped crater upon impact. You have gone too far. Unyielding Thunder, the war god incarnate. After uttering these words, the figure of the Raging Thunder reappeared before everyone, seemingly even more imposing than before. The crackling sound of electricity surrounding him grew louder, amplifying his presence. Are you done yet? Are we fighting or not? Observing the constantly shifting form of the Raging Thunder, Shen Fei felt a twinge of impatience as he was eager to return home to his wife. Heavenly Demon Palm. Shen Fei unleashed his signature skill as a colossal hand tore through the sky, crashing down heavily onto the Raging Thunder. The giant form of the Raging Thunder exploded upon impact, leaving him breathless and sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, a ghastly sight. Is this how the Heavenly Profound sect operates? You have truly disappointed me. I expected to discover something worthwhile. Seeing the defeated leader of the Heavenly Profound sect, Shen Fei shook his head, contemplating whether a sledgehammer was necessary to swat a fly. Boss, we have investigated the Heavenly Profound sect, and there are indeed traces of the Heavenly Tao Academy. However, these individuals likely emerged from the academy before establishing the Heavenly Profound sect, hence the teleportation portal is not there. We've wasted our efforts. Xiongqi relayed her findings, having been monitoring the Heavenly Profound sect for quite some time. Arriving at this conclusion left her somewhat disheartened, as it meant that their quest for vengeance against the Heavenly Tao Academy would have to be postponed. Although the Heavenly Profound sect was not directly under the Academy's jurisdiction, they were intricately linked. The expelled Raging Thunder was a disciple of the Thunder Seat, his strength far exceeding that of an ordinary nine-star emperor, which explained his audacity over the years. Thus, he had become excessively arrogant, aspiring to establish his own kingdom and continuously expand until he unified the entire 9 provinces. Of course, such aspirations were nothing but fanciful delusions. And the harsh reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face that he dreamt of nation-building and unification. Yet here he was, barely surviving, his ambitions snuffed out in their infancy. That moment, Zhao Jiasin turned to look at him. Having realized that Shen Fei's provocation of the heavenly profound sect was intended to avenge her. Raging thunder, are you the leader of the heavenly profound sect? Haha, who else could it be? Yet I never imagined I would fall to a mere boy today. It seems my teacher was correct. My skills are lacking. Are you familiar with the heavenly demon sect? Upon hearing the term, Raging Thunder's expression shifted slightly. Though subtle, Shen Fei keenly detected it. Heavenly Demon Sect. Are you referring to that old, immortal leader? I had my sights set on his wife, but to my surprise, he refused to part with her and instead chose to confront me. What a joke! At that time, who did I fear? We clashed. You know, a 9-star emperor like him is as insignificant as an insect before me, utterly feeble. I could crush him with a mere hand. I simply did not anticipate that his wife would be so resolute, ultimately taking her own life, which left me lamenting for quite some time. Not long ago, that old fool sought me out again, and to my astonishment, his strength had improved significantly, burning his life and soul power to rival me, leading to a mutual downfall. But that old fool must have perished. I've spent these years recuperating to restore my strength. Otherwise, I would have initiated my unification of the continent years ago. Now, it seems like a perfect opportunity has arisen. We must seize it. Yet, fate has other plans, and I find myself at your mercy. However, you are also in grave danger. Should you slay me, my master will not spare you, even if every person from your nations perishes. It would not equate to my worth. After speaking, he provocatively glanced at Shen Fei, as if challenging him. Go ahead, kill me if you dare. Shen Fei disregarded his gaze. The heavenly profound sect no longer posed a threat. Therefore, why wait for a more auspicious day? Today, let us lead the disciples of the heavenly demon sect to crush the heavenly profound sect. My dear, you have heard the circumstances. While we cannot alter the past, let the heavenly profound sect perish on this day. Zhao Jiasin's eyes glistened with emotion. The truth of the past now unveiled, and the leader of the heavenly profound sect lay defeated before her. Everything felt surreal, as if she were trapped in a dream. My love, what thoughts occupy your mind? Shen Fei approached Zhao Jiasin, noticing her reddened eyes, and his heart ached. He quickly embraced her, gently patting her back to soothe her emotions. You feel somewhat unreal. How can I be unreal? Look, I stand before you, and I cast a shadow upon the ground, proving I am no ghost. Zhao Jiasin's sudden remark left Shen Fei momentarily speechless. Indeed, given his immense strength, effortless prowess, and the ability to conjure various intriguing objects, it was understandable that doubts would arise. Oh, my foolish wife, what are you thinking? I am undeniably real. My love for you is eternal, and I will always be by your side. Zhao Jiasin pouted, remaining silent. All right, my dear, do not dwell on it any longer. Since the leader of the heavenly profound sect has been so thoroughly defeated, let us proceed to obliterate the heavenly profound sect today. What do you think? If you agree, I will gather our disciples from the heavenly demon sect immediately. Shen Fei's words ignited the flames of vengeance within Zhao Jiasin. Yes, let us annihilate the heavenly profound sect today. After all these years, I can finally exact my revenge. Upon overhearing their conversation, Raging Thunder's face displayed astonishment. You are from the heavenly demon sect? What else could it be? It's quite obvious, isn't it? Why else would we call ourselves the heavenly demon empire? Enough! It is all karma. The presence of such a talented individual like you in the heavenly demon sect is indeed remarkable, but ultimately, you will perish at the hands of the heavenly Tao. No one can defy its will, just as you will never transcend the realm of 9-star emperors. Before he could finish, Shen Fei interrupted him. Are you overthinking? Do you believe that none of us here surpassed the 9-star Emperor level? Such a shallow understanding. In that moment, Raging Thunder finally comprehended that both Shen Fei and the earlier monkey had powers exceeding that of the 9-star emperors. Otherwise, how could they have so effortlessly reduced him to this pitiful state? Since you have come to seek vengeance, then just kill me. Rest assured, I want to end your life so swiftly. I shall allow you to witness the collapse of the heavenly profound sect, seeing them reduced to destitution before your very eyes. Raging Thunder found himself yearning for death. Yet he was powerless, rendered a mere husk, his dantian shattered, leaving him with nothing. I have already informed our heavenly demon sect disciples to prepare. We can set off immediately. My dear, are you ready? Yes. Let us finally eradicate the heavenly profound sect. The day had finally arrived, and Zhao Jiasin felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The once mighty, heavenly profound sect now seemed like a colossal behemoth before her. Yet she had finally attained the strength to confront them. It was time to bring closure to this chapter. Their words were broadcasted live via Shen Fei's phone to the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, where numerous disciples were made aware of the unfolding events. We have awaited this day. I must join. Perhaps we should refrain. Our prowess is insufficient, and we would merely serve as cannon fodder. Let those who have ascended to the Emperor level take the lead. Indeed, our strength is too feeble. We cannot compete. Woe is us. If only we had trained harder, we could have joined them. Do not fret. I believe the ancestor will include us. Is that true? I share that sentiment. Of course, do you doubt the ancestor? Indeed, the ancestor is forever divine. Do not panic. Let us continue to observe what unfolds. At this moment, the camera shifted to Shen Fei's side. I express my gratitude to both of you for extending your assistance during a perilous time for our heavenly demon empire. Rest assured, should any matters arise in the future, you need only come to us, and we shall offer our support. Shen Fei directed his words towards the emperors of the Wujidi Empire and the Lian Empire. It is but a trifling matter. We have done nothing of note. The primary reason for our success lies in your formidable strength. Henceforth, we have gained a powerful ally, and this venture has proven most advantageous. Hearing their remarks, Shen Fei could not help but chuckle. Engaging in conversation with these two was indeed a pleasant experience, as their personalities were well suited for friendship. Very well, you should be able to manage the subsequent matters on your own. Our presence would only complicate things, so let us part ways here. Agreed. Let us maintain frequent contact between our nations. Certainly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the individuals from the Lian Empire and the Wujidi Empire took their leave. Shen Fei sensed that those from other empires who had been spectating nearby had also vanished without a trace. Was this not obvious? They had witnessed Shen Fei's strength. If they did not flee now, what would they do if he came to settle the score? How swiftly did those fellows flee? I had intended to invite them for tea and a chat before their departure. Enough with your banter. We must focus on the task at hand. You are right. Let us summon all the disciples of our heavenly demon sect and set forth. Are we bringing everyone? Of course. This is a matter concerning our entire sect, and thus, it requires collective participation. Fear not. My cosmic battleship can accommodate such numbers without risk. At worst, we shall take matters into our own hands. Very well. We shall heed your counsel. By the way, how shall we deal with the 3 individuals lying over there? You few, apprehend them and ensure they do not perish, that I wish for them to witness the downfall of their Tianxian sect. As he spoke these words, Shen Fei's gaze shifted to the disciples who had accompanied him to the competition. The group returned to the heavenly demon battleship, and in the next moment, they arrived back at the heavenly demon sect. Upon their return, the disciples gathered in the grand hall rushed out. They had all heard Shen Fei's intention to take them along. Did I not tell you all to trust the master? Indeed. We are so fortunate to witness such a moment. I should not have doubted. This is truly unexpected. To think we would all go together. Only the master could achieve such a feat. Enough of your discussions. Let us first make our way to Mingyue Mountain. Before long, everyone had convened before the training tower at Mingyue Mountain. After surveying the crowd and noting that most had gathered, Shen Fei began to announce the matter at hand. I trust you all are aware of the live broadcast I just presented. Our singular objective this time is to obliterate the Tianxian sect and avenge our former leader. This time, we shall act in unison to witness this historic moment. Does everyone wish to partake? Upon hearing Shen Fei's query, all the disciples below responded in unison. We do. Well then, since everyone's enthusiasm is so high, let us set forth. In the next moment, all the disciples on the ground transformed into streaks of light and ascended to the cosmic battleship. Following the recent upgrade, the battleship could now accommodate more disciples, ensuring each had their own room. Shen Fei was immensely grateful for this cosmic battleship. Its capacity alone was remarkable. My dear, let us also embark. All right. Although Zhao Jiasen uttered but a single word, Shen Fei could sense her excitement as she tightened her grip on his arm. The cosmic battleship took off, soaring directly above the Tianxian sect. Elders, look up quickly. What is that in the sky? Everyone, raise your heads and see. There is an unidentified flying object above that appears to be a spaceship. Impossible. Who has ever seen a spaceship of such magnitude? Its exterior is so dazzling, it cannot possibly compare to those centipede-like ships. What on earth could that be? Could it be something conjured by our remarkable master? That is indeed a possibility. Our master is known for his elusive nature. Oh dear, why are you all merely speculating? We should approach and see what it truly is. With that, the crowd emerged to gaze at the colossal object above. Many elders also arrived, tasked with maintaining order in the absence of the master. The vice master stood at the forefront, eager to enlighten the disciples about the mysterious object above. However, his lack of strength rendered him incapable of doing so. Moments later, 3 figures appeared in the sky, their anguished screams echoing as if they were being thrust from the unidentified flying object. They plummeted to the ground simultaneously, creating a tremendous crash that captured the attention of all disciples of the Tianxian sect. You 3, go and see who has fallen. The vice master casually directed several disciples to investigate. Yet, upon their first encounter with the 3 individuals, they were left utterly speechless. Such a bizarre sight was almost unbearable. As they approached, they realized these were indeed members of their own Tianxian sect. Most shockingly, even their master lay among them, a scenario they could never have anticipated. Chapter 113. The 5 elements array of heaven's path in their minds. Their master was akin to a deity. How could he now be reduced to a pitiful state, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life? The contrast was simply staggering. They glanced at another figure. They recognized the sword god of the Tianxian sect. The 3rd individual lay face down, and upon turning him over, they were astonished to find it was the elder who had led the delegation to the imperial competition. All 3 were top-tier experts of the Tianxian sect, yet now they lay on the ground, gasping for breath, their powers entirely dissipated. Who could have committed such a heinous act? We of the Tianxian sect shall never let this go unpunished. Indeed, who could have reduced our master and elders to such a state? We must seek vengeance. Our master has treated us with such kindness. How could he end up in such dire straits? However, should we consider the reality? If even our master could not resolve this, what use would we be in the fight? The disciple who spoke these words was immediately struck on the head by the vice master. What nonsense are you spouting? You are merely boosting the morale of others while diminishing your own. Hearing this, the vice master felt an overwhelming urge to silence him. Nevertheless, it was indeed a harsh truth that if their master had truly been defeated by a single individual, then perhaps the combined strength of all of them would still fall short. While they were lost in their thoughts, the enormous cosmic battleship above descended without hesitation, crashing down like a meteor. It struck the grand hall of the Tianxian sect, leaving a colossal crater where a perfectly intact hall once stood. Remarkably, the gigantic battleship emerged unscathed. Following the enhancement of its defensive systems, such impacts posed little threat to it. The tremors from the descent caused many lower-ranking disciples to tumble to the ground. This unexpected event caught them entirely off guard. Vice Master, what is this? Hurry and see. Our grand hall has been destroyed. It is such a pity. But have you noticed? Despite the fall from such a height, the spaceship has sustained no damage. This is truly miraculous. Now that you mention it, I do see that it is quite extraordinary that if the ship could be utilized by us, our travels would be incredibly impressive. Haha, I thought the same. Earlier, I saw our master and the others descending from above. Could this spaceship be a gift from our master? Regardless, we must investigate further. Before they could approach, they spotted Shen Fei and his companions appearing on the deck of the cosmic battleship. Good heavens, it is not just one or two individuals, but rather the entirety of the Tiamat sect. All the disciples of the Emperor level have taken to the skies, arms crossed over their chests, exuding an air of proud superiority. They release their oppressive aura, their gazes fixed intently on the disciples of the Tianxian sect surrounding them. The members of the Tianxian sect instantly feel as though they are being watched by numerous venomous serpents, a sensation both uncomfortable and paralyzing. They dare not move for fear that even the slightest motion could cost them their lives. At the forefront stands Shen Fei and his companions. Zhao Jiesin and Shen Qingyin are by his side, followed closely by the monkey and the four great beasts, along with the newly joined Zhou Yuan. All standing together, that it can be said that these leading figures represent the pinnacle of combat strength for the Tiamat sect. You, who exactly are you, and what business do you have with the Tianxian sect? Do you not realize that you have utterly destroyed our great hall? If you do not provide us with an explanation, you shall not leave this place alive today. To run rampant in our Tianxian sect comes with a price, and I fear this price may be beyond your capacity to bear. Upon hearing this, the members of the Tiamat sect burst into laughter, as if these individuals have yet to grasp the purpose of their arrival. Oh, and who might you be? Can you truly speak for the Tianxian sect? Heh, foolish young man, I'm the vice master of the Tianxian sect. Do you question my authority to represent the entire sect? Ah, so it is the vice master. Very well, we have come today to announce a single decree. You are to take your own lives here and now, lest we be forced to act. As Shen Fei spoke these words, a smirk graced his lips, eager to witness their reaction. You insolent wretch, what are you babbling about? To dare cause a ruckus on our Tianxian sect's territory means your demise is certain. Oh, old man, I am most curious to see how you intend to bring about my death. Heh, continue to boast for now, but do not come crawling to me in supplication later. Even if you beg for mercy on your knees, I shall show you no mercy. With that, the vice master of the Tianxian sect produced a token, the insignia of their sect's protective formation. With this token, one could command the entire array and utilize it to strike down intruders. Even a powerful being at the Emperor 9 stars level would be obliterated under its assault. Tian Dao, 5 elements formation. Annihilate them all. In the next moment, 5 distinct energies converged, manifesting as immense waves of power. They transformed into beams of laser-like energy, hurtling towards Shen Fei. This is my first time witnessing the protective formation attacking someone. Indeed, I too am witnessing this for the first time, but we shall soon see its true might. That kid is surely doomed for daring to shout here in our Tianxian sect. What can be done? One ought to possess a modicum of self-awareness to avoid losing their life in such a senseless manner. Enough chatter. Let us continue to observe how they meet their grim fate. With that, all eyes return to Shen Fei. The 5 formidable energies surged toward him. Shen Fei remained utterly unmoved. Those standing behind him showed no signs of distress either, as if none of this were occurring. Moreover, the number of spectators on the deck continued to increase. After all, everyone from the Tiamat sect had mobilized, and those who initially intended to observe from the ship's cabin reconsidered, opting instead to witness the scene firsthand on the deck. Thus, when faced with the attack of the protective formation, the spectators exhibited neither panic nor disorder. Rather, their numbers swelled. Chapter 114. The fall of the Tianxian sect. This series of events left all members of the Tianxian sect utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Had these individuals truly forgotten to resist, choosing instead to face death with bravery? Soon, however, they realized their grave error. A mistake so profound it could leave them utterly bewildered. For when their seemingly formidable attack struck the massive ship, it dissipated entirely, as though it had never existed. This revelation left them all in shock. The once invincible protective formation appeared utterly trivial in their presence. At that moment, they understood why their opponents exuded such confidence. They were not charging to their deaths, but were utterly unafraid of such an attack. Had it been before, Shen Fei might have intervened directly to counter such assaults. However, now that the cosmic battleship's defense systems had been upgraded, he found it unnecessary to act personally, remaining where he was felt supremely secure. Is this truly your strongest offensive capability? It is utterly laughable before me. As he regarded them, Shen Fei smiled, a grin that cut deeply into the hearts of the Tianqian sect members. Who are you, and what do you seek from our Tianqian sect? Huh, surely you do not even know our identities. Very well, I shall enlighten you. We are all members of the Tianma sect. Upon hearing Shen Fei's declaration, the vice master of the Tianqian sect turned pale as a ghost, that he was well aware of the enmity between the Tianqian and Tianma sects. This meant that these individuals had come seeking vengeance. Or perhaps the leaders of his sect had been thoroughly defeated by them, that at this moment, his heart sank coldly. It signified the impending doom of the Tianqian sect. I know you are powerful, but could you spare the younger disciples of our Tianqian sect? They are innocent and know nothing of this conflict. Realizing that even the formation could not harm the members of the Tianma sect, the vice master finally comprehended that if he did not act decisively, the Tianqian sect would indeed face utter annihilation. No, Vice Master, what nonsense are you speaking? We cannot falter at this critical juncture. We shall never compromise our existence. Indeed, we are disciples of the Tianqian sect and will not flee in the face of danger. We shall stand united with the Tianqian sect, come what may. Hearing these words from the numerous disciples, the Vice Master was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. He was elated that the disciples were rallying to defend the Tianqian sect, yet dismayed at the prospect that such unity might lead to their total destruction. Vice Master, there is no need for further words. We shall not retreat. Listening to the affirmations of his disciples brought tears to the Vice Master's eyes. Very well, then let us advance together and eradicate the members of the Tianma sect. Eradicate them. The disciples of the Tianqian sect echoed in unison, their unity bolstering their momentum. From the moment you targeted my father, you should have been prepared for this reckoning. Gazing at them, Zhao Jiasen felt no pity. Though her character had been significantly influenced by Shen Fei, she remained the empress of the Tianma sect. Tianma Palm, a colossal hand manifested in the heavens, descending with tremendous force. Yet despite this declaration, her target remained solely the vice master standing at the forefront. Nevertheless, the impact of the descending palm affected many others as well. Shen Fei was aware of Zhao Jiesen's intentions, but could not allow her to act unchecked. One must understand the principle of uprooting weeds to prevent their resurgence. If this was the case, then let him take on the role of the villain. After all, it was not the first time he had dealt with a malignant faction. To achieve greatness, countless bones must be sacrificed. To avert future calamities, he deemed this course of action necessary. Forbidden technique, cataclysmic demonic invocation. In the next instant, a purple orb of light formed above the Tianqian sect, surrounded by countless black holes, tearing at the very fabric of space. As Shen Fei's power continued to rise, the intensity of the demonic invocation became increasingly formidable. An oppressive sensation enveloped the area. Even those aboard the cosmic battleship could feel the terrifying force emanating from it. It seemed as though even the sturdy battleship might be torn asunder. Master, what is this power? I do not know, but my legs are trembling. Is this truly the extent of the Master's power? It is utterly terrifying. Your Master is indeed impressive. Master is magnificent. A violet pattern enveloped the entire territory belonging to the Tianqian sect. All creatures and flora within the circle vanished without a trace, as though they had been utterly disintegrated. Subsequently, the members of the Tianma sect vanished from sight, having been summoned back to the cosmic battleship, escaping the range of the demonic invocation. Should they have remained within the formation, Shen Fei believed he could still control this power. However, to avoid any unforeseen complications, he opted for the most reliable course of action. This method is a definitive solution. Nothing belonging to the celestial sect will endure. Every flower, blade of grass, and tree shall meet complete annihilation. That is for actions that offend heaven and reason. Shen Fei exhibits no fear whatsoever. The celestial beings of the Heavenly Path Academy are likely unaware of how many he has slaughtered. Thank you, darling. What more is there to say between us? I know you would hesitate to take action, so I shall resolve this matter myself. Thus, your father-in-law's regrets shall be no more. You think too much. Well, I must think a bit more. After all, my wife is as beautiful as a flower and deserves to be cherished. I'm off to play with Yinyin. With that, Zhao Jiesin directly approached Shen Qingyin. For some reason, whenever she hears Shen Fei say such things, she cannot help but feel shy. The master is incredibly powerful. Indeed, look below. The entire celestial sect has transformed into a vast pit, leaving nothing behind. How ruthless! We only saw it on the big screen before, but witnessing it firsthand is truly astonishing. Let us not speak further. In a word, impressive. That has 2 words. You're still quibbling with me? No single word can encapsulate my feelings. Ha ha ha. Chapter 115. The system rewards finally arrive after a considerable time. Everyone managed to calm down. There was no denying that Shen Fei's extraordinary move had left them utterly astonished. Now that the matter of the celestial sect is resolved, can we return? Shen Fei approached Zhao Jiesin and gently spoke to her. Yes, let us go back. There is nothing entertaining here anymore. Thus, everyone embarked on the journey back to the demon sect. Beep, beep, beep. Sequential tasks completed successfully, performance impeccable, rewards accumulated. The system's voice finally echoed in Shen Fei's mind, and he knew his rewards would be abundant, which made his expression radiate excitement. After all, he had awaited this moment for quite some time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 disciple training slots, 1 bloodline awakening elixir, 1 teleportation array, 1 disposable item, breath tracking device, 1 lazy fish training system slot, and 1 qualification for upgrading the cosmic battleship's weapon system. All rewards have been distributed. Please check, host. Just as Shen Fei was about to examine the functions of these rewards, he was interrupted once again by the system's voice. Beep, beep, beep. New task triggered. Rescue the Elven race. Task rewards depend on completion level. This was splendid. Initially, Shen Fei had a drop of life spring water, intending to use it to locate the Elven tribe. Perhaps the 5 elders of their demon sect were still there. Even a shred of information would be worth pursuing. Shen Fei was aware that Zhao Jiesin shared a deep bond with the 5 elders over the years. Efforts had been made to gather news about her, but they had found nothing until now. Subsequently, Shen Fei summoned by Meng Yun. As for the situation in the central capital, let the imperial forces handle it. Although it's somewhat distant and remote, we invested considerable effort to acquire this territory and should manage it. By the way, we can send more people there, although it's not very affluent. There should be a crystal vein beneath the celestial sect. Extracting it would yield considerable wealth. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Bai Mingyun nodded in agreement. She understood these principles well. And as for the location and distance, you need not worry that I've set up another teleportation array there, allowing direct travel between the demon sect and the palace. Just select the right markers. Really? So we want to have to travel such a great distance to transport the wealth? Yes. I just completed it, making things much more convenient. All right, I understand, Master. We will surely manage the central capital well. Indeed. I have great faith in you. By the way, our demon sect is hosting a bonfire party tonight. We can continue enjoying hot pot, so don't rush back. Yes, that sounds wonderful. I haven't had hot pot in ages. The taste is truly nostalgic. Upon returning to the demon sect, everyone first retreated to their rooms to tidy up, take a shower, and then set off to the training tower. After 2 days away, they felt as if they had wasted precious time. However, witnessing Shen Fei's terrifying move made it all worthwhile. The diligent training of the disciples astonished Bai Mingyun. What is this? Where can one observe such a scene? The disciples eagerly vied to train. With such a family, what fear is there of not prospering? The collective awareness of everyone was remarkably high. Sensing Bai Mingyun's thoughts, Shen Fei, knowing she was no outsider, revealed the secret of the demon sect's training tower. He and Zhao Jiesin returned to their room, and the little white creature that had been perched on Shen Fei's shoulder was tossed into the bamboo garden. Although they had been apart for just a day, the brief separation felt like a sweet reunion. After a flurry of activity, resting was quite pleasant. However, it was not yet time to be weary. Some exercise was in order for a comfortable sleep later. As night fell, the entire demon sect was ablaze with lights. Adorned festively as if celebrating the new year, the hot pot event was set to commence once more. After this meal, everyone felt utterly satisfied. Eating hot pot, sipping cola, and gathering together brought immense joy and happiness. Moreover, many volunteered to perform, adding more entertainment to the evening's festivities. Notably, despite the passage of time, when Xiaoxin remained in a deep slumber, lying quietly. During her time in the demon sect, she had become plump and healthy. If not for the slight resemblance in her facial features, her physique would make her unrecognizable. Fortunately, Shen Fei now possessed a precious elixir from the system rewards. Bloodline Awakening Elixir. Upon consumption, it activates the full potential of one's bloodline, perfectly awakening even the most deeply hidden powers. Knowing the effects of this elixir, Shen Fei decided to administer it to Wen Xiaoxin. Allowing her to lie there indefinitely while requiring caretakers was far from ideal. Better to awaken her. Although the elixir was indeed precious, as no one could ascertain whether ancient bloodlines flowed through their veins, the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind were of no consequence now. Shen Fei took out the elixir and prepared to give it to Wen Xiaoxin. In an instant, he felt the dark aura surrounding her intensify. These black tendrils enveloped her petite form entirely, exuding a sense of darkness, terror, and even attributes of annihilation that I in the blink of an eye. A pair of massive black wings sprouted from his back. Upon closer inspection, they bore a striking resemblance to the wings of the angelic deity he had just collected, crafted from the same mold. However, one represented the purity of light, while the other embodied the malevolence of darkness. Realizing this, Shen Fei summoned Zhou Yuan. As soon as she arrived, the power emanating from her seemed uncontrollable, erupting forth, her wings unfurled. And at that moment, these opposing forces formed a unique balance, with Shen Fei at the center of it all. I believe I understand the identity of the slumbering woman before us, Zhou Yuan remarked with a smile. Glancing at Shen Fei, Chapter 116. Everything for happiness. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Shen Fei and the others turned their gazes toward her. Originally, they had been unable to deduce the mysterious bloodline of Wen Xiaoxin. Now, it appeared someone had the answer. If I am not mistaken, she is likely the fallen angel, in opposition to the angelic deity. After glancing at Zhou Yuan and then at Wen Xiaoxin, still shrouded in dark power, Shen Fei seemed to arrive at this conclusion. What are you talking about? Her identity is not that of a fallen angel, but rather a dark angel. It is said that only we two can mutually eliminate each other. No one else can ever vanquish us. Even if our physical forms are scattered, we can ultimately be reborn through the powers of light or darkness. I never imagined that the legendary dark angel truly exists. This is my first encounter. Master, I must say, your circle is quite impressive. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's detailed explanation, Shen Fei and the others became intrigued. How do you know about the dark angels? In my childhood, my mother often recounted tales of a battle that must inevitably occur between the radiant angels and the dark angels, declaring that only one would survive for all eternity. Thus, from a tender age, I regarded the dark angel as my most formidable adversary, never anticipating that our encounter would manifest in such a manner. Does this imply that you two will engage in a fierce struggle upon meeting? When she fully awakens, will a confrontation ensue? I cannot fathom why, but theoretically I should be grappling with her by now. These two forces have always existed in eternal opposition. However, but what? Hurry and tell us. For I, Sun Wukong, am eager to know. Zhou Yuan glanced at Shen Fei, ultimately smiling as she continued. Perhaps it is due to the presence of our master within the forces of both of us. A new existence has emerged, meaning our powers are no longer adversarial, but rather in a state of equilibrium maintained by three entities. Thank goodness for our master's capabilities. Otherwise, we would have already clashed. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's explanation, everyone nodded in understanding. There is no need for everyone to remain here. The awakening ceremony will likely take 3 days to complete. Let her quietly break through in this space. Zhou Yuan clapped her hands, expressing her viewpoint. Her noble and elegant demeanor coupled with her smile, rendered her utterly enchanting. Yet, Shen Fei was not swayed by the scene before him. He was keenly aware that, not far behind, Zhao Jiasen's eyes were fixed intently upon him. Do we choose fleeting joy or enduring happiness? This dilemma posed no challenge for Shen Fei. To endure a moment of tranquility for the sake of his future happiness was a necessity. Very well, since this matter is resolved, let us proceed to the Hall of Heavenly Demons, where we have important matters to discuss. With that, Shen Fei vanished from his previous location, only to reappear in the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, accompanied by Zhao Jiasen. That a closer observation would reveal that the blush on Zhao Jiasen's face had yet to fully fade. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is singular. To save time, I shall be brief. Based on the information we have obtained, we should now know the whereabouts of the fifth elder. Shen Fei's words left the original elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect and Zhao Jiasen in shock. After years of silence, had they finally uncovered a lead on the fifth elder? Master, where exactly is the fifth sister? Is it far from here? Can we bring her back? The Grand Elder stepped forward, addressing Shen Fei. The 5 original elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect had shared a bond akin to that of siblings, with the fifth elder being their most cherished. Naturally, upon receiving news, they yearned to reunite with her as soon as possible. I understand the sentiments of everyone, but this is merely a speculative possibility. She is likely located where the elven race is congregated. Previously, Yuan instructed the fifth elder to seek the Fountain of Life to break the seal of the prison god mountain and provided the location of the elven race. However, it is surprising that after all this time, she is yet to return, likely encountering some difficulties or willingly choosing to remain there for some reason. Shen Fei's analysis prompted nods of agreement among them. Yuan, do you know the precise location of the elven race? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuan ultimately nodded. I do know their specific location, though I cannot ascertain if it has changed. The elven race currently resides among the 10 great mountains to the north of the Wujidi Empire. Is that all? Indeed. What? Just this scant clue. How are we supposed to find them? It is said that in the region where the elven race dwells, flora and fauna flourish far more vibrantly than in their surroundings. This characteristic may aid us in locating their position. Enough talk. It is time we journey to the Wujidi Empire. The elven race has historically been hunted by those of the celestial path. Rumor has it that they are born of extraordinary talent and can harness the laws of heaven and earth, thus constructing a conduit to connect with the celestial path. While these are merely records from ancient texts, I still wish to explore this possibility. Perhaps we could seek vengeance against the celestial beings. Upon hearing Shen Fei's declaration, everyone nodded, their eyes glinting with determination. After some discussion, the group set to embark on their journey. Comprising Shen Fei, Zhao Jiasen, and Shen Qingyin. The 3 who had emerged from the prison god mountain also decided to join, expressing their desire to explore and familiarize themselves with this world, which Shen Fei could not refuse. Additionally, they included the monkey, the 4 fearsome beasts, and the 4 original elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Initially, Shen Fei contemplated bringing along the 7 assassins for training, but after consideration, he felt there would be little for them to contribute, and thus did not pursue the matter further. Wait! Everyone, hold your horses. Let me modify our cosmic warship once more. I assure you it will dazzle your eyes. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, everyone brimmed with anticipation. The previous upgrade of the warship's defense system had left them astounded. Its terrifying defensive capabilities truly formidable. Witnessing the numerous powerful assaults during their time at the Tianxian sect without so much as a scratch, even the protective formation had been utterly ineffective against it. Now, they were about to enhance the offensive system, that if it proved as robust as the defense system, just how remarkable would its attacking capabilities be? All were eager to discover the answer. To what extent can the offensive capabilities be enhanced? Zhao Jiasen, standing alongside Shen Fei, was most curious about this matter. After all, they were preparing to confront the celestial beings, and a potent attacking system would facilitate their quest for revenge. I cannot predict the exact outcome, but its offensive capabilities will improve in conjunction with our strength. It is a property that can grow, though we shall know the results once the upgrade is complete. With that, Shen Fei soared into the air, producing a peculiar blueprint that radiated a blend of red and black light. In the next moment, the blueprint expanded, merging seamlessly with the cosmic warship, transforming its exterior into a striking fusion of red and black. The visual impact was far more striking than before, essentially elevating the warship's aesthetic appeal significantly. Subsequently, rows of laser cannons emerged along the warship's deck to the forefront. A recess materialized, emanating an aura of danger that even disciples of the Emperor level could perceive as a faint, terrifying pressure. The propulsion system, which had originally consisted of a single massive engine, had now expanded to three. Moreover, countless recesses appeared at the warship's base, designated for missile storage. Additionally, every room's window had now transformed into laser guns with offensive capabilities. In the next moment, these laser guns became invisible, appearing transparent as though they had never existed. Not only did these laser guns vanish, but all weaponry concealed themselves as well, altering their shapes and colors so dramatically that, without prior knowledge, one would never suspect the multitude of offensive weapons hidden within. All right, that should suffice. The modifications are complete. What do you all think of this offensive system? Shen Fei descended from the sky, standing before the crowd. Wow, boss, this is incredibly formidable. I, Sun Wukong, can hardly contain my excitement to take a seat inside. Beyond the monkey, the others shared similar sentiments, though they refrained from further comments due to the monkey's enthusiastic exclamation. The disciples on Mingyue Mountain, witnessing the transformation of the cosmic warship, were left in awe, clamoring for a closer look. Many arrived to observe, lamenting their absence during the transformation process. Those who had witnessed the change were quickly surrounded, eager to hear their accounts. All right, that's enough for now. Let us set off. First, we shall head to the capital of the Wujidi Empire and seek out Qin Wujidi to see if he can provide us with any leads. Very well. But should we not bring Wen Xiaoxin along? Leaving her at the Heavenly Demon sect raises some concerns. Zhao Jiesin tugged at Shen Fei, voicing her thoughts. This is indeed a valid concern, that if she were to unleash her powers unexpectedly, it could be disastrous. Let us take her with us. Our cosmic warship is quite stable, so there should be no issues. A group of individuals set forth, gathering in the largest resting chamber of Shen Fei. Two women were joyfully engrossed in play upon the sofa, leaving Shen Fei feeling somewhat helpless as he sensed his personal space had been thoroughly invaded. Shen Qingyin, why are you still in my room? Hurry and leave, he urged. I refuse to go. I intend to stay here and play. This is not solely your room, that if you want me to leave, I will take X and Xin with me, she retorted defiantly. I suspect you are contemplating something unspeakable. Stop dreaming and vacate the premises. See, you really ought to rein in your man. I have no desire to leave. Zhao Jiesin observed the bickering pair with amusement, reminiscent of two children playing house. You two are quite something. Enough of this childish bickering. You're not children anymore. Did you hear that? You should return to your bedroom and sleep. That we're playing in the living room. What is the issue? Shen Qingyin declared, hands on her hips. Addressing Shen Fei. This is my room, and you are encroaching on my wife's time. Do you have any justification for that? This is my sister, and you are monopolizing her time. Shen Fei replied, his face a mask of exasperation. Ultimately, he chose not to intervene in their playful antics and retreated to his own room. While they were outside engaging in Angry Birds, he secluded himself to play Honor of Kings. Lost in thought, he decisively initiated a match. It had been 2 days since he last played ranked, and he felt a longing to compete. Initially intending to read a novel, the slow updates from the author deterred him, and gaming proved to be a more pleasurable diversion. However, while caught up in a decisive battle, he was so absorbed that he failed to notice Zhao Jiesin's entrance, perhaps due to the comfort of being in his own domain. He was oblivious to her arrival. Historically, the two girls would huddle together for quite some time. The result was Zhao Jiesin appearing behind Shen Fei, intrigued by the vibrant display on his phone screen. 10 small characters meandered across the screen, adorned in a variety of costumes, showcasing an array of flamboyant skills that was evident this game was far more engaging than Angry Birds. The fact that Shen Fei had been secretly enjoying such a delightful game was rather excessive. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Jiesin lightly tapped his shoulder. The sudden contact startled Shen Fei, who had not anticipated anyone standing behind him, especially without his notice. He sprang from his seated position, his phone flying from his grasp. Aren't you outside playing with your girlfriends? How did you come back so soon? It's because of you. I was worried you might be upset, so I came to keep you company. I just didn't expect to find you so engrossed in this exciting game behind my back. Their outfits are truly stunning. I want to play too. Observing Zhao Jiesen's bubbling excitement, Shen Fei felt a twinge of foreboding. Chapter 118. Clumsy yet playful Shen Fei had no time to respond to Zhao Jiesen's words as he scrambled to retrieve his phone, which had been flung away, that if he left the match now, his teammates would surely berate him. Upon picking it up, he saw they had just lost a team fight. Our high ground turret is under attack. Our crystal is under attack. Defeat. Good heavens. They had lost a significant fight mid to late game. Shen Fei could only shake his head in disbelief. This was a crucial match for promotion. He was on the verge of escaping the clutches of Eternal Diamond, only to find himself back at square one. No, even worse, a star less than before. Does the crystal exploding signify defeat? Yes, my phone fell earlier, and we lost the team fight. Quickly, tell me about this game. I want to play it too. Will you play with me? Do you know why I haven't shared this game with you? No. You should start with simpler games. This one requires skill. No, I refuse. I want to play this one. Hurry and download it for me. The last time Shen Fei downloaded a game for her, Zhao Jiesen had memorized that phrase. All right, I'll teach you how to play, okay? Zhao Jiesen nodded eagerly and settled beside Shen Fei. Without delay, he proceeded to download the game for her. The network here was significantly faster than the external 5G signal, ensuring a swift download. Now, take some time to familiarize yourself with it. Complete the beginner-esque tutorial, and then we can play together. Zhao Jiesen excitedly accepted the phone and opened Honor of Kings. Meanwhile, Shen Fei initiated another match for himself that in truth, Zhao Jiesen had grown somewhat bored with Angry Birds and Fruit Ninja. So the introduction of a new game brought her immense joy. Honey, what name should I use? Choose whatever you like. Any name you pick will surely be accepted, that if you're at a loss. Why not go with clumsy yet playful? It suits you perfectly. Zhao Jiesen nodded and adopted that nickname to AT that moment. In a corner of the Azure planet, a young man who had just opened Honor of Kings wore a puzzled expression. What is going on? I created such a great ID only to be told it's against the rules. That shouldn't be possible. Clumsy yet playful doesn't violate any guidelines. However, upon checking his inbox, he discovered a compensation for an epic skin, prompting him to smile. It was a fortunate turn of events. The person who had taken that nickname was none other than Zhao Jiesen. Why does this tower keep attacking me? Don't go near it. That's the enemy's tower. So of course it will attack you. Why am I dealing no damage to the tower? How could this be? While engaged in his game, Shen Fei turned to see what was happening. The sight before him was utterly hilarious. Zhao Jiesen was playing as Arthur, spinning his shield endlessly without pressing the attack button, attempting to whittle down the tower's health with a spinning shield. Yet, it had not diminished even slightly. Haha! Are you trying to make me die of laughter? That skill doesn't deal damage to towers. You need to press that big button on the side. That's the basic attack button. You must use your basic attack to damage the tower. Watching Zhao Jiesen's bewildering maneuvers, Shen Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh, I see my mistake now. Shortly after, Zhao Jiesen had more questions. Aren't we supposed to destroy the enemy's crystal to win? What is the purpose of that red monster? And what about that blue one? It looks similar yet different. Why are those two dragons so large? Can we defeat them? They're so ugly. An array of questions poured from Zhao Jiesen's lips. Observing her adorably confused expression, Shen Fei patiently addressed each query, to the extent that he became less focused on the game himself. Perhaps this was why teammates often underperformed in games. Women, it seemed, would only serve to hinder his ambitions of ascending ranks. For a considerable duration, Shen Fei found himself instructing her on how to play. However, upon realizing this was a 5-person game and that they could duo together, she insisted on dragging Shen Fei along to play with her. What are those little horns above each player's avatar? You don't need to worry about that. Just know to enter and click on all of them. Oh, got it. Shen Fei chuckled, pleased to see her eagerness to learn. Having observed a few rounds of Zhao Jiesen's gameplay, he found it quite alarming. After blocking all of his teammates, she was blissfully unaware of the insults directed her way. Initially, they intended to seek out Qin Wuji in the Infinite Empire. However, after some consideration, they realized that given their pace, returning to their palace in such a short time was impossible. Thus, Shen Fei opted to fly directly to the palace of the Infinite Empire instead of utilizing time-space jumps. This was precisely why they could indulge in gaming within the confines of their bedroom. Estimating their return would take about 3 days, he also anticipated that during this period, when Xiaoxin would likely awaken. Throughout these 3 days, both Zhao Jiesin and Shen Qingyin became enamored with the game. Yet, Zhao Jiesin particularly favored the support role, reveling in playing as Princess Yao Yao, enjoying the prospect of riding atop Shen Fei's head. As for Shen Qingyin, it must be noted that she possessed a remarkable talent for gaming, excelling as a mid-laner. The trio played cooperatively, and time passed swiftly. Shen Qingyin became aware of the automatic cultivation ability Zhao Jiesin had acquired. And after much pleading, she spent 3 days serving tea and water, eventually persuading Shen Fei to bind the reward he had recently received to her. However, it wasn't too long before Shen Fei began to regret his decision. Goodness, with this newfound ability, the two women have become even more engrossed in their games, exemplifying the allure of mobile devices. Nevertheless, Zhao Jiesin remains quite considerate. At least each night, Shen Fei is still filled with joy. On the third day, a terrifying aura of darkness emanated from the cosmic battleship, a manifestation of an exceedingly sinister power. Could it be that when Xiaoxin is about to awaken? Chapter 119. The Awakening of Darkness. Shen Fei and Zhao Jiesin made their way together to Shen Qingyin's room. Living together with Shen Fei, who possessed remarkable valor, it was only natural that their nights were filled with revelry, and thus he would never consider having Wen Xiaoxin in his own quarters. Not only would it disrupt others' awakenings, but it would also feel rather peculiar. After some discussion, they decided to arrange for her to stay in the room of the utility player, Shen Qingyin, by the time they arrived. Several individuals had already gathered there. The companions Shen Fei brought along were all formidable, clearly able to sense the energy fluctuations present. "Boss, is that little girl finally going to awaken?" "Yes, it seems so. Her life energy is growing ever stronger, indicating an impending awakening. If she awakens, her strength shouldn't surpass that of Miss Zhou Yuehan, right?" This matter traces back to a while ago, specifically the day before yesterday, when the monkey, seeking a diversion, decided to find something to occupy himself with. Having fought against the 4 great fierce beasts and finding himself unable to defeat Xiongqi, he had grown weary of the others, so he turned his attention to the 3 newcomers. The appearance of the old man Hao Yin suggested he was not to be trifled with. And even if one were to triumph over him, there would be little sense of accomplishment. Only the risk of being mocked for bullying an elder, that is for Xiaojiu, with his youthful visage. The monkey thought it best not to pick on a child. Thus, he foolishly set his sights on Zhou Yuehan, undoubtedly the most enticing choice. Defeating her would not only showcase his strength, but also demonstrate his chivalrous demeanor. Perhaps he might even win her heart. However, he only considered the opening move, failing to foresee the course of events and their conclusion. After a bout with Zhou Yuehan, the monkey was engulfed in despair, no matter how hard he tried. He could not even breach her sacred angelic shield. Ultimately, Zhou Yuehan dispatched him with a single blow, utterly overwhelming him. Her prowess even surpassed that of Qiongqi. The monkey lamented his misfortune, realizing he had unwittingly chosen the strongest among the 3. This unfortunate choice led to prolonged ridicule from others, including Shen Fei and Zhao Jiesin, who had both heard of the incident. No, if she's that formidable, I shall not challenge her," he conceded upon hearing Shen Fei's declaration. The monkey immediately backed down. After all, a true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. If he could not win, it was wise to retreat. The others gathered around Wen Xiaoxin, while Zhou Yuehan lingered at a distance, somewhat withdrawn. "Yuehan, what's the matter? Why are you staying back?" Shen Qingyin inquired, noticing her hesitation. "It's not possible. My light attribute power would conflict with the dark energy within her. Our light angels and dark angels have always been arch-rivals that I don't even know how to navigate this situation," Zhou Yuehan replied. Upon hearing her words, everyone's gaze turned towards her. "Fear not. With me here, such a thing shall not occur. Trust me. Shen Fei's words were like a stabilizing force, reassuring everyone despite his youth. However, even with Shen Fei's encouragement, Zhou Yuehan remained in her corner, silently observing at that moment. When Xiaoxin, who had been lying on the bed, was enveloped in a shroud of black gas, forming a cocoon-like structure that an aura of darkness and death emanated from her, a somewhat chilling sight. Witnessing this scene, everyone instinctively took a step back. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuehan, still in the corner, activated her sacred angelic form, her pure wings unfurling behind her, surrounding her with the power of light to counter the encroaching darkness. When Xiaoxin began to levitate above the bed, and a black halo appeared above her head, the dark energy grew increasingly ominous. Yet fortunately, Shen Fei was present, creating a barrier to isolate this dark energy, preventing it from permeating the outside world. Thus, Zhou Yuehan retracted her light power and approached the crowd, gazing at the cocoon when Xiaoxin. Soon, cracks began to form in the cocoon, accompanied by the sound of cracking. A pair of black wings burst forth, shattering the shell of the cocoon. As she emerged from her chrysalis, it became evident that when Xiaoxin had undergone a significant transformation. Perhaps this change stemmed from the ample nourishment she received during her time in the demon cult, as her previous circumstances at home had left her underfed and poorly clothed. Her attire had also transformed. A flowing black gown enveloped her figure, her long black hair cascading down her back. Her gaze icy and devoid of vitality. In the next moment, this chilling aura dissipated, and it was as if she had reverted to her former lively and charming self. The massive wings on her back and the halo above her head vanished, and the essence of darkness and death completely faded, restoring her original appearance. Were it not for the flicker of death and darkness in her gaze, Shen Fei might have believed she had changed little. Master, what are you doing here? Where exactly is this place? When Xiaoxin's eyes landed on Shen Fei standing before her, just before losing consciousness, she had heard him mention bringing her back to the demon cult, evidently intending to accept her as his disciple, hence her calling him master upon seeing him. Oh no, I am not your master. I brought you to the demon cult solely to enhance your powers. You may simply refer to me as your ancestor, Shen Fei replied. When Xiaoxin nodded in understanding at this moment, Zhao Jiasen gently released her grip from Shen Fei's waist. Goodness, that was truly perilous, but thankfully, she had escaped this ordeal. For a considerable time thereafter, Shen Fei and the others elucidated recent events to Wen Xiaoxin. I possess the bloodline of the dark fallen angel. Why did I suddenly awaken? Does this mean my strength is now formidable? Can I assist you, ancestor? One question after another poured forth from Wen Xiaoxin, clearly reflecting her excitement. Chapter 120. The Dark History of the Wuji Empire upon witnessing Wen Xiaoxin's awakening without incident. Everyone felt a sense of relief and retreated to their respective quarters. However, Shen Fei's situation was less favorable. He had initially hoped to delegate matters to Shen Qingyin, only to be flatly refused. The reason was clear. The girl he had brought back was his responsibility to manage. Consequently, Shen Fei remained behind, while Zhao Jiasen retained her confidence in him. She knew he had never acted inappropriately towards the little girl. Nor had he done so even when Shen Qingyin, her close friend, had personally delivered her to him. Thus, Shen Fei found himself left to address Wen Xiaoxin's inquiries, while the two sisters joyfully retreated to Shen Fei's bedroom to engage in their new game. Perhaps this was what they referred to as chickens pecking at each other. Ancestor, what are you planning to do? Now, we must seek the whereabouts of our sect's fifth elder. It is said he once ventured to find the city of elves, and we are heading there to search for clues. And where is this place? Upon hearing Wen Xiaoxin's question, Shen Fei led her up to the deck. From this vantage point, they could observe the surrounding environment and the appearance of the cosmic battleship. Wow! Our mode of travel is truly impressive. What is this called? This is a cosmic battleship. Quite formidable, isn't it? Indeed. I can sense the great power of the dark energy within me, yet I currently lack the ability to fully control it. As she spoke, Wen Xiaoxin pouted. Having initially believed that acquiring such immense power would enable her to assist Shen Fei in various endeavors to her dismay, she found herself powerless to harness it, akin to a child who possesses an invincible weapon but is unable to lift it due to its overwhelming weight. rendering it utterly useless. No worries, take your time. There's no rush. The dark power within you is indeed formidable. Conveniently, we have a young lady here who has mastered the power of light, and her energy is your antithesis. It is best to learn to control these powers judiciously. Otherwise, you may inadvertently harm both her and yourself. Indeed, I comprehend that I shall devote my time diligently to my training, transforming this energy into my own. Well then, allow me to find you a chamber where you can rest for a while. Once our expedition to the Elven City concludes, I shall ensure you experience the grandeur of the celestial demon sect. After addressing matters concerning Wen Xiaoxin, Shen Fei returned to his own quarters, that a pair of beautiful women were engrossed in their smartphones on the sofa, their laughter ringing out like silver bells, echoing far and wide. This is the greatest joy of mutual amusement among novices. Shen Fei chose not to disturb them, instead retreating to his own bedroom. What enjoyment can one find in games? It is far more pleasing to delve into the novels within tomato reading. With 2 updates daily, I have accumulated quite a collection. Once they are sufficiently fleshed out, I can indulge in them. After spending an hour finishing a novel, I did express some discontent towards the author. Yet I still rewarded them with a few coins at the end, brief and lacking depth. As soon as Qin Wuji and his entourage returned to the palace, they discovered a colossal, unidentified flying object in the sky. When someone came to inform him, he was momentarily startled, fearing an assault on their Wuji empire. Rushing outside to inspect, he found the spacecraft somewhat familiar. Although its appearance differed slightly, it bore a striking resemblance to the Celestial Demon Empire's spacecraft. Had they not just parted ways a few days prior? Why had they returned? However, upon realizing it was the Celestial Demon Empire's vessel, his tension eased. At the very least, they were allies, not foes, and comrades in arms. Although their contribution was minimal, they had forged a bond of friendship. Dispatch a message that the individuals aboard that spacecraft are my friends. Instruct everyone to remain calm. A natural demeanor is preferable. With the Emperor's assurance, the populace's anxiety diminished, though they still gazed upward at the spacecraft. The intertwining blacks and reds exuded an aura of formidable power tinged with danger. It must be said, the aesthetic appeal of this spacecraft was indeed remarkable. Ha! It is delightful to see you, great Emperor Wuji. You flatter me. Is there any matter in which we may assist you? Please do share. We shall render aid if it is within our capacity. It is not of great consequence. Merely a few inquiries I wish to pose to you. Are you aware of any news concerning the Elven City? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Qin Wuji fell into deep contemplation. Let us convene in the main hall. I wish to discuss this matter thoroughly with you all. It seemed there was some underlying significance that should not be disclosed in such a public setting. After summoning the individuals from the spacecraft and explaining the situation, they all proceeded to the grand hall of the Wuji Empire's palace. Why do you inquire about the Elven City? We have no choice, according to reliable intelligence. Our 5th elder from the Celestial Demon sect once sought the Elven City, though we wish to ascertain if there are any leads regarding its existence. Upon hearing Shen Fei's statement, Qin Wuji nodded in understanding. Who else would seek out a city that had vanished for millennia? Alas! If that is the case, allow me to inform you. There are rumors suggesting that the Elven race once inhabited the lands of our Wuji Empire, though that was eons ago, thousands of years prior. The Elven race disappeared. According to the imperial records, the Wuji Empire historically coexisted harmoniously with the Elven race, who naturally possessed a mastery over various forms of magic, greatly benefiting us. However, they transgressed against the celestial laws, and it is said that a divine being descended. Our ancestors, unable to resist, were compelled to betray the Elven race, executing all within the Empire's borders, thereby averting the annihilation of our nation. Thus, the places once inhabited by the elves were obliterated, reduced to mere ruins, now barren wilderness. I know not their current whereabouts, nor do I even know if they still exist. It remains a mystery. For this, I am truly sorry. I am unable to assist you. At this juncture, Wuji shook his head, holding such actions in disdain. Yet as a sovereign, he had no choice but to prioritize the survival of his kingdom over all else. Upon hearing Qin Wuji's revelations, the assembly appeared enlightened. realizing why he had summoned them to the Grand Hall to disclose such a profound truth. This was, indeed, the dark history of the Wuji Empire.